Now, today, we are gonna see, what if 7-year-old Harry Potter got elemental powers from Ninja Scroll? Naruto x Harry Potter, Part 2. Join Patreon for early aces. And exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Classes were normal. There was so much relief at the lack of unusual happenings that the teachers forgot to give out homework, except Snape. But that was to be expected. And the students forgot to rejoice at their supposed good fortune. By afternoon, there was a visible relaxation in all the students. Ron Weasley tried to goad Hermione into doing anything except smile creepily at him. It was all for naught, and the poor sap was nearly reduced to a pool of his own excrement when he saw those eyes turn to look straight through him. He didn't know what happened, but clearly the poor girl had snapped. Ever since the previous week, she had kept up this disturbing little grin on her face. It promised pain, misery, and death, all just for him. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out what he'd done to her. By dinner time, the whole school had collectively decided that no weirdness was going to OCC. And that this was one Halloween destined to be uneventful. However, it was just as the food was about to reach the mouths of the hungry that the unimaginable happened. Professor Quirrell, the Prophase, Sore of Defense Against Vampires, his class curriculum was slow and narrowly focused, came running in and shouted out that a troll was loose in the dungeon. And in a rather theatrical, for those who paid attention, that is, manner. He fainted, lying spread-eagled on the floor. Dumbledore noted that Quirrell wasn't unconscious, but still, running all the way from the dungeons must have been a very tiring thing. The resident ninja already knew something was funny about the man and chose to simply ignore him. Hermione, on the other hand, now found herself intrigued by the weird sensations the turban wearer was inducing. The sight of a dark wispy aura rising from the back of his head was quite the sight. Maybe she ought to see about this troll that was in the castle. Harry was already on his way. A clone had reported, red popped, the troll clearly a long way from its last reported position. The second floor was not next to the dungeons after all. So he had the idea to investigate the beast and see exactly what was going to happen. A switch with a clone and instant freedom. In the meantime, Dumbledore announced that the students were to return to the dorms. Which should have raised alarm bells when at least somebody realized that the Slytherin dorms were in the dungeons. So it was in true ode to Murphy fashion that the House of the Cunning and Frighteningly Intelligent walked obedient Lee towards the same spot where the troll was last spotted. Later, it was convenient to blame it all on the fact that it was Halloween. There was an actual possibility that this was the case after all. The troll was meandering through hallways in a right grumpy manner. It wasn't full trained and consequently was not aware that real security trolls were silent and vigilant pillars, ever ready to defend their charge. Usually a gate or door of a fashion. So this one was convinced that it was supposed to patrol the corridors and smash whatever intruders it could find. If one consider that the definition of intruders meant, not Quirrell, one can definitely find logic in its subsequent actions. The first something the troll found was in a bathroom. It went in to see if there was anybody to brawl in with its club and found itself facing the resident ghost, a certain Moaning Myrtle. Finding an intruder to smash and not capable of distinguishing between the living and dead, the beast raised its club and began to slaughter the innocent stalls and toilets that the ghost kept trying to hide in. Both were quite hysterical, one in irrational fright, she was a ghost for Merlin's sake, and the oth. Enraged whack-a-mole without getting a single mole is quite frustrating, and there seemed to be no end to the hideousness in sight. A house elf that came to repair damage quickly left before its LD get caught by the club or flying debris, unnoticed by all. This was the sight that Harry and a platoon of clones were watching, albeit reluctantly. They really wanted to go down and cut the thing to pieces. The decision was taken out of their hands when a girl walked in rather calmly, looking at the incredibly disgusting wreckage. Magical or not, it was a toilet after all. Hermione was quite intrigued when she saw the sight of a real live troll demolishing toilets in a haphazard and inefficient manner. She paused at the doorway long enough to catch sight of a bunch of the upside-down invisible people looking at the carnage and twitching. What was interesting was that one of them was actually real for once. She couldn't see through the mask, but she was sure that this was an unusual person. In any case, she would have plenty of time to check up on her target later. She walked a few steps forward and checked out the troll once more. The creature, which was mildly rational at the best of times, was now emitting bloodlust invisible waves. There was no hope of restraining the beast in any amount of time with what magic she knew. So she took out her Colt from somewhere she didn't pay attention to and pointed it straight at the troll. Something had told her to take it and she did. She didn't notice that she had literally pulled the weapon from thin air or that her stance was perfect for a shot at this low range. Harry, however, did. He also noticed that she was literally glowing, if a bit erratically. It was when her hair slowly started floating up that she made her move. Ingalls squeeze, and a fraction of a second later, the troll's head was crimson vapor. Hermione was quite surprised when she noted that her observer had not even twitched at the sight of magical attack resistant magical creature being taken down in one shot by what was ostensibly a Muggle weapon. She was even more surprised when she noticed that she had barely felt the recoil, or that she was quite unconcerned about the first kill she had made. There was no shock, or even a pause. She felt like life and death were merely meaningless words now. She was internally startled when a rough whispering voice broke her thoughts. "Is that a gun? A revolver?" She smiled at the masked fellow who was looking at her as if she was a new species of purple panda. "How interesting." She nodded at the boy. "Please. To see that this was one person who had no problems with vaporized creature craniums." "Of course it is. Oh dear." She stopped, cocked her head and began to calmly walk away. Almost the moment after she paused in her speech, Harry got a clone memory that told him to expect company and also began to leave. He knew he had seen that girl somewhere before but couldn't place it. What he did know he would have remembered if her chakra was this off. A minute later, a few professors wandered into a rarely used girls' bathroom to find the most disturbing sight they had ever seen. Moaning Myrtle, having registered that her bathroom was unoccupied, had finally come out and was trying to eat the rapidly cooling body of a full-grown but headless mountain troll. The sight of a silvery and translucent student in a Hogwarts uniform trying to suck the blood of a dead troll for the purpose of curiosity is a little nauseating. If anybody remembered that for a ghost, this was par for the course, they did not speak up. What in Merlin's name happened here? McGonagall was almost shouting. This did startle the dead girl and send her wailing off into the walls. The damage looked like it aimed more from a rampaging giant than a less dangerous troll. The room was practically ruined. Sure, magic and house elves could fix almost anything, but this kind of large-scale destruction would be. God knew what Filch was going to say about all this. Dumbledore was the first to awake from his stupor. "If there is nothing else, please return to the dorms and check on the children. We must inform them the danger has passed and that there is no need for panic." The voice was calm, assured, and melted their agitation like a snowman in a noon desert. It was also a sign that the defeater of Dark Lord was back in control. As opposed to, "I'm so close to drowning myself in fire whiskey, and he would take care of this mess, somehow." As the assortment of professors, namely the heads of House and Quirrell, left, Snape remained behind as Dumbledore had subtly gestured him to. The two walked around the body until they were looking at the remains of a troll's head. The blood was everywhere, coloring the water that was 3 inches thick on the floor to a pale yellow. "What do you think, Severus? I cannot recognize the spell that has been used. Indeed, I cannot tell that a spell has been used at all. This is quite disturbing." Snape took a moment to center himself and think. Quirrell actually had an alibi for this incident. Trying to steal a priceless magical artifact is an exceedingly solid proof of absence for this crime. And he himself was the one to get mauled for it. Blasted 3-headed mutts. His other suspicion was not one that anybody would even blink at. Harry Potter had power, and cauldrons of it. The sheer impending feeling of doom that single 11-year-old put out was such that he did not dare use legilimency on him. Of course, the reason he had not used it for the entire time period of it was for a whole platter of reasons. On one hand, he refused to believe that the boy was anything but the spoiled prince he always claimed the boy to be, and refused to check, even Just for himself if that accusation could be false. At the same time, the boy was so different from the James Potter clone he so dearly wished to put down that he didn't even think about legilimency. Without the Gryffindor red to focus his dark side, he was inevitably drawn to the fact that he had her eyes, or that he was a Ravenclaw, just like she was at heart. The quiet thoughtful manner, and the occasional insane-looking grin was actually closer to his Lily than any other memory he could scrounge up. And then, when the two were alone, he was thoroughly cured of any delusion that the Potter boy was anything like his parents. There was no hated James, no beloved Lily. There was only the monster of raw terrifying power. And the worst part was Potter did not know he had slipped, as if he had so much that a slip was not noticeable. It was more frightening than any tome of necromancy he had come within touching distance of. But he couldn't blame Potter either. He had personally seen the boy being led off by his prefect. Looking bored at the general chaos. Oh, how he longed to be in some remote corner of the world somewhere, away from all this cardiac arrest-inducing madness. I cannot say for sure. There are of course several spells that can produce this kind of damage. But none of them would be this effective without affecting the rest of the creature as well. The weaker curses, used on humans, cannot be this effective on a troll either. The lack of a magical signature is troubling. Only the dark arts are this efficient, and for someone to have created such a spell that cannot be detected is worrisome. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, to take down a troll, with possibly one hit, is worrisome. Sigh, I will arrange for this room to be cleaned up and repaired. Take care, Severus, and be on guard. Snape noticed that the headmaster looked even more weary. Mumbles of fire whiskey did not calm him at all. Was the Dark Lord truly returned? Neither of them noticed. A perfect little hole that had been drilled into the far wall at about 12 feet high. An elf would later fill in the hole magically without worrying about it. The rest of the room was far more important and damaged anyway. This led to the bullet that had killed the troll being fully incorporated into the castle wards, serving as both dimensional anchor and location beacon. Hermione was totally clueless about this. Just like all the other madness that had occurred after touching that gun. Dumbledore of course didn't have any thoughts about troublesome riddles. He was far more worried that this as the handiwork of some Eastern operative, a message that announced that they knew he knew about them and that they were quite capable of taking care of any opposition on his end, permanently. At T.'s rate he would have to inform the Ministry after all. Let them actually deal with something for once. And if it all crashed down, he would be better off with the Ministry to be blamed. Assuming he was still alive, that is. He was guessing, of course. With no idea on what the other side was doing or their aims, he was totally helpless. And to think he was finally able to calm himself after Moody dropped that bombshell on him too. In Gryffindor Tower, tensions were high. Halloween was still a very ominous day and had a lot of symbolism associated with it. With a troll on the loose, it was near impossible to keep the gossip and rumors in the within reason category. The first years were a scared lot. Unlike the older students, who had more experience in all the weirdness and chaos of Hogwarts. The younger students had nothing to fall back on and were in the midst of imagining what painful demises as troll bait as their sheltered minds could. Ron Weasley, however, was not as scared of the troll as he was of the girl he had only the barest idea of hurting. Hermione had been very quiet as she was led to the tower with the others. Once there, however, she began to slowly grin in a mirthful fashion every time somebody whispered the harvests of fertile and terrified imaginations. Ron Weasley, who had heard the whispers of some of the more exotic deaths that were being thought of, was beginning to inch away when the idea of a troll ripping somebody apart with their bare hands only served to further amuse the girl. Tiggy was having fun. Well, that wasn't what the name she wanted, and would change it soon enough. But that was what she was used to. The poor downtrodden elf she was before was a mere nightmare compared to the feelings that this new form gave her. Sure, she looked like a tiny demon most of the time. But that wasn't really much considering that she could apparently shape-shift and become incorporeal. Playing her mistress was great, though not as much as it would have been. And if she didn't have the make the Griffies sweat order she was following. This violence-loving individual she was making her mistress out to be, her instinct was telling her she was not too far off, was extremely scary. As far as Ron Weasley and friends were concerned, so much so that he refused to let his eyes stray near her. Let the weasel be scared. He had worse coming for how he treated her mistress. Hermione let out another giggle, with a sparkle in her eye. Ron and his dorm mates, having caught her expression of malicious glee, wondered if they had done anything to offend her lately. There was also much surreptitious planning along the lines of making nice with the wild-eyed girl. As this was going on, Not Tiggy sensed the mistress coming closer. It was time to switch. But Hermione continued to walk. Away from the tower. Right, the place was locked down and crowded. The next switch would have to be done later, maybe tomorrow. How inconvenient. She noticed the twitching that was happening in her year mates. Well, at least there's more time to play, and that was that. Really, with all the chaos she was creating, nothing else mattered. With the end of the troll crisis, the next morning proved to be exceedingly normal. Everyone was much chipper, the general atmosphere of doom and gloom was washed away, and even the head table seemed to be unusually calm compared to tea. I'm feeling blue, vibe the teachers were putting out. In the midst of all the normality, Hermione Granger slowly wandered about invisibly, one of the talentless cover last night, sometime after she realized that she wasn't feeling sleepy and consequently didn't need it as much as she did. Whatever that gun was, she wasn't the least bit unhappy about herself. She could feel, in the back of her mind, new instincts that told her that she was more powerful than the lowly mortals she persisted in staying around. Though, something about chaos seemed to calm the voice. Maybe it was part of the package deal the revolver came with. At any rate, she was wandering the great hall searching for that elusive aura that came with the masked fellow who was followed by shells of air and will. Such an interesting fellow too. At least, one that didn't taunt or tease her, considering the skull vaporizing, run away screaming at her sight. Sure, her newfound love of violence and target practice was quite unusual, but she couldn't help but feel so darned happy. At this point, she wasn't really bothered about if she would end up in hell like some superstitions suggested. The thought was egged on by Tiggy's baseline appearance, but she had her moment of pure bliss to savor, even if she had an eternity of torment awaiting her. Finding somebody put up even a facade of politeness towards her new self was quite the ego boost. So she searched by looking each and every table and person, making sure her senses were thorough as she scanned each and every person there was. Gryffindor was quickly eliminated, as none of the people here were the one she wanted, and everyone from that house was there at the moment. Besides, any Gryffindor who had seen her actions yesterday would have been either telling the world about her shivering somewhere in a fetal position, or running away from her, screaming. Well, the her that was actually Tiggy anyway. Tiggy had been different since that day. She didn't look like an elf, didn't talk like an elf, and could do a whole bunch of things not done by an elf. Hermione wasn't actually sure what either of them were anyway. However, Tiggy was subservient to her wishes. The word, thrall, was the closest she could find really. She was now independent and mischievous, especially if those furtive glances those of her year in Gryffindor were shooting the transformed elf were any indication. Still, she spoke better English, took initiative, and was always helpful. Having a companion who was happy with her was quite pleasing. When she came to the middle of Ravenclaw though, she noticed that one of the students was not emitting an aura. A shake of her head reverted her sight from only auras to everything that's there normally, and found a shell, just like the ones she had seen before. When the individual turned to one side to listen in on an adjacent conversation though, Hermione was shocked. The person who was sitting there to avoid being there personally was Harry Potter. Well, a likeness in a shell anyway. But it was clear that the real him was the one who made him. With enough concentration, she could see the strands of aura that created the shell. It was definitely the one from yesterday. Of that she was sure. And, in a moment of pause, the shell turned at her, gave a curious look, searching for something that wasn't there, and continued as if nothing had happened. Hermione quietly left the hall. She had much to think about. Potter was different. How she could not exactly say. But it was there, a tangible feeling, especially after examining the shell. It was like life energy. But something heavier, more solid. Something more than mere magic. And he had whatever it was in spades. At least she knew she could find him anytime now. The energy. Why acted like a beacon but also left traces. It was literally all around her, little traces of it that were being absorbed and emitted by the castle wards. And there he was, standing next to an arch, invisible to all others as far as she could tell. He was using the energy as a net or perhaps a blanket to refract light around him, hugging the walls and staying motionless to minimize discrepancies. She herself seemed to be phasing out of the visible spectrum, which was why he couldn't see her, but the other way was possible. Hermione paused. How did she know that? She shrugged it off though. Too much odd stuff happened. Too fast for her to properly be shocked at all of the strangeness. So she just wrote it off as her new body's something or the other acting up. Just like magic, her own life was now easier to deal with if she ignored such pesky and nervous breakdown-inducing things such as logic and reason. She had no idea what her parents would think of all this, or whether she would tell them at all. Hi Dad. School was nice. I made lots of friends. Oh, and I don't think I'm human anymore. She could see that conversation going well. And how was she going to explain Tiggy anyway? Uneasy thoughts were quickly shoved away when Potter turned and looked in her direction. Like his shell, he had felt her but wasn't able to make his mind on what he had sensed. She was like a scientist observing a new phenomenon. From what she theorized, his power was linked to life energy, which meant that he should be able to sense her if she had life. Which meant he wouldn't be able to sense her if she was truly out of phase, as her mind whispered. Unless she was, and he was sensing an absence where there should be some, or unless whatever he sensed was unique to him or something of that nature, or... Hermione shoved the whole train of thought as she sidled next to him and dropped her invisibility. The invisible boy automatically spun around and plunged a blade through her arm and into the wall. It was thankful that nobody was there for that moment, for the sight of a knife plunging through the arm of a girl, only to reform into its old shape with minimum effort, was quite disturbing. More disturbed perhaps were the participants of this little accident, one of whom was masked and invisible, staring at the girl through wide disbelieving eyes, quite visible through the animal mask while looking absolutely befuddled. The other was shocked at her lack of response to the whole event, merely twitching an eyebrow while she was surprised at the lack of pain, anger, or indeed any reaction at all. The only thing she felt was the smoothness of the blade, a pain-free sharpness of the edge, and the force and speed required to do what this boy did. Hermione looked quite unruffled and flexed her fingers and joints in the arm, quite curiously. Would you mind not doing that again? The voice was sufficient to break the boy, who gaped from his reverie. She was surprised to notice speed at which Potter recovered into an air of nonchalance, having stowed away the odd-looking knife at record time. It was at this time she noticed that Potter was still in that odd, slightly monochromatic tinge that told her he was out of the visible spectrum. Follow me, we'll talk in a more private setting. Potter nodded and complied, following her at a sedate pace. He snapped out of that pretty fast. Maybe odd things happened to him too. We have class, don't we? Looks like Tiggy would have to be creative today. The two ventured to a room in the 7th floor, where they proceeded to sit at a distance, staring at each other, refusing to make the first move. Finally Hermione let out a breath and spoke. Honestly Potter, we're alone here and I can see you anyway. Drop the invisibility and the mask please. Hiding your face isn't very polite, you know. He nodded and removed the mask, revealing that adorable little face that looked like he had too much on his shoulders. So are you really the Harry Potter? You're different from all the others, you know. Wielding life energy. I didn't think such a thing possible. More life energy than magic. And only 11 yourself. What are you supposed to be anyway? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Hermione Jane Granger. Was. Not sure about that actually. When she started mumbling by the end, Harry shook his head. This was all too much information to take in. First the girl turns out to not be human, then doesn't even blink when a canine neural and regenerates like a shadow demon or tentacle monster or living bloop of some kind. Then she drags him off to this room in a remote part of the castle and promptly begins interrogating him with an ease that would be more at home at a tea party. It was official. He was now in the Twilight Zone. And the sad part was he knew he was outmatched by this girl, who didn't show any discomfort at being nearly disarmed and presumably couldn't be killed via physical means. And jutsu were an option only after as a last resort, and he had nothing left to lose. Playing trump cards at the drop of a hat was not his ninja way. As it was, he was getting quite an inkling of why a Biju scared people shitless. The feeling of being powerless against another being, a power gap that no training could overcome. It was only sheer force of will that kept him from bolting and possibly dying. In a way that would have been in short pointless. Yes, I am the real Harry Potter. I've come from unusual circumstances. What I wield is similar to but not exactly life energy. Yes, I know I'm 11, by all accounts so are you. May I ask what I am here for? Hermione merely grinned. Now, Harry, if I can call you that, a hint of a nod. Well yes, it's like this. Very recently I was med from my human self into something unique as you have seen. Now, I find my new self rather bored and lonely. And then all of a sudden, I find that you are another such unique person who is different from the rest, wolves among sheep. Harry was not sure, but he really didn't like the way this conversation was going. Transformed. From humanity. Lonely. Unique. Statement conveying that they were different from everybody else and implying implicitly that they should stick together. Klaxons were screeching in his ears. So he interrupted her speech. I'm not giving up my humanity, he growled. Hermione was even more amused. What a funny little boy. Jumping to conclusions like that. Nothing like that, my dear. I just want somebody to talk to and somebody to go on adventures with, maybe some mutual training. There's a thought. No offense, lady, but I really don't trust you and you're not showing many signs of sanity either. I have a personal rule against associating with possibly hostile S-class entities. Hermione blinked and filed away the last bit to examine for later. Maybe it had to do with the life energy he wielded, maybe not. Please, pretty please, I can be useful, I know. Next time you go kill something, let me watch. Harry was getting so freaked out that he was subtly pinching himself between the gaps in armor. And antagonizing somebody who behaved like a 5-year-old in a sugar rush was quite unwise. So he simply nodded his head and prayed he would not end up getting sacrificed to some satanic cult or otherwise. He already had a battalion of clones he knew totally useless sticking around, on walls, sealing around aiming sharp implements in her direction. She didn't even blink. He was just thankful she hadn't brought out the gun. Dodging bullets not been an exercise he had practice in. Hermione grinned. Somebody to help relieve her unusual boredom. Oh joyous day. Sure, books were nice, but this body required something more amusing to slake its thirsts for chaos actually. But she didn't know that. It was extremely convenient to ignore the fact that her definition of amusing had changed to something truly terrifying. Maniacal laughter as bouncing of the walls and scaring the self-taught shinobi half to death. In another part of the castle, Tetsuya caught a shiver in his spine, as if some great and powerful evil was around him. He was sure of it. In Japan, a certain blind lady echoed similar sentiments. Into mortal planes when bored, amused, ideas anyone. An explanation for why Draco is such an impotent opponent, canon or otherwise. Wasn't born with an AK at the tip of his tongue, just a plain kid until daddy teaches him how the world goes round. Patricide at 8 is just not the way to raise a kid. As for Hermione's rapid deterioration to madness, I will point out she wasn't exactly a happy camper coming into Hogwarts. She had plenty of baggage from her old school and was resting all her hope into this great new place that is already filled with weirdness. A new kid without her previous representative. However, her behavior pretty much brings her to her previous school situation quickly and hits her hard. We're not talking out somebody who has seen the world and knows how to cope, but a little girl whose every worldly experience outside of her parents are of isolation and being degraded practically all the time. Again, I remind you that kids can be exceedingly cruel without knowing it, and their victims take it far harder than adults or teenagers. I can personally attest to that. Perhaps I've made her a bit darker. But that's just how I really see her as going. In canon, she's pretty lucky to be not dead from the troll. Frankly, I'm surprised that she didn't end up at a padded cell, what with emotional turmoil On's insensitivity earlier, topped by a near-death experience that is dripping with inadequacy issues all the way through. The subsequent imprinting upon her two rescuers I don't find surprising though. Much of her later nagging that the boys find troublesome are due to her desire to help them in the way she feels she can do best. My opinion anyway. As of now, she's a little nuts, and having odd personality shifts at times. Mostly centered around amusement. She's also a bit of both adult and child, a being of chaos. She instinctively understands that she doesn't have to worry about mortal Lemson is bored as hell in her new form. So she decides to relive her boredom in any way possible. She won't get a direct role often, but will keep things interesting for her own sake, and hopefully for yours as well. The revolver was a sort of trap, an automatic device. It found a suitable human, living thing and drew it into a dream, to facilitate the later mental stuff A was going to do by telling her it was her idea and that she wanted it. Basically clumsy brainwashing that would hold until T was made permanent. It's not a question of doing something against her will, but more of ing her desires and wishes until she was sufficiently motivated to go along with it, subconsciously at the very least. And then proceeded to rip her existence apart into the new being that A is one of. Harry's not really insane. He's just caught up in the novelty of being the insane guy the other fellow is scared to touch with a 12-foot pole. Maybe he understands why ninja in Naruto show so many quirks. And in this chapter, he's found out exactly why people despise such unstable opponents. A more general note, written before starting this chapter mostly unnecessary, but I do request you glance through it. Disclaimer. Applying the following rigidly to real life can make you an ultra-paranoid idiot with serious trust issues. On the other hand, you'll now be able to finally write that extremely in-character moody-centric FIC you always wanted to. This story is one in which I try not to have any absolute in-universe fact. Every fact in this story will be open to at least some form of interpretation. This is accomplished by presenting every part of the story from different perspectives, even if the owner of that perspective may be hidden or absent. Even in the background bits, perspective is everything. This not only gives a sense of reality due to all the possible angles to the story, but you can extrapolate the story yourself in different ways as your imagination lets you. The way I have gone about this story is based on the idea that everybody has a different perspective. Every person is in itself a story, with character, personality, train of thoughts, aims, methods, reactions, etc. And in the soup of their meeting, we have life. I've deviated from this in this chapter specifically because Hermione's circumstances are somewhat bizarre for an otherwise normal HP Altverse. Unless, of course, you consider Joe-related bits as coactive. China seems to be a major factor for a lot of readers. Some people love it, and some hate it. Everybody has their two words on it. Let's consider what I have said about this here. Magical China in this story is some shadowy uber state with an immortal emperor and legions of advanced magic users. Also, they have aim to be leaping ahead and are stable where the West has been decadent. All of this can be inferred from first glance. On the other hand, you can infer different things from the sections from where the above fact was distilled. You could have a evil type empire ruled by an absolute tyrant. Or you could have the happy utopia coveted by all. The power aspect may be iffy if one considers that China has not been in war with the West or anybody else who contribute perspectives to this FIC. Japan, yes, but not apparently China. This could imply that Chinese strength is an illusion hidden behind the feats of a very gifted few. Or that all of it is real and China is actually all badass. After all, the weapon that is never used is by definition undefeated. Even the immortality part is iffy. The immortality of the emperor is described in CH9 as a pesky little Chinese ritual that also kept the immortal emperor immortal, though his was linked to his willingness to serve and better his people and lands. It could be one huge ruse, perpetuated by clones or even lookalikes like Palpatine after the SW movies. It could be real immortality, with the described condition taken literally. It could be that the same condition for immortality is subject to the Emperor's whims and modified on a dime. So it depends on your point of view. Also, this itself is second-hand info for Hayate, which he may or may not have in-universe proof of. It might be true, it might not. It might be common knowledge, it might not. It might be propaganda on Chinese magics, it might not. Again, the why explored is different in the perspectives. Lucius has a certain view of ninja before he meets them, from hearsay, that may or may not be reinforced by the trivia about ninja and America that we know. Dumbledore knows, but have no idea if Lucius does. Also, China has a same yet different version from the ninja and the Dumbledore perspectives. While the ninja know more about the present and also more of the interior workings of the nation, Dumbledore's perspective represents their external image, that of mystery and invincibility. In another case, take Hogwarts itself. Its sentience and its limits are something a lot of fanfics have explored. Here, both points of view are there, again as part of different perspectives. The Sorting Hat categorically states in ch8 that the castle, which really is somewhat intelligent by the way, on the other hand, during Riddle's mental rant ch9, he says, it was not sentient. Well, after a point, it was still a 1,000-year-old magical castle. It did have instincts, even if they were more along the lines of climate control and inexplicable chaos. This is the truth as far as he knows, his perspective. The Sorting Hat's statement is also c. Milar to Hayate's thought in that it might be true or not. It might be a known or unknown lie. Stuff like that. It gets really difficult to keep track of after a certain level. By the way, I'm surprised that no one mentioned the particular seeming contradiction in the two sentience-related statements. This also makes it difficult for me, as even though I don't have to keep everything universally straight, I have to make sure that every point of view remains consistent in their perspectives. In another case, Voldy and Harry both have rooted hatred of Dumbledore, that is commonly seen in their use of disparaging nicknames. The teachers themselves seem to have a slight annoyance in his eccentricities. And the whole population even in canon seems to hold him as off. This has caused some people to accuse me of Dumbledore bashing. But Dumbledore is not necessarily senile or stupid. While different perspectives will hold his character in a certain light, the truth is not necessarily the same. So it's really a case of two people feeling better about their lots by childishly mentally bashing someone they really can't touch, irrespective of delusions. Also, if you really sit down and think about all these characters, you find justifications or lack thereof in their actions and thoughts that in turn change your perspective about the whole mess. This is all derived from the story as of now. In later chapters, you may see new points of views to add to whatever exists so far that will either prove or debunk the perspectives either described here or developed by you. It's all one big cauldron in flux. And while an obsessed reader will try to consider all these possibilities, even the casual reader should have their own perspectives on the story and its progress that develops with each chapter. This is why reviews are so important to me, because frankly they tell me, as the writer, what people are thinking and also their perspectives. Yes, this is a not so subtle hint if you've reached till here. These principles are also applicable for every story that rolls out of any author's mind, but I thought I'd give you a glimpse behind the scenes of this story. Author is in medical emergency. Please donate your precious reviews to the author through the link at the bottom so that he may gain back his health and quickly move on to the next chapter. Future donations are also welcome. It's a persistent condition. Review, 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 review. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Naruto. I'm sure. As for the future, and now that that's over, back to your irregularly scheduled fanfic. In Kyoto, an old woman tossed and turned in her sleep. Dreams that had never been conceived of before plagued her ancient mind like a swarm of locusts over a field of grain. The fact of the matter was, her visions were rarely this haunting. Most visions were symbolic and sometimes hard to understand. A line of ants eating carrying away spilled rice might mean any thing from an attacking army prepared to rape, slaughter and pillage a city to a new infestation of ants in the imperial kitchens, and magical ants were quite the pesky pests. The ones that were in sense portraits of creatures or landscapes were worse. They were impossible to interpret and were mostly clear, if at all, after the event. That was why Chio was rarely consulted about the future in beyond the vaguest of terms. Rarer still were her prophecies, often in convenient haiku form, that were sometimes clearer than 1,000 pictures, and often more clouded than thunderstorm. As a Rasul, of these extreme shifts in the nature of her sight, Chio was most valuable as the unknown advisor, somebody who knew the generalities of the present and the future but was not mired in the trivialities. of the power plays and politics that were quite natural in any and all organizations. Her retainers both took care of her and kept her abreast of the latest news and gossips. She listened and did not speak, letting the trivialities of the day wash over her and letting her sight retain what was important. It was perhaps a rather effective system, as an absolutely neutral viewpoint was always there, either for the Empress herself or the chief of her guard, Hayate. The fact that any biases in her advice came from her gift simply made her all the more useful. She was a tool, in essence, and a willing one. And perhaps more to the point, a willing one. Today though, Chiyo was in a truly sour mood. With her dreams had come visions among which were such disturbing sights such as that of a hand crushing the earth, a pair of gambling die, an enormous demonic-looking fox with 9 tails that was too terrifying to even imagine, in an abyss. And for some reason, a girl and a boy were there, Gaijin, staring at her blankly from beyond a window in an otherwise distorted wall. But what came after that was what had her truly shaking with fear. A grinning maw that took a bite out of the planet. Not perhaps as scar but far more troublesome. Some of which she had no idea about, others were, from past experience and the writings of seers from ages past, crystal clear. At least she had something to tie some of it to reality. Hayate was surprised when he received a summons from the oracle. Usually, it was the other way round and not exactly very often. To be summoned means that there was an urgent matter. Something the old lady couldn't simply hint at during their next, casual, conversation. When he arrived, he was not surprised to find the extremely secure room just the way it was when he last came. What was a surprise was the disturbed-looking face of the lady who had cheerfully told a past emperor that Gaijin would come to this land and that there was nothing the old man could do was possibly going to change that fact in the least. With the data he had just been presented with, he could only come up with one conclusion. The world was ending. Harry was particularly paranoid these days. Having some sort of thing in the guise of a student after him was not what he had planned for. And considering that he had actually noted down an, in case of Biju, plan, namely, run like hell, that was saying something. He had no data on this new person or species. He had once spotted her in the castle, taking potshots at the Forbidden Forest from a 7th-floor balcony. And hitting things. It was a very scary sight. The idea that she had a range that was possibly greater than he could see was terrifying. The sheer killing potential in that barely human shell was incredible. On the other hand, most of the time, Hermione Granger, if that was her real name, was almost a child. Sure, she acted like a hyper version of her old self, but when she was with him, she was like a child. Always doing something annoying. The reason he found the baby label appropriate was that at times she simply stood still and looked at something only she could see, before continuing as if she had not just done that. Breaking mid-stride and continuing without the slightest gap in actions was a very disturbing sight. Giggling and drooling in an 11-year-old, even more so. 2 weeks had passed since Halloween. 2 weeks of hell. 2 weeks of wondering if the Shinigami had decided to torture his soul for some karmic reason that he was not privy to. Or maybe reforming his abusive fam. Ailey was the sort of things the gods throw WNED upon. In truth, she was not that dangerous to him or even all that threatening. The girl acted with all the enthusiasm of a 5-year-old, sometimes. She didn't point that revolver at him. She didn't bring up that incident where he tried to reflexively kill her. No, she behaved without the barest hint of malice towards him. It was the most nerve-wracking experience ever. Hatred he could deal with. As also dismissal, rage and malice. They were emotions that had occupied the fortress of Harry's developing mind in its formative stages. Little whinging D all but given him a PhD in the field of negative human behavior towards the individual. As such, being treated like a rattle, getting poked, just to see what happened next, was not something he knew a safe way to respond to. Especially when the person poking him was, as far as he knew, impervious to physical damage. As such, he even had clones secretly experimenting with high-level sealing. Trying to seal a living being into objects. Not that he was getting anywhere, but there was slight progress, in terms of, this seal produced actual bone fragments on unsealing, compared to the total goop I got till now. In essence, he was trying to derive the theory of relativity from, the world is round. He envied the Yondaime Hokage, who had been a protege to an actual seal master and consequently had somebody to turn to for help. Hermione, as far as he could tell, sought nothing but amusement. Some minor joy in making things happen in odd ways. Her amused state, signaled by the sparkle in her eyes at times literally. Though, looking for when the white of her eyes were liberally dotted by black specks was not the most normal of cues to look for, meant that she had achieved that state of inertness wherein it was safe to let out your held breath and go about normally. If he was lucky, she wouldn't catch up with him for another hour. Even when he decided to pay a visit to the Forbidden Forest, the girl had been delighted. She had shot a good 30 of the 50 or so dead acromantula that had been on the lookout for human meat. What he did see was that however childish she seemed, the girl was a crack shot, spitting death at inhuman speeds. He also noted she did not reload, ever. At least she didn't seem to stick around for when he began to collect the venom. That the sporadic gun shots that occurred while he worked would probably get the centaurs in a tizzy was his only real concern. He had also discovered the true demon of Hogwarts. The clone of the gunslinger girl was very demonic looking. She looked like a succubus, all accessories included. The leather was just plain overkill. Especially since once the introductions Tiggy, Harry, Tiggy, were over, as faced with two identical versions of Hermione, he had left with a headache. He did pray that they found something else to play with though. Two stalkers were more than his poor abused sanity could handle. Though, after one particular prank, he did wonder if Tiggy was anatomically correct down to every last detail. Lady Chio, it is agreeable to see you. Likewise young lord, how fare thee in this new campaign? Very well my lady. Tetsuya is reported to be well and truly settled in. He made contact with Skywalker, and lost Toriyama's protege. Indeed. A fine shinobi for his age. Indeed. And our person of interest. Our English friend is strong. He paused. And apparently very much random. Hayate sipped his tea thoughtfully. Chio was unusually wary of actually discussing whatever she had summoned him for. She was asking about the past and the present. And not a peep about the future. He mentally braced himself. Before he could say anything though, Chio continued. My visions are not clear yet. There is a sense of foreboding in the air. A demon has risen, one which may seek the doom of all. The future is not sure, but battle is inevitable. Should this demon be awakened, there will be none left to write our tales. What has risen is possibly a scourge of all life itself. Hayate calmly sipped his tea. It simply would not do to run around like headless chick. Ends every time Chio announced the coming of the apocalypse. Obviously measures would have to be taken. It looked like another reason for starting an operation in England had just appeared. At least, with a stable base of operations. It wouldn't be a total nightmare. He would just try for more info for now. What else did you see my lady? Chio's shrunken face took on a visage of raw terror. It was frankly disturbing. A blood-red fox, with 9 tails. It cleaved mountains and raised tsunamis with mere flicks of its tails. An unkillable beast, whose evil drowns out any and all human malice. And being of such evil that man was not meant to gaze upon that terrible visage. She shook her head and continued. I also saw 2 children. A black-haired boy with a grimace, a brown-haired girl with childish innocence. I cannot say what bearing these 2 will have, but I believe they are crucial to the demon's plans, whatever they are. The boy in particular, I saw him swallowed by the beast in a flash of lightning. He is a nexus. Hitsuzan surrounds the boy like so much rain in a storm. What about the demon? What are our options? There is no help for it. A full containment team will be necessary. I recommend that you pick those who are unattached. Apocalypse indeed. The idea that they would need an entire cell of high-level specialized containment sorcerers was unthinkable. And then, to say that it was a suicide mission was somewhere beyond unthinkable. Exactly what was this demon? If you are wondering why all of this is necessary, I would suggest you look up the Berserker, the Greater Forbidden Archives of Edo. It should prove most enlightening. I will. There was not much to be said to that. He only had a vague idea of what that particular event involved, but it did not sound good. The end of November however seemed to bring new dimension to the personality of Hermione Granger. She became, for want of a better term, saner. It wasn't that obvious for the most part. Most the people who saw her daily had been ignoring her from nearly day one and consequently didn't even realize that she had been acting weirdly for a while now. And Harry, who actually had an inkling of the insanity behind the beast, was quite surprised when he realized that Hermione was actually rational for his every encounter with her on that day. He didn't know if this was here to stay and did not speak of it one way or another. He did pray to Kami-sama a lot. Just the fact that Hermione Granger did not wave that cold around was the biggest relief he could have imagined. Hermione Granger was in fact becoming, drum roll please, sane. Well, saner at the very least. Her long-suppressed self was finally coming to the fore after having spent quite the while hibernating. A scientist would have been fascinated by what was happening. In essence, she was undergoing a process of mental metamorphosis. The original human mind she had was quite restrictive. It had human thoughts, human emotions, human reflexes, human reactions, but most of all, it had human limitations. In other words, putting her directly in charge of the body of the formidable being or abomination, depending on your perspective of a chaos creature, was the equivalent of putting Homer Simpson in charge of every nuclear weapon in the United States strategic defense arsenal. In other words, it would have been one away from disaster. So, a proto-mind was formed, one that had the memories of Hermione Granger, had the former body of Hermione Granger, and in general tasked with being Hermione Granger. Until the real Hermione Granger woke up. Unfortunately, the designers were just a bit disconnected from humanity. So, the proto-mind unfortunately reflected their inexperience in human thinking. It was quite reflective of the randomness its creators were always in the midst of and followed no sense of order outside of its actual classroom times. Of course, the proto-mind was also the same one Hat was responsible for what was the equivalent of sleep hypnotizing Hermione into a functioning member of society, whichever one her new species belonged to anyway. So, while not all that sane from the human perspective, she would still retain her human personality. Hermione would at least be recognizable to whoever knew her well enough before the whole mess at Hogwarts, namely her parents. Somewhat. But hey, school changes people, right? Especially thousand-year-old magical schools. Hermione was not totally unaware of the happenings of the world around her either. While asleep, she was cognizant of what she was doing. Even until just after the Halloween incident, the barest trace of rational control was exerted on the proto-mind. After that, well, pure insanity was closer to the rationale behind her actions. Thankfully, she was sufficiently removed from the human perspective that being aware while a possibly insane personality used your body for previously unthinkable actions was not enough to render her insane. At that very moment, Harry would have been quite relieved to know that Hermione had taken the decision to be less flamboyant in her dealings with him. He would also have been petrified to hear that the proto-mind was even now merging with what used to be Tiggy the house elf. Telepathic links are somewhat useful like that. Of course, with her real mind having come forth, she had regressed to her human state somewhat and lost some of the conscious ability to use her powers. Only time could now bring out the hidden talents of Hermione Jane Granger. In any case, 2 days after Hermione was back in business, so to speak, she asked Harry to meet her in one of their previously used abandoned classrooms. "Hi, Harry." Harry raised an all too obvious eyebrow. The distinct expression of disbelief that had not been on his true face for quite a many years was also quite embarrassing for the witch that had turned into something. "What did you call me here for?" Hermione shuffled a bit before replying. His tone was somewhere between hostile and sarcastic as far as she could tell. "I'm sorry for the way I've been acting. I must tell you that I'm not usually this way. It's just that I've not exactly been myself for the past couple of weeks." Harry calmed down a bit from his fight-or-flight mode. "And I suppose you are yourself now." There was a hint of sarcasm and a visible air quote. But Hermione ignored it and nodded her head vigorously. "Oh yes, I had a little incident, and I was unable to cope with it. I'm all right now." Harry nodded. It made some weird twisted sort of sense that probably said more about him than her. He also refrained from asking what the incident she mentioned was. Personality aside, she was still moving exactly like her other self. The threat level had not diminished. He would have to tread carefully. Best be neutral for the moment. I see. Is there anything else? Hermione seemed to become a bit more enthused now. Harry was not running away screaming in terror or demanding compensation for mental trauma. Although, she supposed that with the esoteric abilities he had shown to her inadvertently or otherwise he wasn't exactly the most normal character either. She resisted the urge to cackle. Well, the thing is, I've not been the most social of people and I've probably done something till now to earn your undying hatred. But I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind becoming my friend. I was quite lonely before this anyway and now. Harry turned it over in his head before concluding that at the very least she was the only person who knew who or what he really was. Besides, he had done his research on the original Granger and discovered that she was quite intelligent, if quite bookish. The advantage of having such a person as a friend were quite obvious. The advantage of having the person in front of him as not an enemy was even more obvious. The fact that Harry was slowly getting used to the girl and could appreciate company, no matter how irritating, was irrelevant. Although why the shadow clone above him was snickering on the job would have to wait till he dispersed the idiot himself. All right, I can agree to that. Although, I do ask that you keep that pistol of yours pointed away from me at all times. It's quite distracting. Hermione giggled. Things became less strained as far as Harry was concerned after that. There was a sense of relief, and even the pranks that Tiggy had taken up were coming down. It seemed that sanity made the world seem brighter. Classes were the same as ever. The teachers didn't really change much, except for Snape, who was a bit more skittish when Harry was in his class. But since he was such a master of occlumency, the only people who would have noticed were his fellow staff members, who were not in said class to notice the aberration. Quirrell was getting even more twitchy and stuttered worse than ever before, but that was put down as the RSE rearing its ugly head, and he was generally merely pitied. Betting pools that wagered on his possible method of departure was the one of the few places his name was mentioned. In the meantime, RRY was trying to find a way of making a sword that he could put all the weight of his training behind. To that end he was concentrating on improving his baseline strength to levels even real ninja would have been envious of. He might not have been Geyer Lee, but he knew enough to get the best out of his still developing muscles. He accomplished this by training every spare minute he could, using a mix of chakra exercises and pure exercise. Since he was not yet finished with puberty, he was actually quite wary of overdoing it, but he was satisfied of progress. In the meantime, he spent a lot of time in the midst of training chatting with his currently sane friend. He didn't tell his full story, but he told a lot. Having spent his first few years in less than ideal conditions, being a IAL outcast at the behest of his own family, finding his power in a strange and unexpected way. The turnaround of his family's behavior by his hand. No mention was made of mentor librarian, possibly non-existent Japanese comics and Star Wars themed shenanigans. He did discuss weapons with his new companion, who seemed surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. Then again, she still had her scary pistol and kept up her practice at shooting things at insane distances. Harry imagined that this was the closest he would get to a real-life Mitarashi Anko. Whatever her mentality, she was knowledgeable about weapons and their use, a knowledge that she confessed was not present before the incident. Whatever it was, Harry was grateful. Hermione, while not trusted at the highest possible levels, was sufficiently trustworthy that he gave her a slightly worn katana and sparred with her. He had even let her hold onto it afterwards. He had his own sword, if it came to it, and he was willing to offer up his spare in the name of friendship. At any rate, they were not the best quality stuff anyway. He briefly wondered if that fellow Takeda's shop had any good blades on sale. It would be nice to have some good quality stuff the next time he had to face Tetsuya or anybody else for that matter. In the meanwhile, Hermione was actually quite skilled with a blade, and was able to get his level up to a more decent level. He would not be limited to expending massive amounts of chakra to keep up with whatever opponent he might end up facing. In the unplottable bastion of the dark arts known as Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy was rudely awakened from his sleep at the stroke of midnight by a most distinguished visitor. Takeda walked into the same room he was previously received in, with his normal gait. One that was screaming predator. Lucius was quite confused as to why there was a need to meet at this date at this particularly bothersome hour. Not that he was going to say anything. One of the perils of working with people without morals was that such behavior was entirely applicable to yourself as well. Showing disrespect towards an ally more powerful than you was always a sure ticket to death. At any rate, even he was curious as to this abrupt visit. Obviously something big was in the works, to bring this man from wherever he had been stationed to meet him. And it was obvious that whatever it was required his assistance. In other words, it had to do with either the Ministry or Hogwarts, the two places where he had the most influence. It was unlikely that it was Hogwarts. The ninja organization had operatives in the area, and it was unlikely such skilled soldiers would find anything in that decrepit castle beyond their ability to handle, so it was obviously something to do with the Ministry. It looked like Fudge was going to get a few more visits. Takeda sipped his tea with the air of a man who was utterly relaxed. Not that he was believed by the room's other sole occupant, who was in slightly less than pristine condition, due to the unexpected visit. So what can I do for you, Lord Takeda? It appears the situation in this country has become quite severe. Hakume is intervening to prevent the total annihilation of this section of the planet. That was most unexpectedly blunt. No pleasantries, subtle double-speak or information exchanges. Just a statement that, from the tone of it, seemed to be a polite understatement. Just what had happened here since these foreigners moved in. Takeda meanwhile continued in his extremely relaxed voice. A double S-class malicious entity, World Eater, has been detected on this island. The last time anybody encountered such a being was 800 years ago. 150 square miles of Chinese countryside was rendered dissolute. In an explosion that lasted but an instant. Every last piece of organic matter was reduced to dust. The very land was rendered lifeless. And our only record of its occurrence was the fact that that part of the world still used scribes writing on clay tablets. We will not share the exact circumstances, but apparently death magic was the only effective tool to defeat the beast. Our experts believe the one we have just detected is of a far greater destructive potential. Lucius was floored. His brain had shut down, and even though he showed almost nothing, his eyes were quite wide open and shocked. Takeda, however, pressed on. A team of sorcerers will be sent to try and contain the beast. We are telling you all of this because you have been a very useful ally and deserve to be told that your home and family are in danger. If necessary, you may choose to evacuate before our men engage the demon. The next 5 minutes were slowly spent letting the conversation settle into his stressed mind. There was just too much to take in right now. The ninja, despite their rather unique worldviews and operating protocols, were religiously honest with their clients and non-ninja allies. In any case, he knew he was valuable. At least for now, there was no reason to lie about anything. In other words, Takeda was being brutally honest. Lord Takeda, I'm afraid I am a bit shaken at the moment. Please, give me some time to process what you have told me. I am afraid I find myself quite unable to think rationally at the moment. Takeda stood and lowered his head. Death Eater or not, the man loved his family. It was best to leave him be to plan their survival. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy, I shall await your communication regarding this matter. And he was gone. It was breakfast. The great hall was full, as always. The chattering was barely tolerable, but Harry would endure it. Today was an important day after all. And important days meant keeping your patience. As he waited for that which had him on edge, he quietly paid attention to the only two people he had any interest in within the Hogwarts student body, Tetsuya and Hermione. Tetsuya was still mostly a mystery. Harry did not dare approach too close to the base of his enemies, lest they detect and discover him. The Japanese boy himself was fair game. But it was a very interesting question. Why was he there? Why was this inexperienced operative of a well-supplied and professional organization here in Britain or even Hogwarts at all? He himself had no clue, and did not have the experience to deduce that information even with more data. True, he could make assumptions and extrapolate, but he was walking with a Naruto mindset, which he highly doubted would apply to magic in any but the broadest sense. True, it was highly effective against these British oafs. But these Japanese fellows were in a different league. He was on the verge of asking Hermione for her unique insight. Hermione was a mystery. There was just no classifying her anymore. She was order and chaos. Fun and killjoy, exuberant and utterly shy all at once. She seemed to be in her own little world and utterly vegetable-like at times. Other times, she was focused and serious. Even if he himself had no idea what she was so focused on. After her date with Sanity, she had mellowed out from the utterly insane, psychotic persona into this somewhat normal behavior. That seemed to cycle through maturity levels at random. On the other hand, she was quite helpful and seemed to genuinely wish him well, something he was quite unused to until his mentor had introduced him to that concept. Even now, the idea that some sort of pseudo-invincible magical creature was the only thing in the castle he had some level of true trust for was indescribable. Of course, considering that she had stated that she was actually human before she laid her hands on a possibly cursed demonic, why that word specifically he had no idea, handgun, there was possibility that it was her mystery that kept him around her. Whatever the case, he would stick around her, at least for the time being. She seemed to have accidentally stumbled upon abilities that were rather impressive just like that. He was interrupted in his thoughts by the arrival of an owl. It was a package he had ordered, and it was something he had considered previously, but had not devoted much time to. As a progressing shinobi, Harry had many fields that he could develop his talents in. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu and Taijutsu were the cardinal three of any shinobi. Beyond that, however, existed many skills that supplemented or went parallel to frontline combat. T&I, torture and interrogation, the realm of the almighty Ibiki. Intelligence and espionage, Jiraiya's more important hobby. Forensics and investigation, which the Uchiha military police must have a good amount of skill in, seeing as it overlaps with Hunter Nin. Field medicine and surgery, Tsunade's claim to fame. And then of course, the frontline combat skills like puppetry, sealing, poisons, weapon skills, trap creation. They were all excellent skills for a ninja to have. Harry, however, had at this point decided to branch off towards sword skills. It was a sore point for him that he needed to show his superior speed to block the Japanese ninja's wakizashi. To be forced to resort to compensate for lack of skill was something he could not tolerate. So he had decided to purchase an encyclopedia of swords, or the closest object to such a thing that existed. It was simply a collection of handwritten notes that described swords, their strengths, weaknesses, styles and requirements. Alongside was an actual collection of pictures and specifications of real-world swords, thousands of them. After all, Japan wasn't the only country to forge a blade long or sharp enough. The fact that such things as Zabuza's Kubikiri Hako existed was sufficient cause for him to look beyond the measly katana. And while he was not Tenten, determined to wield everything, he was going to find his own niche and fill it, something that would make him stand out if he was actually in the elemental nations. Granger, where are you dragging me? Hermione Granger, currently dragging a somewhat reluctant and perturbed Harry, did not deign to reply to the somewhat deserved question in the face of completing her current objective. As such, she was currently on the 7th floor, having started from the first, dragging a reluctant Harry by the wrist all the way. Those who saw the quirky pair concluded that seeing her friend get an enormous book had set her off. They were only partially correct. Minutes, that were an eternity to some later, Harry was inside a stock-abandoned classroom, wondering why he had to come up all the way here for this. It was true, he had mentioned getting this earlier as he was drafting his letter to his contact. He had simply wished that he could have an opportunity to test for himself the blades that he was going to contemplate. Hermione had produced the widest grin at that. Unfortunately, this had set off all sorts of alarm bells, and Harry had taken off before she could inflict her insanity upon him. As it was the time when Hermione was frankly nuts, Harry had run for his life, at chakra and adrenaline-enhanced speeds. So Harry could overall connect that incident with receiving the Codex Gladius, as he called it. But why this room in particular was questionable. He was patient, however. He trusted Hermione for the moment, and was wary more of the individual in front of him being a human-looking Tiggy than anything else. That would be frightening. And then, Hermione held her hand out and materialized a Nodashi into it. Just like that, and before he could do so much as breathe, the classroom was empty of tables and chairs or anything else, and she was in the air, swinging that monster of a blade in what was clearly an attempt to cleave him in two. Harry danced around her incredible swing for a while, trying to find a way to retaliate when she stopped, still grinning, and the blade vanished. "What do you think, Harry? Isn't it great?" Harry shook his head. "I have no idea what you are talking about. And what's with the lethal swings? You could bloody hell have killed me, you damned woman." Hermione waved him off with a, "Who are you kidding?" expression. "You would have, and did dodge. Besides, it was an excellent way to demonstrate the powers of this awesome room." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Awesome room." Hermione did a little pirouette and giggled. "This room, my dear friend." At this point, she put her hands to her hips and looked off into the heavens in a rather dramatic pose. "Is the room of requirement." And a beautiful sunset and beach scene appeared behind her, complete with sound effects, waves and a seagull. Harry's jaw dropped, and then he fainted. Curiously enough, at least in Hermione's point of view, he was muttering about genjutsu and springtime of youth. Shortly afterwards, Harry Potter was in heaven. This room really was awesome. Hermione, at this stage, had moved on to what Harry had wanted. So to fully help his choice, she had commanded the room into all the size of the great hall and was chock full of weapons. Well, swords actually. All sorts of blades, from Bronze Age-era weapons to more modern blades that were still used on a real battlefield by people who stayed alive. That was, of course, one of the particulars about swords. Harry wanted a blade for war. Most swords today were made for peace and were wall hangers. Ever since the firearm was invented, there was a steady decline in bladed weaponry. With the advent of repeated fire and easier reloads, the sword fell out of favor as an indispensable battlefield weapon, just like every other bladed weapon around. Nowadays, the only blades you found in the standard military was ceremonial. Not very useful except for eye candy. In any case, seeing as he was aiming for swords, spears, halberds and the like were out. They didn't have the least bit of the versatility of the sword. Harry had tried them, purely for academic reasons, and was quite disgruntled with the wrongness of it all. He also resolved to read up on how to use them more effectively should it be necessary. They were too unwieldy for his purposes though, and a spear does not an assassin make. At the opposite end of the spectrum, knives, daggers and spiked weapons were too limited for general use. Small knives made for a good addition to his close-range arsenal. Not a true knife-fighting weapon, but excellent for deception and misdirection. Assassination material at its best as far as he was concerned. And small blades, of good quality, were extremely resilient. Between the two were where the majority of bladed weapons lay. Really exotic weapons, including a whole set of rather fantasy-style blades, were also discarded. Katars, chakrams and the like did not appeal to him. The extremely rare whip sword, the Ermi, was an even worse suggestion for him. Merely getting it off the floor without cutting himself to strips would be a nightmare. How Hermione did it instinctively was beyond him. Not that she was a master. And she did get plenty scrapes, where an edge that got too close took a bit of skin off. A lot of blades were simply too large and lost their effectiveness if scaled down. In this category lay the cleaver-style swords. That depended on sheer mass to bring down its target. They were large, unwieldy, and would have given the Seven Swordsmen wet dreams. Though there did seem to be an example that was the Kubikiri Hako. Brought to life. Unfortunately, it was unlikely he would be able to use the steer intimidation factor associated with such a blade anytime soon. Or wield a blade of that size effectively at the speeds he was used to and wanted to exceed. Extremely long swords, like the Nodashi, or the really long two-handed swords like the Zweihander, were also given the axe. As were the many varieties of axes, by the way. By this point, the walls were now removed from everything except a range of swords in the 2 to 4 feet range. Curved blades or straight ones? Hermione asked, sitting on a luxurious chair while Harry kept looking over everything. Curved ones slash better and straight ones stab better. Sarcasm was truly lost to her. Harry's eyebrows twitched, but he didn't bother to respond. He took hold of a curved blade that he might have recognized better if he hadn't spent his youth genjutsu-ing everyone and actually spent his hard-won freedom watching television. What do you call this? He did trust that Hermione would help him with this. She was quite happy to find her entertainment in helping him. She said life was more interesting that way. That's a cutlass. Pretty famous from pirate movies. Usually used by the brawny and Harry. Harry vanished that blade instantly. He also dismissed a number of curved blades that he disliked for sheer similarity. He was not a pirate. Consequently, quite a few sorts of broad slashing type blades disappeared. Ancient-looking vicious swords and swords that clearly belonged to a fantasy setting all disappeared. He examined a saber rather curiously, giving it a few practice swings and stabs, and then tilted his head in confusion. It was not that he didn't like it, but it was still too curved. He liked Japanese blades, with their more natural, to him at least, shallow curves. And he didn't see himself stabbing anyone anytime soon with a saber anytime soon anyway. Sabers were hit-and-run cavalry swords as far as he knew. And despite his best efforts, he did not see himself using them at all. So vanished more swords. By now, what were left were mainly straight or nearly straight swords. He dismissed the curved Japanese blades after a second's thought as well. There was no need for them. He had done enough study on them ages ago. What he wanted was a blade that would complement his use of wind chakra. All he blades by now were more or less straight. Everything from the gladius issued to Roman infantry, to the Eastern straight swords and the infinite-seeming varieties of rapiers. Really, he was spoiled for choice. There were more swords than he or even the book knew existed, even if the variations were mostly aesthetic. It was at this point he realized why his subconscious had been sending him towards straight blades. He was a wind nature ninjutsu expert. Any sword he wielded could automatically be converted to cutting blades. Hell, he could get a lightsaber-like cutting effect from a twig of wood if he wanted. Too bad he couldn't make a real lightsaber with all the fancy magic around here. Finally, after what seemed like hours of contemplation on the theory of cutting and stabbing, Harry finally agreed upon a pair of single-edged Ikuchi-style chakudo. He spent a little time to really familiarize himself with swinging the 26-inch blades with some care. He was still due a growth spurt or two. Sure, he was already tall, but he was still 11. Confident that this choice would serve him well into the future, he began to stride towards the exit. He eyed his alternate choice of Shikamazu a bit hesitantly but continued all the same. Of course, something just had to go wrong. Harry. Yes, Granger, came the impatient reply. You do know that nothing created inside the room can be taken outside, right? With current progress on swords essentially grounded, Harry went back to practicing genjutsu by ensnaring random students with hallucinations. Harry was trying to establish a threshold for when people actually began to experience a discomfort that what they were seeing was not real. So far some teachers, the odd student and Hagrid, had proved totally resistant to genjutsu. Hagrid and Flitwick didn't know that there was any genjutsu, while Snape often made faces and shook his head. Perhaps these people had mental defenses of a sort, or even a magical bloodline of sorts. Magical illusions were not unknown, and one of its greater examples was the ceiling of the Great Hall. Of course, these seemed to be area effect only. They seemed to exist in a sort of ghost YPE configuration where an individual could not be targeted. Those might exist but were unlikely. More things to wonder about. Severus, it's good to see you. The Hog's Head was a rather unsavory place for his tastes, but it was an excellent place to discuss your business clandestinely. As it was, Lucius was quite resolved to warn his friend about the new perils of staying in the country. The relationship between Malfoy and Snape extended all the way back to Hogwarts. Being Slytherin, both were rather professional to each other for the most part, and the only real point of contention had been Snape's half-blood status. However, prevalent pureblood dogma at the time considered half-bloods as a redeemable resource, so as long as Snape towed the party line, he was granted tolerance and eventually grudging respect for his potion skills. The fact that the son of Prince had a public fallout with his mudblood never friend. Just mudblood meant that he had cemented his place in the pureblood faction. Lucius had played the mentor role and eventually befriended the young man proper, in true pureblood fashion of course. Lucius was perhaps the only one of the Death Eaters to have known with me surety that Snape had eventually gone over completely to Dumbledore towards the end of the war. Nothing concrete or presentable as evidence of course, but he was sufficiently suspicious as to make that intuitive leap to the correct conclusion. He was the guy's best friend in all but name. Of course, in deference to their well-established friendship, he said and did nothing. And the fact that Luke Hughes continued his friendship was a sign that to the Dark Lord's supporters that he was one of them. In a way, the Pureblood Lord's complete trust was given only a half-blood. So it was that in Deferin CE to that friendship that he had decided to inform his only true friend that there was danger afoot. A danger that Takeda had supplied the pertinent details of. They could have chosen other places. Meeting in the castle was plain stupid, and Dumbledore would have never allowed the potions master to go to Malfoy Manor in the middle of the year. Not to mention, he was tracked at all times by one of the headmaster's little trinkets. Lucius, I am surprised that you wanted to see me in person. Is something the matter? Malfoy let out a light chuckle. You know how it is, my friend. The minister is far too demanding of my time. Even Narcissa complains that I am too busy these days. And I have to deal with the Saint Mungo's tomorrow too. I too grow weary of all this. Snape raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Narcissa Malfoy was the epitome of the pureblood wife. She wouldn't raise an eyebrow if her husband disappeared without a word for a decade and then returned. A slow, almost hesitant nod answered his unspoken question. Something was wrong. Very wrong. It was an old Death Eater deception for conversations in public areas. Purebloods had far too many customs for anyone to take note of such an abnormality, and anyone actually saying such a thing would be taken to have just let loose a little over a drink or so. Of course, no pureblood worth his salt would admit to a demanding wife either. Ever. The second part was even more curious. Street Mungos, a reference to healing. In other words, the situation was life or death. I see. So what do you want from me? I want you to consider this proposal for another job. It's in the colonies. American Potions Research Organization. It would be a personal favor to me. I might visit there with my family soon. Severus accepted the offered envelope silently, before opening it. The job offer was genuine. So Lucius wanted him to go overseas for a while. And might even send his wife and kids out of the country as well. Did this have something to do with those ninja the man had hired? And what was the life or death part? Lucius, does this have anything to do with those new consultants you hired? They scouted the company. But the was something I picked up on my own, and I personally would like to see you doing what you were born to do as well. So the Japanese had given him some information and he was being told solely because. Say the two were such good tense was a plea. Whatever it had the blonde man scared. He was afraid for his family, himself and his friend. He couldn't fathom why though. And then he recalled the other troll incident. Eastern wizards were here, that was what he gathered from Dumbledore's vague clues and cryptic statements. Something to do with them perhaps, but affecting the country as a whole. An invasion perhaps. If I accept this, I may not have to teach those dunderheads any longer, but there are a few who are adequate. I have my obligations here. Is it so serious that I must abandon them? Lucius took a second to carefully compose his words. Nonsense. Yes, your talents are wasting away in this miserable dungeon of yours. Staying may get you killed. You simply must accept this, for my sake. There is no other way. It is a rare opportunity and the pay is good. There may not be a next time. Snape sighed, an action that not many have seen from the fanatically self-controlled man. I will think upon this, Lucius nodded. Do not take too long. I will need your answer soon. They parted ways. In the dragon boat Spirit Shadow that floated now above the Ministry of Magic, new people were arriving. 7 people, including 2 women, were arriving today. All were highly trained sorcerers with over a decade's experience. They were some of the best that Hakume could offer in their chosen fields. 6 of them were barrier experts. The 7th, a woman, was an Onmuji. They were not front-line magic users. They were the auxiliary support forces. They were all coming here for one purpose. To eliminate the demon they were ordered to by any means necessary, up to and including sacrificing themselves. At midnight, a 12-foot-tall torii, Japanese shrine gate-shaped portal appy read out of thin air on the deck and 7 people walked out. The captain of the vessel exchanged pleasantries with the new arrivals and then they went below decks. For now, they had a new mission. In a deck below, at the rear of the ship, a crew man began to fiddle with levers and gauges. At the same time, in a huge room covered in arcane symbols and odd-looking devices began to hum and glow as Arcane energies that were required for it began to flow from what might have been called the ship's engine room. A minute later, a group of people moved in and began to operate the rather complicated magical apparatus. The ship itself rose up to a higher altitude and began to sail in a lazy spiral pattern, still invisible to any and all British monitoring capability. The hunt for the SS class, World Eater, type demonic entity had commenced. Nobody was about to let an entire country vanish, especially not if the brave and dutiful soldiers of Hakume had anything to do with it. Christmas was upon them all. It was a grand time, and with holidays coming right around the corner, it was a generally upbeat mood that surrounded Hogwarts. Of course, most of the very important peoples in the castle had important things to worry about. Dumbledore was worried about overpowered foreign powers. Alistair had not given anything new, so he was stressed simply due to the fact that he did not know what was going on. Without control over the situation, he was quite worried. Snape had forgotten about Potter entirely in view of his friend's distress. He was also wondering what he should tell Dumbledore about all of this. If whatever unmentionable danger lurked around was of a priority that necessitated Lucius to nearly beg him to leave for a while or possibly permanently might be of interest to Dumbledore. On the other hand, if it was something that specifically targeted just a select number of people, whether it was former Light supporters out for their long overdue revenge, or Dark Wizards bent on cleansing their legacy of his betrayal, and Lucius as well, by virtue of faithful association, was debatable. This year was significant for a number of reasons, including the reappearing of Potter and the emergence of a concrete fixed location for a priceless alchemical artifact. The 10th anniversary of the end of a war that was slowly being forgotten was also a possible reason for the current timing. He trusted Lucius completely, ideological leanings aside. Worrying Dumbledore with something that was most likely a private threat was likely to just bring in the headmaster's ire. Considering that the old man had done nothing but brood and ponder ever since Halloween, relatively speaking of course. Tetsuya was wondering why he had been informed to watch out for allied sorcerers. It was a vague and worrying message, not to mention that there was no real reason why such a force would be required for any aid in his mission. And the idea that something required the presence of a full sorcerer or more in this country was disturbing at the very least. He would have to get more information out of Takeda. Harry was wondering where he could get a new sword. It would be annoying to get a fake or poorly constructed one, and finding a smith capable of the battle-worthy blades he would require as a base for Fuinjutsu modification would be difficult. Things like welded pieces, display-only pieces, or even worse, imitations would be extremely annoying. He would have to see if he could find a real old-style swordsmith, no mean feat in this day and age. Then again, price was no issue. His current blades were steel, factory-made, and unfortunately all he could find at short notice when he brought them. This time, he could be devoted to his quest without magical preparations to occupy him. At least his current arsenal had taught him the intricacies of holding together and reinforcing a sword as much as possible. He would miss the beaten down, especially after that stint with Tetsuya Kodachi, a little. Most of the professors were wondering how to motivate their students in the face of most unstoppable leisure. Quirrell Voldemort was hatching and discarding various strategies to get a certain stone without having to discard the host body entirely. He had to find a way past that annoying Cerberus without actually doing much. Unicorn blood was being consumed in minor quantities to strengthen the body. And it was still failing bit by bit. At its current rate of progress, Quirrell wouldn't be able to survive to the end of the year. And using magic only hastened its deterioration. Thus Voldemort was reduced to biding his time to find a perfect opportunity, one where it would no longer be necessary to withhold his use of magic, so that he could finally take possession of the stone and its fruits. But until that final time when he could be without restraint, he had to pace himself, especially to find a way past the Cerberus using more subtle methods than what he wished he could use. And he was not stupid enough to ask anyone point blank how he could get past an overgrown three-headed dog. Draco Malfoy had gotten a letter that basically said that he was to take all of his stuff from the school grounds. He was quite perplexed and missed the unusually perturbed expression on a certain Hufflepuff's face. Not that it would have mattered. The train ride toward London went like all the one that came from London. With one exception. Hermione was in Harry's compartment, sitting idly. It was quite relaxing to have somebody to talk to even if they were their ONLY, because he had no conceivable way to kill said person. Not that he wanted to, of course, but having a visible vulnerability would be nice. What will you do these holidays? Harry calmly replied, quote, find somebody to make my choice in Blades. Research stuff. Read a lot of books. Hang out in Diagon. Spend time with family. Hermione nodded. All right, here's my phone number in case you ever get bored or need help. I already have yours, of course. Harry really did not want to know how she had gotten that piece of information. Although if the nearly invisible form of Tiggy were any clue, he shrugged visibly and then looked out the window. They were quite far from London and were nearly asleep. So out came more clones and he muttered an inaudible, good night, before embracing sleep. As he thought he saw a ship in the distance. But that couldn't be, could it? Magic didn't have flying ships as far as he knew. Besides, he could always check later. In a room on a flying ship, floating in the air. In a room with lots of stations manned by ninja, a technician stood up and saluted the officer in charge of the room and made his report on his latest finding. Commander, we have just passed over a residual energy signature consistent with a demon above B class. We are however unable to derive a location or heading. Continue monitoring. Inside the well-lit room, the tall, well-dressed said commander pondered the message and acknowledged the report. He then left the room to walk a deck higher where the captain of the ship and their latest guests were in the middle of a discussion. Sure, there was instant communication. But then this wasn't battle, so showing a little respect was important. He was of a race far above the savages his ship even now floated above. He knocked and entered the room, facing its occupants with a respect born of experience and knowledge of just who these people were. Captain, we have a single confirmation of energy signature consistent with target. What are your orders? The captain, wearing a rather elegant robes and missing right eye, answered. Continue on our current course. We will likely discover many more of these signatures before the beast is before us. It is unnecessary to linger where it wants us to. Yes, Captain. And that was that. The spirit shadow continued its slow patrol, searching and prying, seeking the location of, unknown to them, a very unique girl. The spirit shadow floated almost lazily beneath the clouds, leaving no trace of its passage. There was little progress to show for its abnormally long patrol over British Islands, and its usually disciplined crew was getting restless. Not that they showed it, of course. They were elite. They were servants of the line of Amaterasu. They were men and women of Hakume. There was no dissent. Instead there was a change in the atmosphere, a dip in the moods of literally everyone, from the damage control crew who were ever on alert, to the captain and the containment team, who tensely waited for even the ghost of a direct sighting of their unusual foe. Until now, every source, every account of the type of prey they pursued told them that every demonic entity above a class were monstrous berserkers. Beings whose raw power overwhelmed whatever feeble intellect they previously possessed, unable to prevent their transformations into horrible-looking things. O's very presence tortured the environment into lifelessness. So why was their prey so successful at eluding them? Why was this SS class so content to lie in wait? Why was it becoming increasingly difficult to believe that they would succeed? The questions swirled around the head of the captain, a one-eyed 50-year-old who was particularly perplexed. In his little office, he went over their path, their patrol route, searching for a sign, a reason that would conveniently explain away the seemingly impossible happening of such a powerful monster having vanished without a trace. And the only proof to its existence was a single confirmed signature, one that now raised more questions than answers. Very disturbing questions. The mess hall, or rather, what passed for such in the flying ship place. I'd host to many whispered conversations regarding the mission. It was encouraged because experience showed that sometimes, it was the common sense of the humble crewman that trumped the experience and intelligence of the officer. Of course, sometimes it was just frustrated people ranting, in low tones, to a patient ear. This is ridiculous. There is no possible way this creature could have evaded us. It is as if this ship and a fully fledged containment team has been sent out of the way for a while chasing a ghost. What do you think, Midori-san? The addressed individual, namely, one of the Female members of the containment team raised a delicate eyebrow before turning to the second in command of the vessel, who for this operation had been reduced to monitoring the sensors. The tea was good, she absently thought, even if it wasn't her favorite. Please be patient, Toshiro-san. It is important that we are patient and do not let this setback affect our morale. Besides, if the situation is dire enough that the Shadow Empress feels that we need assistance from the Harusame, then the more eccentric guilds that ship plays host to would surely solve our problems in one fell sweep. Quote, Harusame was what one might call a research vessel. It was also what the Imperial sorcerers used to test the latest in magical shipboard toys. Being a Japanese design, it resembled a peculiar Costa L design called a Takebune and actually spent most of her time above the Gobi Desert. Of course, the reason they called that ship's crew eccentric was quite simple. Nobody else would travel on a ship that seemingly had to be rebuilt from the keel up every single time somebody made a miscalculation. Which on average meant once every 10 months. But there were other reasons that this crew was not particularly fond of that vessel. For one, that ship was a Japanese vessel that had been ceded to the Chinese after a dispute, who then decided to keep the ship's name intact, as a blatant insult. And a Nice crew was sure to needle them about their inability to execute a mission that the ship was greatly suited to. Toshiro gave a frustrated sigh. There was no solution in sight, it seemed. In another hour or so, he would report back to the scanning room, where a group of assorted technicians managed sensory equipment ranging from 3 to 300 years old. It was not the sheer boredom that annoyed him so, but that there was very little to show for it. In his 16 years on dragon boats, this was honestly the most fruitless mission he had participated in. At least in an assault on Rouge sorcerers, here was at least a clear plan of action, a set time and date, a clear target that you knew the face and most of the time at least, capabilities of. Chasing a possibly non-existent fairy tale was not something that appealed to him. And now a science vessel was being called in. And that in turn meant that should the SS-class demon they were searching for reveal itself, his ship would have to protect that vessel as well. Not that it mattered. At this rate, they would find out that there was no target to chase. Where was that blasted demon? In another part of that ship though, there was a person who knew where the demon was. In fact, that person, at the moment dressed in a regular crew uniform, even had an idea as to exactly when and where the next sighting was to occur. In fact, one could say they exactly knew what the cause of all the odd readings were. And it was such a pity that no one thought to ask that single measly person. Because no one knew that highly informed individual existed. Harry Potter was currently sleeping in his bed. He was also doing chakra control exercises in the local park, as well as reading 7 different books in the library, sparring with 6 of himself. Practicing a dual-wielding style, with sticks, through 10 of himself, and was exploring 4 different parts of London. There was a reason Harry Potter loved shadow clones, and it was because single jutsu was the reason he was advancing as quickly as he was. Chakra was a very bothersome power to develop without external instruction. On the other hand, he had no doubt that he would have been limited by such instruction as well. Spamming shadow clones had become his training multiplier. He had no physical benefit from using the energy-intensive clones, but the mental gains had been incredible. Simply using these many shadow clones had forced him to develop his memory, his speed of thought, his reaction time, ability to quickly classify and assimilate information, even his ability to see high-speed motion had improved. Though, the latter had led to him having to consciously suppress that particular improvement so that he could see televisio 3 minutes of a movie frame by frame. At an agonizingly slow pace was the moment he finally realized that television was totally boring. 24 frames per second just didn't do it anymore. Besides all that, he could work his muscle memory by doing kata after kata with clones. Which really made him question what Naruto had been doing since he learned the jutsu. Not that it mattered, he still needed more power and skill before he could even imagine taking on an adult wizard. The thing was, even with his chakra, his illusions and overpowered elementary attacks, it was extremely easy to take him out. Ordinary spells might be blocked by his earth and water-based defenses, but he had no doubt that a moderately strong spell, never mind the unforgivables, could blast straight through his meager defenses like a bullet through paper. In 2 years, a Slytherin and Gryffindor, slugging it out magically in the corridors, had cured him of any bravado regarding magic. No matter what his opinions about their systems and society, they were deadly. What he did have on his side was speed, but it did little good against area effect spells or wards. No doubt there even existed a ward that could block his shunshin. As such, he need more training and knowledge of what magic could do. Diagon Alley looked ripe for a visit. Though it was better to wait after Christmas though. No need to have a Harry Potter hunt if his first ride on the express was any indication. Tetsuya held his blade in his right hand, panting with exhaustion, his body ready to drop and embrace sweet oblivion. Yet he stood still, unsteady but unyielding, a pillar of determination. Waiting for his opponent to make a move. And his opponent obliged, whirling a nondescript black katana around with absurd ease. Indeed, he used but 3 fingers to black and strike, leaving featherlight cuts on the younger ninja's arms. Takeda of the Snow watched his latest pupil with barely concealed disgust. Come now, Tetsuya-kun, surely this is not the limit of your determination to push yourself. Where is the energy you displayed mere months ago? Where is your willingness to use the blade that you hold? Has the feeling of an enemy toying with you rendered you useless? Is the idea that there are warriors stronger than you so paralyzing? If so, kill yourself now. There is no place for weaklings like you in this world. If you are not a weakling though, if you are not less than the dust beneath my feet, prove yourself to me. Show me your fire. Fight me. And so, he attacked 3 times with rage and determination. 3 separate attempts to topple the mountain of skill mocking him. 3 very impressive attempts that failed. He had finally used up all the adrenaline, the energy and the willpower that kept him awake and moving till then. Sheathing his sword, Takeda left the room deep underneath Nocturne Alley without a backward glance. The boy was improving, and he was somewhat driven. Perhaps the next time the prodigy met that fellow, he would give a better showing of himself. It was hardly proper for a dedicated warrior to slip into sulking over a loss. There would have been little point in fixing him up with that very expensive medical treat. Meant if what survived was fit to be retired. Glancing at the silent sentinel that had materialized from behind him, the long-time diplomat nodded his head dismissively. Tetsuya needed to be healed again before the next time they sparred. Kenji bowed and disappeared. If the good subordinate took a fraction longer than usual to leave though, it was dismissed it as nothing. Hermione wondered if all of Christmas would be as boring as the first day home. Sure, she was glad to see her parents and her house, but it held very little meaning to her now, compared to last year. As a girl who had practically married academics, she had been forever in the world of words. Countless meals and countless hours of sleep had been swallowed up in a need to know, a never-ending thirst for knowledge. And now, when her mind and body had been twisted beyond recognition, she found the concept of sitting in her room and reading utterly dreadful. Her new body had completely overhauled her thinking. History was boring. Reading was boring. In fact, what she really wanted to do was cause mindless mayhem and some proper panic. There was a joy in anarchy she wasn't able to appreciate while human. Tiggy had finally chosen to call herself Aurora, after the Roman goddess of dawn. Apparently it was suitably misleading and ironic to suit her sensibilities, not to mention the more appropriate inside joke about a fresh start. Hermione herself was unlikely to do away with her own name. It gave her an anchor to her old identity that had been washed away in her transformation. After all, she was far from human. ND wasn't even able to look upon her parents without an inexplicable sadness, yet she still was not totally divorced of the desire for companionship. Afterward, Aurora, her official guide to Hermione's new physique, had said that it was because the latent bond between parent and child had been severed irreparably. After a few minutes of nostalgic tears, without tear ducts no less, Aurora had spent the days between arrival at their home and Christmas constantly giving vague hints towards what her not-so-new body could do. Apparently there was some link between them, which had managed to total. Why eradicate the house elf speech of long ago and replaced it with the same modern middle-class accent that had characterized Hermione a while back? Indeed, it was so much easier to understand things. Your instructor didn't refer to herself in third person. Then again, having what looked like your twin sister teach you about yourself in a vaguely sarcastic and amused manner would have been eerily creepy either way. At any rate, what she really needed was Harry. Now there was a stand-up guy. Very honest, straightforward, completely forgetting that he's a ninja, mind you, strong, didn't ignore her. Had more than a couple of tricks up his sleeve and was very fun to be around. Who knew what shenanigans the raven-haired boy was up to even in that very moment? This simply could not stand. Istmas was a very useless holiday anyway. Who cared about a day marked aside simply to pander to the delusions of human generosity? Yes, she had work to do. Though, getting her parents to let go of her precious daughter for the holidays was going to be tricky. Unless Aurora, formerly Tiggy of Hogwarts, felt a chill in her non-existent spine. For some reason, her mistress was going to do something. That would make the former elf very unhappy. A half an hour later, she settled down in an annoyed manner to the role of Hermione Granger. Also, her mistress could have fun. What joy! Sometimes, it was just easier being a house elf. Severus Snape looked at the offered lemon drops sourly. Why his boss preferred to play this joke on every visitor to that office was something he had no idea over. It would have made even less sense if the professor was told that the real reason for Albus's lemon drop fetish was the fact that it was a treat that Grindelwald enjoyed. But then again, that is a story that only Dumbledore knew. And would take to his grave. In the meantime, he would convey the obscure warning his friend had given him and see if the headmaster could decipher what his friend was implying. Relying entirely on the vague sources that the leader of the light professed to maintain, the headmaster had often reached conclusions that actually matched reality. While he had not originally intended to share the cryptic warning, he was unsure if Lucius actually had a reason for running off like that. After all, even in the grip of the Dark Lord's Cruciatus, he had never seen his friend as troubled as in their last meeting. So Albus, what do you make of all this? Whatever the situation, Lucius would not relocate his family abroad unless he had absolute reason to believe that there was no safe location remaining in Britain. In other words, this is something that threatens either the whole island or everyone, and even then, he would choose France. To locate to the Americas like this is simply unthinkable, especially for someone with his commitments. Dumbledore was long past his smile and eye twinkle stage. There was a threat out there, and whatever it was dangerous anew. That it had scared a wizard of Lucius's caliber. Sure, he wasn't a Dumbledore or Voldemort, but there was a reason the man had ended the last war as a Dark Lord's second in command. The threat, had been named as a danger to Lucius and his family, and Severus as well. Was this threat against former Death Eaters and their kin? Or was it something that was far more encompassing? Why was it that the Malfoy did not feel secure enough behind the family wards? As possibilities cycled through the mind of the centenarian, Severus was treated to the sight of Dumbledore with true steel in his eyes. Something that he had last seen in the last war. It both awed and frightened him, because this was not the senile old coot who ran Hogwarts. This was the general who defeated a Dark Lord in one-on-one combat. In Kyoto, the chambers of Chio the Seer remained as peaceful and quiet as they always were. Even lunch was a very quiet affair, with a single attendant to feed the venerable woman. Today, the food in question was sushi, a dish that the lady enjoyed in moderation. With the latest news from the foreign agents, the staff were taking no chances in case of an assassination attempt. There would always be some people who knew of the Oracle but kept quiet anyway. Despite the official figure of less than 12 for the last 150 years, as many as 50 could have known about her through one way or another. Discovering the existence of the Empress's most loyal and hidden advisor. Consequently, as happens when too many eyes are pointed in only one particular direction outside, nobody in the area. Least of all the blind lady herself noticed when the attendant responsible for serving that particular platter of sushi sprinkled a little dust-like powder on some of the individual pieces of sushi. A second powder was already in the water served alongside. Not that the attendant herself knew what it was supposed to do. That was what following orders meant, doing the job, even if you die right after. Nobody had noticed her rather discreet practice of drugging the seer. Nobody had known that the attendant in question was responsible for a crime they were not aware had been committed. After all, nobody really suspects the Empress's second cousin of treasonous behavior, suspicious fellows as they were. At least, nobody actually responsible for the seer's safety. The particle AR form of bipartite magical concoction being administered was known to quite a few magical researchers and brain researchers as a way to steer a person's dreams and to subject them to visions of your choice. The drug served as both anchor and beacon, using a ritual to insert the necessary visions into the required person's dreams. It was used to control nightmares. But a very small group of people knew of an alternate use of the otherwise ordinary concoction. The drug could also be used to subject those talented with abilities in divination with controllable false visions and prophecies. True, it wasn't totally foolproof, because the truth often leaked into the fiction, and the combination of truth and lie added still odder visions. But still, a seer-specific assault that eliminated an why possibility of the seer being able to anticipate such activity. Priceless, especially considering that the Empress had a rather unusual reliance on the seer in question. The idea that the non-existent demon was SS class was just a bonus. But then again, when has humanity ceased to exploit such a freely give advantage? In an unknown cave in an unknown place, a group of men moved with a purpose. Over them, casting a shadow from overhead lights, was a vessel of such fantasy that no English wizard would have recognized it. It was the child of a project so outlandish that most of its visionaries had, at one point or the other, been considered eccentric dreamers in polite society. The members were what would have been called engineers. As such, they were called craftsmen. They were all brought together and secreted away in this place by the same organization. Some were eager, men whose lives were finally been given direction. Some were dreamers, men who wished to prove that their vision would bear fruit. And some were coerced, unwilling participants to a madness they could only hope would leave them alive at its conclusion. China, and by proxy her allies, had long been masters of the sky, with navies that made short work of any enemy they were tasked to take care of. But in a way, their whole tech tree, as it were, was stuck in the distant past. The same sorcery that kept a 15-meter-long personnel dragon boat in the air also served to keep the 400-meter-long Zhenghe in fighting condition. This was a solid field of study that since about 100 years had ceased to produce anything that could be called progress. They had reached the limits of the dragon boat. They had beaten that horse to the death. But that was exactly what the Imperial Navy demanded in their ships, progress. What was anyone to do when, like an evolutionary dead end, the sorcery of dragon boats ended its impressive run with boundaries that could not be crossed and limits that could not be broken? Ships like the Harusame once helped sorcerers research ways to get airborne and fight there even more easily. Now, they were useless, vessels that existed to further the ruse that the immortal RORS forces were still leaping ahead in the never-ending marathon for the skies. It took a while, but some bright intellect, buried in the nation's Confucian bureaucracy, came up with an idea. If wooden ships had finally reached their limits, why not make a metal one? It was a radical idea, not because the Chinese were an insular, backward bunch who could not take inspiration from their non-magical cousins, but because for some reason there existed no published work that could be built upon. Nobody had ever considered the idea of a floating metal ship, ever. It was quite annoying to learn that, in the brilliance-driven society of Chinese sorcery, nobody had invested effort in a field of study that they would have to literally develop from scratch. So, they did the next best thing. They read up the people who had shown some sign of interest in the field, the people who could make metal into what they needed, and the various criminals who wouldn't mind or didn't have a choice working hard in exchange for limited, yet strictly monitored freedom. And years of effort, and innumerable failures, partial successes and disasters later, they had finally made a prototype functional battleship. The lessons learned were hard, and the rewards were few, but the names of those involved were guaranteed to be immortalized in the minds of future sailors. All of which was great in theory. The problem was that government-funded secret projects had a tendency to be subverted by very unscrupulous people. After all, not even the most powerful magic can prevent people, bureaucrats, from trying to make a quick buck, or trying to avoid blackmail. 18 clones were currently occupied in London proper, scouting, observing and otherwise wandering. Seeing as it was the holidays, and seeing as Christmas itself was fast approaching, Harry wanted to use the holidays for things more than brute force brooding. Hence, his clones had gone about with individual tasks and then N set to wander for whatever caught their interest. One clone had been sent to make sure his investments were in order. Another was discreetly looking for someone who could do a custom order for his swords. He knew there were people in the business because he had seen live blades being used in combat, by civilians. That clone was meant to be quite thorough in his quest. A third clone was on the lookout for military-grade combat knives. And maybe something better. Still others were on the Lodo train, new locations for resources and stuff that he felt he just could not put off. 2 clones, Cat and Bear in particular, had a rather more grim task. They were supposed to find and observe the more criminal elements of the huge city. As a mercenary, assassin, ninja, he would eventually need to find clients. And inevitably clients were often the scum of the earth, just prettied up a bit. Criminals who had risen from the streets, rich people who had extended their tastes to levels the law did not permit. Underworld lords who needed jobs done and were willing to pay generously. There was no shortage of people who needed the services he eventually wished to provide. As such, it was imperative that he find out just who these men and women, who were all but untouchable by law, were. Because as uneasy as the thought made him, that was where his future business lay. Also, knowing just who the people he did not want to cross were was a huge advantage in not being killed himself. As such, the 2 clones trawled the streets and wandered the slums, keeping an eye out for the more visible elements of British underworld. There were the obvious thugs. And above them were the local gang leaders or whatever they called them in these parts. And then, above those was where true organization really began. Local muggers and the like were small-time petty crooks, a rather pitiful lot. Similar to them were the solo whores and their pimps. Still separate were the drug peddlers and users. They were all dime a dozen in the slum-like areas of the city. But the elite criminals operated at a different level. They were the ones who dealt in number games. Extortion, racketeering, kidnapping and so on and so forth were crimes where you dealt with high figures of cash. They required a certain classiness to pull it off and stay clean. The underworld was everywhere if you knew where to look. They dealt in drugs, flesh trade, and it's not just women who get trafficked, kidnapping, extortion, murder, pit fighting, among others. They were basically large-scale operations and relied on tactics and hired muscle. The bosses needed a lot of thugs and consequently, maintained their own sets of them. As such, they were plenty, none too bright and tended to be tough in a brawl. Britain as a whole had near-crippling gun laws, which put the people who actually wanted firearms in a bind. Consequently, unlike America, there was no bountiful supply of semi-automatic pistols for the street-level goon to shoot each other with. Melee weaponry was the rule, not the exception, and battles usually involved beating each other until only one side was standing. That is assuming, of course, that they weren't just knifed to death. On the other hand, organized crime supplied their elements with pretty advanced weaponry, which were not used too often because frankly, they weren't needed. There was an undercurrent of subtlety, and the clones could themselves see that local policemen, where they existed, whether willingly or in fear for their own lives, ignored the signs of people carrying. So it was instead of finding anything about the very top of the food chain, Cat and Bear stumbled upon the enabler, an arms dealer. When they had originally gone in search of immoral people who were likely to be clients, there was a need to find someone who could lead them to the top. Unfortunately, local muggers did not know anything that they needed, so they played a game of asking questions and finding people, using copious amounts of genjutsu to loosen the tongue in ways money could not. Of course, watching people look spooked at the sight of what looked like a Jedi mind trick was just a bonus. By the end of that particular day, they had a lot of names of small-time mobsters and had managed to interview 1 or 2 of them. That had led to newfound knowledge of the way of things. Also, they had learnt that guns were aplenty, if you had the cash and knew where to look. When Cat and Bear had gone to the location they had eventually found, a warehouse in a part of the city they had not bothered to search. They did not expect to see a couple of men milling about carrying pistols and submachine guns. The local dealer was at least East European in origin and had a habit of grinning as he conducted his business. But language and temperament issues aside, he obviously had goods and knew them quite well. So, in order to continue their mission, Cat remained behind to spy on the local happenings and Bear went on to interview the rest of the names on his list. Eventually, he would move on to the people who were mid-level in the organizations that warred over London in their pursuit of territory. And finally, Harry Potter would close in on those who were the true puppeteers of the world. The question was, what would he do afterwards? The Spirit Shadow was on the trail of T. He most frustrating target any ship of the Japanese Navy had ever faced. Elusive and flighty, the SS-class Demon was a mighty foe. However, for some reason, they had finally locked on to a clear and interference-free signal. What possible reason a creature like this would have to stay in this part of the country was not known. However, it did mean that their rendezvous with the Harusame, over the English Channel, had to be suitably delayed. Of course, the fact that if they managed to contain the beast right here, the meeting would not have to occur was left unsaid. Whichever the culture, there were always some people you just wished to avoid. The ship sailed at full speed to a particular part of Surrey where they had narrowed the source of their signal to. Then they waited. The containment team had to be fully prepared and the ship prepped for support. The waiting was finally over. Mantis sighed. It could be said his was the most boring task of all. He had to purchase an assortment of combat knives. But in fact, the knives were already brought. His real job was to go around and collect the pre-ordered knives from the various locations around London. Because of his Second World War experience, Richards had educated Harry in basic self-defense using a knife. Specifically, a Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife, a British design that was close to a stiletto. The double-edged dagger was one of the few, real, weapons that a young Harry Potter had handled and was enamored with. It was also kept in a very, very safe location, along with other items that the old man had willed to him. While a knife wasn't a sword, Harry was fully prepared to arm himself with plenty of knives, hidden and easily deployed, for when that sword isn't enough. Or if he was disarmed. Knives are excellent weapons if you knew your way around them well enough. If not, you'd be better off without touching them at all. So, Harry had asked around and found local makers for the rather iconic dagger, and other models as well. He had thoroughly investigated them from behind Genjutsu and was satisfied. So, when he finally had the money, he had immediately ordered after McGonagall visited. And now, he could collect. Which was where Mantis came in. His job was simply to run around and collect the knives from the various places and people he had entrusted them to. Mantis wondered if his brothers were having better luck. Harry had gotten several styles of knives, from the stiletto-based FS and Gerber Mark II, to the more slashing-oriented Bowie types, like the KA bar and its derivatives. Also purchased were boot knives, neck knives, and so on, a full arsenal of knives. It was good to have cash. Thankfully, his investments were beginning to show results even this early. Otherwise, it would have been rather unwise to spend all his money to buy weaponry that he wouldn't be using yet. Of course, finding readily available Tonto designs was a pleasant surprise, as they had been popular in America for a while. It didn't do much except give him a set of proper carbon steel daggers of a style he had familiarized himself with for a while now. Many companies seemed to have them, but with the instinct of somebody who knew his blades. And a little chakra technique, and GD picked up his own set of multiple-length Tonto. There was one clone, however, that was tasked with doing something less productive than worry about weapons or information. Fox was perhaps the most unique of all the clones sent to London proper. Fox was also the beginning of a new direction of the Shadow clone. While all the other clones had been more or less the same as all the other ones Harry had created over the last 2 years, Fox was special. Unlike the others, Fox was sent as an afterthought, an incomplete clone. All the others had an assignment that was rather clear-cut. Fox, on the other hand, had been created in a moment of clear distraction for Harry. Immediately after Hermione's insanity phase, he had been searching for a way to know exactly what his future height and build would be, and had been stumped. In yet another moment of timely assistance, Hermione had told him about something called Aging Potion. It was simply brilliant. A vial or so and he could grow himself temporarily to a future version that gave a pretty good idea on what his future build was. And a height of 5 feet 11 was not too bad. Idly, he had also noted that his choice of length for dual swords was still not a bad in the future. Of course, having noted down the information and simply not having an immediate use for it, he had forgotten the matter altogether. But upon getting home, he had found something he had not considered before, his Star Wars hobby. He was going to need bigger armor. Yes, the prized stormtrooper costume so steep. Ed in the memory of his mentor would be too small once puberty hit him good and proper. In other words, if he wanted to continue to revel in making a mock stormtrooper armada or two, clones were useful. For that he would have to get new armor, fit to his size. Which would be a problem, since he knew neither the people nor the how to related with the building of cheap plastic costumes. Thus Fox was made responsible for the more frivolous part of Harry's Christmas to-do list. His creation itself was in the midst of a distraction of the returning memories of a more temporary shadow clone. What resulted was that Fox was more interdependent than the others. All shadow clones are created with 3 unforgettable pieces of knowledge. 3 facts that no power could erase for the duration of their existence. The first, of course, was what the clone was created for, the purpose. The second was who the clone had the personality of, namely Harry. And finally, the fact that the clone was an expendable unit. This last one made the clone a very brave kamikaze unit, because it was extremely willing to sacrifice its very existence for the good of its creator. Fox had the second part slightly twisted. He wasn't carrying all of Harry's personality. He was, in a sense, defective. On the other hand, Fox was carrying one of the imaginary personalities that were half-existent in the unused parts of Harry's brain. Fox had passed the threshold into a separate personality. Sure, he was still Harry's willing slave, sure he'd sacrifice himself and return his memories, but the part that thought like Harry did so no longer. Thus, instead of worrying about weapons like his creator, Fox was more concerned with how to cover himself up in bulletproof armor that looked cool. He also had a lot less qualms about doing the dirty work. But that wouldn't matter for now. There was a considerable commotion for the event of Hermione visits Harry. The Dursleys, all hyped up on Christmas, could not comprehend why the little girl was spending her vacation with him instead of her own family. Not that there was anything wrong with it, but they could wonder, couldn't they? The apparently happy-go-lucky girl with the same gifts as Harry was a delightful little girl who did not seem all there and was also a bit overly fixated on the boy. They would have called it a crush, but it was more like a kid with her favorite toy than anything romantic they could think of. Hermione followed Harry to his room, quite happily planning all the all-too-fun things the two of them could be doing. Like target practice, or another favorite she just knew the boy would love, dodge the bullets. Or sparring on vertical surfaces, or lecturing him on the uses of exotic multi-bladed weapons. Or something else she would come up with later. Yes, poor boy, already shivering in anticipation as she thought out loud. Obviously, her sanity was a bit conditional. Harry shut the door almost the very instant the two had reached his room. A sound-dampening seal on the walls activated. He turned and glared at his all-too-innocent-looking classmate, stuff of nightmares, recent improvements notwithstanding. Why are you here? Isn't Christmas something to be spent with family? Sometimes irritation is the best cure for mind-numbing logic-induced fear. Maybe. Hermione wasn't too fazed. Harry was always grumpy like that. He really needed to loosen up, or he would get stress marks on his face by the year's end. I know it's Christmas, but then, I was getting bored and I knew that you would be getting bored, and then thought that I could help you not get bored, which would help me not get bored, and if we help each other not get bored then I wouldn't have to find you after I get bored, which would be more boring. But I know I'm not bored now because you're not so bored now, but then again, you're looking more angry than bored, and I'm going to stop now, yeah. Harry, however, was at least thankful that other PLE had not been drawn into the insanity surrounding the two of them. At the very least, couldn't the girl be the least bit rational? Granger, I'm entirely not sure exactly how you mean to alleviate my boredom. But for God's sake, please leave anyone else out of it. Can you at least promise me that? Yes, a fine shinobi he was, reduced to this. Hermione didn't even bother to think about her answer. Sure, Harry. Besides, nobody else is as fun as you are. Tell you what, I've thought about this, and I realized something. We have both got powers that the rest of the muggles or wizarding folk don't. That makes us. The drum roll was a bit much, admittedly. As was the pose. Though, not as much as what came next. Superheroes. Harry knew he had to nip this in the bud, or he'd never ever get anything he wanted done. Inability to kill her be damned, but if he ever got stuck in anything resembling spandex, there would be blood. No time like the present to suitably send sanity into the abyss. The warehouse never truly shut down. Given the illegal and valuable cargo contained within, roving guards carrying submachine guns patrolled the area mercilessly, going so far as to eye wandering cats warily. Cat had been the chosen customer earlier. With a couple of genjutsu and a thorough checking for any magical traces that may intrude upon their operation, they were happy enough to try and infiltrate the place in their own manner. Their goal was twofold. One was to learn names. The other was to actually acquire equipment. He was a ninja, and unlike those idiotic wizards who wind about electricity not working around magic and don't try to solve the problem, and so stay in the Middle Ages, he was perfectly willing to train in the modern way of killing people. A silenced pistol is far more common than a kunai as a cause of death, in this world at least. And there were no doubt people he just wouldn't bother to stab to death. Though, the fact that he had yet to actually kill someone was a curious fact. Unless you counted Voldemort, which was really a whole different story. The idea was to convince the head of the operation, Boris, that he had been recommended by a trusted source. This fictitious recommended fellow had no prior knowledge, but could be trusted to a terrible degree. This would be accomplished by genjutsu that was controlled by the victim itself. Trust me, I'm your friend, genjutsu. That turned him into the victim's most trusted person. Then genjutsu was applied to inject feelings and emotions that served to subvert the gut instinct that people relied on. In essence, this Ivan a result to achieve, and the target nervous system would do the needful to achieve it. It was, however, highly chakra intensive, as control had essentially been relinquished to the victim of the genjutsu. Thankfully, it worked quickly enough. From what he could decipher, Boris, a more cliched pseudonym there never was, the heavily cliched stereotypical Russian giant, complete with fur coat and villainish facial hair, was a very simple man. He didn't have any morals to speak of, but he didn't engage in any vices either. A person who simply did not care. The only things he cared about were the guns of the world. He made a nice clean profit in illegal arms, but did not try to peddle unnecessarily either. He surrounded himself with mercenaries, and watched the world as it came out with new ways to kill single people at a distance. However, it also looked like this was the only person they could go to for their needs in the immediate future. Bear and Cat had head despondently before moving on to actually buy a gun, even if it meant dealing with that Russian accent, even if he was fluent enough. So my friend, what type of weapon do you want? Beginners prefer semi-automatic pistols. Cheap, and excellent for a first time. Or do you like submachine guns? Cheap rain of bullets. Not my favorite, but plenty like them. Rifles are many and need skill. I would advise that you know exactly what you want if you are planning to buy rifles. Well, pistols were more suited for his goals. That and snipers, but he didn't think he was ready for that kind of lethality yet. Boris placed the pistol on the table, expertly dismantling and reassembling it in a very impressive manner, showing a lot of practice with the weapon. This is a Makarov, fires 9x18mm round. Standard issue Soviet sidearm. 8-round magazine, effective range of 50 meters. My favorite of them all. Nostalgic, yes. Cat took the unloaded weapon and weighed it. Less than a kilo, and it was somewhat small. He nodded. Another weapon joined them on the table. This is Colt M1911, fires .45 ACP, with a 7-round magazine. Bigger bullet, but slower. Americans love this weapon. They say it beats 9mm every time, but again, they are Yanks. Again, he took it and aimed down the sight. This is a Walther PP. Big brother to PPK, your friend James Bond's favorite weapon. Round for this particular barrel is .380 ACP. Small bullet, but more concealable. Magazine holds 7 rounds, and so went the demonstration. Despite having only 7 different models in stock, he promised to get any model within a month. To demonstrate the weapons available, he took out an encyclopedia-style publication, in a language he did not know. The script was Roman, as opposed to Cyrillic, but he couldn't understand the words. On the other hand, The marks that denoted availability of models were very abundant. Who knew so many models of pistols existed? And the man described nearly 100 more in between too. The man was a poorly hidden gun enthusiast and was eloquent when asked to elaborate. In those 3 hours, Cat believed that he learned more about semi-automatic pistols than he would in the rest of his life. Due to the large amount of cash that Harry could now access, he could afford to stock up on the equipment that he would be soon enough be applying to training. However, Harry did not feel ready to commit with the more modern pistols. He lacked the experience necessary to categorically state what he needed. On the other hand, his inherited collection held examples of 2 wartime pistols, the Luger P08 and the Walther P38, both working types, and both pistols he had spent his fair share of time poking and analyzing the workings of. The problem with the former was its ease of jamming. The complicated toggle lock operation requiring a strict cleanliness, and the latter was relatively problem-free, as far as he could tell. Although, once he got his swords, he would be perfectly happy with a holdout pistol. But not yet, though, the practice could come in handy. I'll take 500 rounds of 9mm Luger. I have a Walther P38 I would like to practice on. Boris nodded with a pleased expression. A sale was always good. Good. I may also have some extra magazines for P38 lying around from few years back. I will sell them cheap, but they may need some cleaning. Not much of a problem that. Harry did get a new holster for the weapon. After he left, Cat continued to snoop around, seeing what other goodies Boris had been sitting on. Despite the outer appearance, the warehouse was fairly empty. Some crates of ammunition, a few submachine guns and what appeared to be 2 Kalashnikovs. The man did not keep his merchandise visible. Bear, of course, was not idle and was using his time to make a trip back to Privet Drive. Harry would soon find some goodies in his trunk. Of course, the semi-independent clone would have to disperse first. After a spirited 20 minutes weird logic that would have made the Quibbler proud, Harry quickly shuffled his insane associate away from populated areas and into the local park, which was at the time marginally less populated on account of the freezing cold. Daylight notwithstanding, walking arm in arm, the two could have been assumed to be a young couple enjoying the holidays. Although, if anyone had seen the two scamper up a tall tree like a pair of squirrels, they would have revised their opinion. In any case, the two were comfortably nestled in the upper branches of a generic tree, which was covered in snow. Harry had finally asked his companion what exactly the relationship they had was. Were they friends, allies, mutually benefiting acquaintances, or any other of the innumerable terms humanity invented, at least in the English or Japanese that he understood, to define cordial relationships? Hermione had thought for a bit, and had opened her mouth to reply when both of them stiffened with unease. Something was wrong. Harry took out his battered Kodachi, Hermione drew out her single-action army, and they waited, in an unnatural stillness and silence, unaware of the drama that was right on top of them. The extra passenger on the ship was a little panicked. There really should not have been a real-life source of the signature that the censors told the crew was an SS-class World Eater. She did not care. Now what was the original source of the particular signature that the censors were given and supposed to be tracking, but had been assured that it was a monster that did not exist anymore? As a result of this unexpected real-life presence of this signature that had conveniently taken the place of a real World Eater signature, though, the entire ship was going into combat against an enemy that should not exist. The real problem was not the imminent fight though. Harusame was supposed to have docked with this ship 5 minutes ago. However, this mishap had resulted in the entire thing being called off. Now the original plan, which she did not know, and would not have been participating in, could not be effected. It was time for the worst-case scenario, as far as she was concerned. Slaughter and sabotage. From the floor of the unused cargo bay, the female infiltrator rose. She was clad in a full-length black body glove, with select armor at shoulders, forearms and shins. It was designated to prevent any and all emission of magic, an expensive and fragile stealth suit. She was armed with the same magic-resistant weapons that were used by ninja field operatives. However, she also carried a single-stair MPI-81. Ordinary ship crew should not be able to defend against such things. She was Hornet, and she would succeed. Sorcery in the East was highly based on energy and motion. So, sorcerer attacked by sending a bolt of lightning at you from the sky above or by sending a wave of water at you. Transfiguration, as known in the West, was almost totally left alone. For one, it was fair, short-term and was highly inefficient in their conversions. The closest equivalent was to turn transmutation, which did not convert any of the elements involved. Also, a sorcerer's anti-firearm in nature, designed as it were to oppose small mass high-velocity objects. Arrows were quite troublesome, bullets fairly more so. To the trained sorcerer mage, neither represent a credible threat, as they tended to have automatic defenses. British called them wards anchored to their clothes, keyed to such things, among others. Hence, ninja opted to do close-up kills, sprinting at very high speeds to stab or behead an unwary magic user. However, individual sorcerers were more or less sensitive to magic, sometimes to such an extent that sorcerer-to-sorcerer combat could be accomplished over distances as large as 5 miles. At close ranges, even the slightest hint of magic emitted by the body may alert the sorcerer of malicious intent. In order to accomplish this, ninja had to entirely abandon the use of external magics. No particular focus was used. All magic was fairly internal. As such, ninja magic for the last 300 years revolved around enhancing the body. Magic was used to control metabolism, senses, body structure and so on. At the higher skill sets, a ninja could speed up the body and mind until the world slowed down. Still, it was not always enough, and sometimes ninja died in spite of skill, preparation and surprise. Firearms were not traditional ninja weapons in any case. Ninja were not traditionally sent to deal with ordinary humans, against whom such a pistol or sniper rifle would have been highly effective. Ninja sent to take care of rogue ninja, or said rogue ninja themselves sometimes carried them, as ordinary people and ninja did not have the all-encompassing fortress-style defenses that sorcerers employed. But then, being ninja, they usually had some means of avoiding getting shot. The first crewman she found was an off-duty officer. A flick of the wrist, and a 4-inch dull black spike went through his throat and spine. She did not even bother to check her handiwork. The rear of the ship was fairly deserted, seeing as many of the men were on standby to provide assistance to the containment team, leaving her path clear of potential corpses. It was standard practice that once the preliminary containment was achieved, there was little need to move from place, as most of the battle would be a contest of power and focus between the target and the team, with the assistance of the ship's equipment. Destruction of such a high-class foe was literally worth the damage that might be sustained by a ship. Consequently, the magical reactor, what they called the ship's heart literally, as the entire power plant was based on sorcery and animal hearts, was crewed by a skeleton crew. The comparatively large room, covered with arcane symbols and odd devices, many of which must have served no purpose at all, was barely glanced at before the intruder began her grim work. As soon as Dragon entered, 2 poison spikes were hammered into the heads of 2 men huddled over a station. Still in motion, her gun rose and spat fire, emptying a 25-round clip into 6 men, who were hovering next to the main control, in an almost perfect position for a single burst. 4 men fell, splattering blood over the console and floor, and the weapon was dropped after clicking empty. For the next part was close quarters. 2 of them were ninja and had refused to die, moving as soon as they had sensed the intruder. A moment after she entered, they had moved out of the way so as to avoid any projectiles she may have sent their way, avoiding the rain of lead she had sent at them in that split-second advantage she had. Consequently, they were not in the locations that were fired at, seeing as she had only a fraction of a second to pick her targets. So the black-clad woman raced across the room, dropping the empty pistol and drawing out 2 dull black GN in a flourish as she jumped at her 2 opponents, who were wielding a pair of sai and a katana. Due to the proximity of the highly volatile and sensitive equipment, the 3 were fairly subdued, staying away from the more flashy acrobatics that could have destroyed all of them in a flash. And Dragon was skilled enough to hold off the slightly longer-reaching katana and the short and quick sai. 2 minutes into the high-speed melee, the katana wielder was beheaded. The woman had let her right shoulder be stabbed clean through with a sai, even as her right arm had beheaded the first fellow. A hit from the sai, A stab wound was much more preferable to the loss of a head or limb the katana would have accomplished. She was quick enough that her lone opponent could not capitalize on her weakness. Another 30 seconds later, the second ninja also lay on the floor, a GN through the groin having suitably incapacitated him. She took a few seconds of rest before finishing off the incapacitated ninja. The next part was the really tricky bit. The spirit shadow had 24 spheres called celestial orbs in various locations on the ship, each slightly bigger than a basketball, which served as both capacitors and power distributors, that supplied raw magical energy to the different systems, whether they be life support, or the lift system that kept the ship airborne. The power to his whole system was provided from the heart of the ship, where she was. The ship as a whole, despite its magical origin, was divided up along surface navy fashion, with quite similar in purpose Becca. Used they were definitely not similar in function equipment, a way of letting a crew of squibs, ninja and sorcerers operate the vessel. The heart room had 5 cylinders, at the corners of a pentacle, with a larger cylinder in the center. With various displays and small stations here and there. Each translucent, glowing cylinder contained a suspended rigid sphere, the heart of an animal dead of natural causes turned via sorcery into a red sphere, a heart stone. In a ship of this size, this meant that the heart of ravens, pigs or horses could be used, each subtly changing the performance of the ship accordingly. Heart stones drew magic directly from the fabric of the universe, supplying it in a more usable form. This sorcery had been around a long time and was a very exact art. Controls and balances kept the power drawn from the systems at a rate that ensured the ship and its systems remained intact and not vaporized. Dragon carefully fiddled with the controls, pushing buttons and turning dials until the produced power was greater than what the celestial orbs could safely handle, something that was extremely difficult when you consider the safeguards built into the thing. In theory, this would eventually overload them, blowing up the ship. Next, she smashed up the visible controls, preventing anyone from saving the now doomed ship. She sheathed the 2 swords and holstered the discarded pistol and left the room. The woman ran towards the lifeboats, an arm slightly hindering her thanks to blood loss and pain. Pain could be ignored, but not completely forgotten. She reached the closest vessel and boarded it. A quickly entered password, known only to command crew, told the boat to leave the ship without alerting anyone inside. A whole section of outer hull opened up and allowed the craft, which resembled a fully enclosed and winged powerboat, to leave and speed off. The hull then closed up behind her. The small craft's emergency transmitter was carefully adjusted and a single word was sent to the universe. Her mission was finally done. The first sign that something was wrong was when the celestial orb right next to the bow exploded. It was a very dangerous area, especially considering that one of the magazines was nearby in a heavily armored section. The resulting secondary explosions nearly blew off a full fifth of the ship, killing off a few men too. Nearly 20 seconds after, not quite enough time for anybody to begin damage control, the others began to explode, shattering many sections of the hull and blowing off magically charged wooden armor plate from the outside. In the end, only 2 were left intact, at a capacity close to but not quite beyond maximum. They were saved because the last exploded Orhip's heart, annihilating the heart stones and rendering the entire power grid inert. A full half of the ship's crew, not to mention all but one of the containment team, lay dead, including the men dead from the intruder's direct hand. With the loss of majority of the ship's systems, the ship was rendered fully visible to any magical being, the innate nature of the vessel thankfully rendering it still invisible to normal people. Emergency systems immediately began to turn the ship towards the closest water body that would allow it to be safely ditched, the Straits of Dover. The captain of the ship had been killed, along with most of the command crew. So command fell to Toshiro, who did not relish the promotion. Damage report. The crew of the sensor room had been wounded rather severely when the ship had decided to roll. So there was a delay as more cognizant men were helping their comrades with basic first aid. Even limbs could be regrown with difficulty, but it was pointless if they did not survive to get the required treatments. As a consequence of this, though, many of the more severe wounds were cauterized, without anesthetic. The first 2 minutes were spent in blood and screams. A blood-stained crewman with a broken arm shouted and tapped away at a flickering screen that was scrolling text at a haphazard rate. And cursed. The ship was a total loss. It was barely staying up as it was and wasn't even salvage-worthy. Entire sections had disappeared from the power systems. The heart was gone. Just 2 celestial orbs were active, powering propulsion, life support and basic navigational aids. The only thing left was to safely scuttle her. Toshiro, by now having a good idea as to exactly how desperate the situation really was, ordered the crew to abandon ship. He, along with the last member of the containment team, decided to stay with the slowly accelerating wreck until it was assured that she would drop into deep water. Secrecy was paramount, even in this crisis. Of course, it would not have been an issue if they were sailing over Asia. But Europe was an entirely different matter. Of course, they did not forget to send a distress signal to the nearest friendly vessel, along with a communication to look out for survivors. The remaining crew was quickly loaded onto the lifeboats, 3-man, short-range, barrel-shaped vessels that would nonetheless get them to at least the English Channel, leaving alone those which had been blown away or rendered inoperable. With nothing to lose, the outer hull sections were blown away, as opposed to neatly opened, letting the smaller vessels get off the ship. Also came the more versatile powerboat with wings, types of which 2 had been in storage, but 1 survived, which held the surviving ninja contingent, all 6 of them. They would head for Takeda's base in central London. Both Harry and Hermione had heard the distant explosion quite a distance above them. Both were admittedly shocked when they made out the clear frame of an odd-looking ship tilting to the side and expelling debris. A more observant clone used up all its chakra to send the few people in the park outside with a really strong genjutsu. In the next few minutes, they were treated to the sight of several smaller shapes racing away from the bigger shape which had first been falling towards the ground, but had seemingly stopped its descent and had rolled side over side 2 times. Before beginning to slowly lumber towards the east, seemingly at an angle, like a ship that was half sunk, trailing smoke and debris. Frankly, it looked a bit like some airship disaster. Above them, all pieces of debris were just falling like rain. While most of it simply seemed to be shredded wood, some of the debris was far more intriguing. Seeing as there was no immediate danger, the 2 relaxed and began to look around. Harry sent his clones to scour the park for whatever they could see. In the end, the most interesting bits included some badly damaged, if intact, metal safes, pieces of furniture, mysterious lumps of various sizes of metal, and even a burnt walk that looked to have been perforated from a hand grenade explosion. The park, having been empty, was reasonably undisturbed, and a strong wind jutsu swept up the small bits of debris that would have marked the existence of the odd incidents. Hermione left after sunset, telling Harry that she would be back later. The vacation wasn't at an end and tomorrow was Christmas proper. More fun could always be had later. Of course, just when things had finally settled down, he was treated to a set of memories of a very odd shadow clone. Wolf smiled. It had taken a while. But his quest, perhaps the most difficult of them all, was over. It will take 3 months. I shall have your blades ready for delivery in 3 months. Are you sure you will not let me engrave upon it? Wolf shook his head. Finding an actual swordsmith in the middle of London had been next to impossible. Never mind one who would create the obviously Japanese weapons he required. So Wolf was not entirely surprised to find said bladesmith was American. It had taken a long time. He had asked around, jumping between locations in the city until he found who he needed. Eventually, he had stumbled upon this man in his early 30s, not a recognized master of any sort, but certainly, this obscurely located fellow had done excellent work. His displayed Japanese katana were of high quality, giving hope that these simpler Chikudo-style blades would be of good quality. With the high price he had pushed on the blades, the smith had quite pridefully declared that if the blades were not to his satisfaction, he would replace the set for free. Perhaps the one thing that the man had done that gained his respect was to not ask questions beyond those needed to fulfill design. Obviously, the guy was a professional, not to mention discreet. So more pluses there. So he really had no problem ordering 2 kodachi as well. Might as well stick with proper short swords. Well, that was one mission completed. Wolf slipped behind a building and dispelled, bewildering 2 shifty-looking characters who had been following the easy mark. Above the English Channel, the Harusame sailed invisibly over the ocean, at a height of 500 meters. The ship was fairly large and resembled an ancient Japanese fortress on a water hull. Being a vessel not usually sent outside friendly territory, it did not have the complicated passive magical wards and defenses oriented towards making it unseen by magical beings of any kind. Consequently, it stayed above open water, where wizards tended not to tread. As the first boat approached, a beacon was used to guide it in. It was the infiltrator, stowaway, and was clearly expected. A hangar of sorts opened up in the rear and let the new arrival glide in. The next arrivals did not fare as well. As soon as the ships were close enough to be unable to escape, ports opened up on the side and bright orbs lanced out at near sonic velocities, vaporizing the lifeboats from the doomed Japanese vessel. In 10 minutes, proper targeting had ensured the annihilation of the every boat that had headed for that beacon. The ship had been specially overhauled for combat 3 months ago, and consequently was much more heavily armed than usual. Nearly an hour later, the Spirit Shadow slowly reached the same location. Sections of The ship that had been only mildly damaged were now on fire, and it was obvious to anyone there that the nobody was still alive. Still, the ship had to be sunk, so the Chinese vessel lined up what passed for her bow at the other ship and let loose a single shot. The projectile was a naval 16-inch shell, used in battleships. Not an actual such shell, of course, but the subsequent explosion was impressive enough, especially to the 2 wizards on broomsticks down below who had come up to see what the commotion was all about. 5 minutes later, all parties had departed the scene, leaving nothing but some floating wood far below. Harry looked bug-eyed at all the stuff that was in the garage. The really odd part was it himself. Well, odd for him. It might have to do with the fact that by his new memories, he had just killed a lot of really evil people. Or it might have been that a certain Fox-masked clone had broken up 2 entire drug distribution operations, leaving behind nearly 70 bodies. Or maybe it was the storage scroll that was labeled £6 million. Fox had been busy. The mass storage scroll marked armor was not really curing his headache either. Sitting in a corner was a bunch of stolen Star Wars costumes, including a Boba Fett-style Mandalorian helmet, a full set of adult stormtrooper armor, a full biker scout armor, and neatly sliced quarter-size pieces of TIE pilot helmet. This day couldn't possibly get any more weird. Thankfully, it didn't. However, he still had to go through the memories of an very active clone who had lost any desire to follow the law. Not to mention the brutal slaughter of drug runners and associates, who had been totally outmatched by a shadow clone, was going to be troublesome. Having never killed before, it was going to take some getting used to. Stabbing 50 people with just a kitchen knife and shooting the rest would probably give him nightmares for a while. On the other hand, Fox had proved beyond a doubt the superiority of a Naruto-style shinobi against firearm-equipped adversaries. Of course, the mad clone had at least kept his mask on at all times, so any possible electronic evidence would not be traced to him. At least the clone had spent only 2 whole nights in a near-psychopathic killing spree, followed by the robbing spree, although the money was from criminal sources, so who was he to complain? The clone had also somehow found the time to sit down and write a treatise on sealing formulas necessary to ensure structural integrity on impact by firearm ammunition. Of course, that would still take a while to complete. Well, at least he could use the armor, once this new field of research was properly worked out. Bulletproofing himself was looking like a good idea, especially when he saw the result of the lethality of a bullet to unprotected humanity. He was really beginning to wish he had stayed here. Where was he going to find the time to do something without having to rely on clones? Hermione, the real one, meanwhile spent an awful lot of time in quiet contemplation, so much so that her parents actively tried to talk to her about it. She avoided it only as someone with a lot of practice could. With skill and deception, she was wondering about when her new powers were supposed to kick in. Aurora had mentioned a while, but in her terms could mean 10 minutes to a century. It was not that she was overeager about being able to change the universe at its base level, well, not much anyway, but in her more grounded moments, she could really see the appeal of running around and doing whatever odd things that Harry could come up with. The boy wasn't quite stable, not entirely, and seemed to be on a quest of some fashion. Well, she could help with that. She just had to rein in her more chaotic tendencies. And her urges to play dodge the bullet. And let's not forget her miserable childhood-induced superhero fetish. Yes, it was perfectly logical. Now if only Harry wouldn't run off screaming, as he should. When she tells him that Hermione Granger is never going to abandon Harry Potter. Christmas was actually quite boring. Sure, there was a tree and presents and carols, but thinking about what Fawkes had done, his mind simply could not muster the effort to pretend to be happy. Vernon was concerned, but left him alone. Reformed or not, that man would never be allowed to help Harry again. His sleep was disturbed by visions of massacres, both real and imagined. But Harry tried not to shy away, for this was also a part of him he could not ignore. He wasn't quite successful though. Hayate looked at the disturbing reports on his desk. One was from the captain of the Harusame. It was a report which basically said that they saw nothing until it was too late. That by the time the Japanese vessel had reached their area, they were only able to watch as the dragon boat sank into British waters. The rest of it was rubbish. The other one was from the ninja that had gone towards London and safely met with Takeda and his men. They reported an ominous series of explosions, consistent with a cascading failure in the celestial orbs. This meant that somebody had managed to completely subvert every single one of the various detection systems and magical artifacts a vessel of that type could carry. While it certainly was impressive enough, it was not something he could admire when it was done against a ship on a mission he had set up. And something like this is normally a prelude to war, something their resident seer had no inkling of. So it was either isolated incident with no significant bearing on the future, or somebody or many somebodies had managed to circumvent the entire Japanese system, at every single level. If it was the former, they could recover. If it was the latter, there would be no chance at all, for any of them, even without an SS-class foe breathing down their necks. Of course, if it was the latter, could they have somehow undermined their seer as well? Sorcery could do incredible things if you have knowledge, imagination and power. Was it possible that their target was actually not there? Suddenly this possibility started to take hold in his mind. This next move might be risky, but could be a better use of his rather inflexible resources. If it came down to it, he would rather sacrifice his entrenched position in Britain than to risk a complete system collapse here. Whatever the cause, a coup would be terrible, successful or not. Of course, he would tell Takeda that he was likely waiting for death, but that was life for an actual ninja. Dying if it was part of your orders. And then of course, if both reports were true, there existed a mysterious foe that could stay undetected and wipe out every lifeboat that made it off that sinking ship. It looked like he had to call back most of his foreign assets for a better idea of the home front. He would even have to cooperate with the other ninja clans. What a mess. Horse L. ooked at his creator with supremely concealed amusement. Learning to turn sheet plastic into vacuum-formed armor was quite difficult. So it was that 20 different clones were doing various jobs that were quite new to them. Sculpting and making molds were not your average ninja skill. So actually making the plastic and combat useless armor would take a while. On the other hand, he was learning how to use automotive paints to give his armor a better camouflage when he finally made his personalized ceiling-enhanced custom armor set. Well, he would once he learned how to get the sheets into proper shape. At least he had finally shifted from the stormtrooper helmet. The thing simply had no visibility to speak of. Neither did the others, but a scout trooper helmet certainly worked wonders for visibility. Perhaps a more personalized version, with a grill for using those pesky mouth origin wind jutsu, and a metal cage for better impact resistance, and even some helmet liner. Yes, that would work best. And the rest of the armor could stay about the same, with better shoulder guards, or even pauldrons. Yes, it would work nicely. And Horse quietly sketched the ideas that his creator was spouting off, knowing that he would certainly be embarrassed to see himself drool like that. What a Christmas present that would be. The rest of that vacation passed simply enough. Harry worked on several things at once, and took it upon himself to learn more about ballistics. Hermione wandered about, learning and acting, having fun that had been missing in her life. Several people around the world wondered what had happened in the skies of Britain. And Department of Mysteries department head went for more headache relief potion at the latest report on his desk. The beginning of 1993 was just one big headache all round. Lucius Malfoy sat in a bar, nursing a glass of fire whiskey, BTing with a degree of concentration he had not displayed during his newts. He was plainly dressed, and his hair had been tied back to a ponytail. There was no need to maintain any airs at all here. This was America, the land where a Malfoy could get drunk in public, without being on the front page for it. Looking out at the street outside, Lucius could honestly say that he did not like this. The colonies were frankly boring. There were shamans, and wizards to be sure, but the whole place was infested with muggles. Why couldn't he have chosen a better place to relocate to in times of need? Like Egypt or Australia, maybe Amsterdam, but no matter, his time here was at an end. The elegant missive that Ha.D. just arrived had oh so graciously invited him to return safely, because the problem has been removed. What did that mean? Was the terrible monster that Takeda had spoken of with fear tempered by awe destroyed? Or was it that his use had finally been ended in needing to dispose of a Malfoy, they were calling him to them? He didn't think so, but the Dark Lord had driven some very harsh lessons into his skull. And the most significant one was that those who are useless die. And to an organization like Hakume, any wizard at all was useless. On the other hand, said organization could just easily behead him right where he was sitting, in the lap of anonymity. At least the rest of his family was enjoying it. Narcissa had relished the chance to get out of that stuffy manor and actually have fun. She disappeared for hours on end and came back giggling like a little girl. Pureblood male chauvinist or not, some things you just did not want to know. The Muggle city nearby was a possible cause, but at the end of the day, he really didn't care what she did in her free time. Unless it landed him in trouble, that is. Draco on the other hand seemed to be smiling a lot for some reason. It seemed that Hogwarts just did not agree with the boy. Sure, he knew that the whole of Slytherin belonged to the Malfoy heir, but something about the school seemed to make Draco bristle. But he wasn't going to interfere there. Draco would have to learn how to deal with whatever irritated him. Adapt or eliminate, that was how he himself had left his mark on the world all those years ago, when Lucius Malfoy was a more naive 11-year-old. Lucius did hope that it wasn't all those tales about Dumbledore that did it. It would be really something if his son was this way because he didn't like the Dumbledore Lucius had described. In any case, since the crisis was over, he'd go back. Severus would have to remain ignorant for a while. He had no intention of passing along any directly relevant WS until the creepy assassins were far, far away. From Britain, that is. At any rate, it was at least 3 days till Draco needed to show up at Hogwarts. And today was as good a day as any to return to the mess that was the wizarding world. Who cared that he was partly responsible for that mess? Harry packed away his things into sealing scrolls. He had a lot of things to do, and an unknown amount of time to do it. The happenings of Christmas Eve had left him with a vague feeling of dread. There was no rest for him and he was pushing himself, maintaining 40 at a time, absorbing the headache. As each one dispersed and another was created. Even then, water clones were drafted to do hard labor. Seals were tested, duties were done. Clones fought grimly, testing the shared combat potential of each of them. Despite his own feelings on the matter, Harry had gone ahead and painted his scout armor in a dark 3-tone forest camouflage. Both sides of the plastic had been covered with a near-solid mass of lines and kanji, representing the progress that had been accomplished with regard to the neutralization of inbound kinetic energy. It couldn't stop a bullet yet, but it was good for falling from a height or blunt force trauma. The whole thing was then covered with a slightly altered automotive clear coat, providing protection without the annoying gloss. Each individual piece was CTED by a harness that was recycled from mountain climbing gear instead of the old Velcro. Helmet liner and padding kept the ensemble comfortable. The bottom half of a cut-down coat wound around the waist, held up by the belt, and open to the front, a creation whose main purpose was to cover his rear and thighs from behind, and provide extra concealment to his legs, by breaking up lines, especially with all the camouflage. This would be needed mostly once his swords were in his hands. At least that's what he told himself. Sometimes things just looked cooler that way, and he didn't want a cape. Also going with him was weaponry. Fox had salvaged 40 handguns, lots of ammunition, and his own, inherited, Walther P38. With this came an assortment of knives and odd things he thought he might need. Like lots of sheet plastic, if the come-and-go room proved as useful as he desired, there were possibilities: couple of medical books, some books on physics, and other things that he was curious about. The big book of swords he left at home. He was more interested in other things for the moment. The train station was as noisy as ever. Platform 9 3/4, however, was fairly less crowded, as there were less people than at the start of the year. Nonetheless, with all the reluctance and foot dragging that was in the atmosphere, reaching an empty compartment was quite difficult. In any case, Harry had not been seated for 5 minutes before his associate appeared in a whirlwind of action, scattering students and luggage like feathers in a hurricane. But for some ominous reason, she was quiet, eerily so in fact. However, having a lot of things to do meant that Harry used the time in reading 5 books at once. The roaming clones were in his new costume, battle armor. Though the Akatsuki cloak rendered much of the armor's intimidation factor void. Then again, being invisible reduced any possible impact to absolutely zero. The train moved slowly at first, then began to pick up speed. PLE both outside and inside gave their final goodbyes of the day, and there were even people who, in an eerie parody of the start of the year, got on the train after it started moving. In other words, it was pretty normal. Some people, though, were not quite in a normal state. Other than the obvious cases like Harry and Hermione, there were also people like Draco Malfoy, who was still failing to make sense of all his father's actions in these past holidays. Or Susan Bones, who, along with many others across the country, wondered why the ministry was in uproar over something that the Daily Prophet had no inkling about. But, seeing as he was going to be using it anyway, he decided to get into his armor. After all, to put it in storage after all that effort was just criminal. Especially since he had managed to turn paper thin and about just as strong hips sheets into strong and reliable armor. Yes, he liked the word armor a lot. He unsealed and donned the armor, unintentionally giving Hermione a show she cared nothing for. 2 minutes and some nifty chakra puppetry had suitably tugged and tightened every strap and belt. The armor harness and armor itself was secure. Now all that was left was his weapons. Few as they were, a Glock 17 and 3 extra clips went into one of the pouches that scout troopers had on the waist. Although, they were more hidden as the lines were broken by his camouflage pattern. A total of 12 individual knives slid into a myriad of holsters and recesses he had built into the armor. His helmet was secured and its faceplates slammed shut. More puppetry slid metal clamps into place, making taking off the helmet a considerably difficult task. Armor secured, he sat down in his seat, taking out a book on anatomy, seeking new places his weapons could hit to kill somebody. There is no end to learning, no useless knowledge. The day of Christmas 1992 was a rather chaotic day. It's not every day that the ministry had to deal with ship-to-ship battles in the air. Especially ones that, if but for be visible to every idiot with open eyes on either side of the channel. Some had even managed to take pictures. The conflicting reports given by the various government agencies who fancied themselves responsible did not help at all. The event managed to hit the news, and all the Ministry of Magic could do was to rewrite the memories in such a way as to make it seem like a hoax. Or at least, reduce the number of people who believed it to be true. Retractions of eyewitness statements were at an all-time high for such a high-profile event. And much like all the other mysteries of the world, the Channel Flying Dutchman was soon relegated to the realm of conspiracy theorists and the partially insane. That, however, did not mean that the magical end had finished with it too. For unlike the Muggles, the Department of Mysteries, as well as several broom riders, had managed to salvage several pensive memories worth of footage, of flying ships and boats, and the eventual shootout that took place over international waters. It was a very disturbing sight. Even with 2 wars against Dark Lords in recent memory, a full-scale organized battle with standardized troops and equipment. Funny how they wrangled that out of the very disturbing sight of a sailing ship performing the naval equivalent of whack-a-mole was very much out of the comprehension range of the average pureblood. It took some of the few Muggleborn from the Dom to straighten out their pureblood brethren, who were understandably ignorant with regards to ships, firearms, or Star Wars. On the other hand, There were people who noted that at least one of the escaping craft from Ship A did not head towards the Channel, but instead, headed towards central London, where Diagon and more importantly the Ministry itself were located. A joke by somebody that maybe it was an assassination plot against Fudge was enough to send the rotund minister into panic. DMLE-WA-S tasked with finding out the persons unknown suspected to be plotting against the Ministry of Magic and the demise of the minister himself. Needless to say, lots of people were miffed at having the IR Christmas interrupted right after lunch, especially to do a task nobody had the tiniest idea about how to go about doing. Department of Mysteries had confiscated most of the evidence and memories for study. So the DMLE was left with verbal testimonies, which did not include the descriptions of exactly what they were supposed to be searching for. To be fair, neither did the DOM, but that was no help at all. The other departments were in even more chaos. A full recall of all personnel followed by not giving anybody instructions meant that all departments save the one dealing with Centaur relations were in absolute chaos. That was not to say that everyone was running around like headless chickens. Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour were personally scouring London in a bid to find traces of what had happened there. Whatever ward had hidden Ship A had been disrupted with the first explosions, and the London-bound craft had managed to reacquire the invisible to everything effect not too far away from the ship. They had sent an owl to Albus, something the minister seemed to have forgotten to do, in the hope of pooling their efforts and making some headway. Unfortunately, it seemed that for once, Albus had less information than them. It was an unusual situation to say the least. On the other hand, the sight of Dumbledore frowning, a rare sight indeed, did far more to panic two of T. He most influential agents of wizarding power than the idea of a group of individuals of some power who may or may not have assassinating the minister as one of their goals. Albus Dumbledore was quite fed up with having foreign nationals traipsing about the country he represented internationally and more to the point lived in. So he called together an international meeting that basically asked everyone to please leave the English alone. This in turn panicked a whole different set of people who had just enough intelligence to read between the lines but not enough to figure out how to deal with it. With the diplomatic equivalent of an annoyed yell, the wider Western magical community was thrown into organized chaos. London itself had been thrown into a tizzy. Aurors were searching every corner of London, sweeping the streets and alleys for unusual wards and magical traces. They were quite unsuccessful in catching any of their unknown targets. They were however able to solve 12 very troublesome unsolved cases, sending 15 men and women to Azkaban and having 4 of them kissed by the end of the year. But the objective of the hunt remained unfulfilled. Wizards weren't the only ones to have headaches that Christmas. And neither was the Channel Flying Dutchman the only big news. The Christmas Day Massacre was also a very newsworthy item, especially when violence of the scale was previously unknown, at least to the general public. Scotland Yard pored over the evidence gathered, which painted a rather grim picture. 2 entire groups, who for whatever reason had been working together, had been brutally slaughtered. The operation had been quick and brutal. The first 50 or so deaths were by stab wounds from a large kitchen knife. The victims had been defending themselves and had been cut down by knife wounds to vital areas. The killers had a marked preference for the neck and heart, and were seemingly content to leave the fatally wounded men to bleed to death, as the seemingly slow, unhurried and bloody footprints attested to, or even the blood-stained walls that had silhouettes of people leaning against them, waiting for the arterial spray to stop before moving to the next hallway. The victims themselves were untrained thugs and were not the best of shots, but this was ridiculous. Several different calibers had been noted to be fired, including 9mm, 10mm auto, .45 ACP, .40 S&W, .44 Magnum and .357 Magnum. After many had died though, the killers had run into more defended areas of the building, with steel doors and tables to provide cover. At this point, they had begun using the weapons previously fired at them, although, seeming to prefer just the 9mm to kill the remaining men. With this, the attackers had managed to kill men wielding submachine guns and shotguns. Only God knew what kind of villains now threatened the peace of their great country. The place had been thoroughly emptied of anything useful, but the casings and the evidence had been untouched. As if this was a calling card or a challenge to the authorities. Money, paperwork and even clothing had been taken. But a few £1,000,000 worth of drugs had not, neither had the alcohol or the vehicles. It was a mystery to be sure. Some investigators theorized that it was some sort of operation to recover some valuable item the gangs had been in possession of. Others believed it was a message to whoever had been backing the drug operation. A third theory was that it was some kind of demonstration of skill. Whatever the case, lots of people were losing sleep. The fact that the very valuable drugs had not been taken was not helping. The not taking of drugs was putting some serious holes in the popular suspects. Every round fired had their casings accounted for, eggs. Point for about 20 or so revolver-fired ones. The entire structure, however, was free of the weapons themselves. The killers were quick and used identical bladed weapons. None of the victims were aimed in any manner and were in the process of defending themselves with the missing firearms when they were stabbed at close range. Some of the wounds were by thrown knives, based on the wounds and their positions. They used footwear identical in size and tread pattern, left no fingerprints and did not use any of the by then blood-covered exits. It was a frightening scenario, a team of highly skilled soldiers who brought knives to a gunfight, and won. It was like the plot of a bad Hollywood action film. And then the government started breathing down their necks. Hogwarts itself proved aided to the strange happened and went on by its usual pace. But things always change. Harry stopped being paranoid and cut down his shadow clone usage to just the immediate area. Hermione seemed to be regaining tact and was less brazen in her efforts to be entertained. The first feast after Christmas proved that when Harry did not feel like a frog on a dissection table throughout the meal. Med the random girl had finally found other things to do, at least for a little while. Harry found that he was going to need to slow down. His body was in peak physical condition at the moment and only puberty could change his body now. He was already the tallest in class, but knowing what his adult form looked like from that experiment with the aging potion, he couldn't wait to be back in that body, permanently. On the other hand, having less to do with his real body meant he was now spending a lot of time with his peers. Being a Ravenclaw, most just assumed he had finally burnt out and needed a break. Human beings are not built to handle learning day after day for months on end. Most first years hit that limit in a few weeks. And afterwards, they learned mostly in the privacy of their dorms or common room. Outside, they became more approachable, especially by other houses. It was something that happened year after year. With more free time, Harry took the time to physically talk to people. Feeling the need to at least interact with people who were not mentally identical energy constructs. Talking to yourself was all well and good until you realized that you had differences in opinion with yourself. He discovered that the people around him had their own areas of expertise, even if they weren't meant for killing anybody. Some could sing, some could dance, some were avid puzzle solvers, some played chess. Each houses had different people, and they were all unique individuals who had their own stories. The Muggleborn especially were not from a perfect world. Not everyone was a well-adjusted model citizen after all. It was fun and rewarding to connect with people. And Harry was not so heartless as to close off his soul from the people around him. It started slowly, of course. He began to talk to the students in his own year, not ignoring them with that somewhere else look on his face. And he made small talk like all the other people did. For entire stretches of time, he practiced his ability to socialize. And after so long a time without it, he was socializing. After Hermione, he was extremely happy to interact with normal people. Perhaps because of her, he started his efforts to reach out with the most unlikely person to ever start anything with. He reached out to Neville Longbottom. And he did it because they were both at a similar level with regards to the social ladder of first year. They were on the fringes, even more so than the most stereotypical Ravenclaw. Apparently, a boy who spent his time reading was too disappointing to even bother talking about. His planned slide to obscurity had, for the moment at least, succeeded a bit too well. He had reached the bottom of the Hogwarts pyramid and was now absolutely out of allies and associates. So he had sought out a person who had the most potential out of his year mates. A potential he could cultivate, helping both them and him in time. He considered many people who had diverse backgrounds and limitations. Eventually he chose someone he could see a disturbingly buried potential in. Much like his own school days, Neville seemed content to wrap himself in obscurity, letting every one surge ahead in their grades while he only bothered with herbology. Harry would have been suspicious, except that Neville lacked a controlled obliviousness in his actions. No, this was entirely subconscious. It was only when he had begun to look for this sort of thing that he had noticed the hidden depths. Unconsciously clenching fists, tightening of muscles in his arms, and the curiously specific wand twitch, where the hand automatically turns to a grip, without the wand being present. And Harry knew that only he and maybe that Japanese spy could have understood just what demons lurked within the Longbottom, waiting to be unleashed. That is not to say he had not talked to others first. No, he definitely wasn't going to emulate his tragically hyper acquaintance by latching on to the first person that intrigued him. He had taken the time to talk with a surprised Hogwarts first year. Herbology had been spent helping his peers, and in hallways, he took the time to speak to those he hadn't. Spy networks were nice, but they really didn't substitute for real conversation, where you had some control over what people talked about. It was galling to realize that even if he could kill or subdue any of these people in a myriad of ways, he was still lagging in conversing with people his own age. Hermione hadn't helped. He could act as cultured and refined as a royal or as straightforward as a bar brawler. But speaking to kids his own age simply eluded him. It was perhaps fortunate that Ravenclaws were stereotyped as having low social interaction skills. Still, he had learned a lot more about his classmates. Like the fact that the most common complaint among the Muggleborn were not a lack of television, but telephones. Or that certain Slytherins were very knowledgeable about his Gringotts account. Or that Ron Weasley's father had managed to permanently enchant a Ford Angelina into a flying car. Or that Justin Finch Fletchley was simply put loaded. And all the while, Hermione continued to be absent. Neville Longbottom was not much to look at, but he was rather friendly. Some may have called him pathetic, but Harry was of a different mind. He knew that once puberty hit, all that baby fat would disappear, and Neville would prove to be quite a different person. And Harry was quite fascinated by the young monk's ridiculous affinity with plants. While everyone else had found such a talent useless, Harry was far more open-minded. He only needed to think about the first Hokage, and he was curious about this seemingly magical ability to grow and nurture life. There was also an aura of loneliness that seemed to emanate off the boy, a loneliness that Harry had far too much experience in himself. Of course, this loneliness was overshadowed by the repressed irritation the boy gave off. Simply watching the play of muscles on his arms when somebody made fun of Neville was interesting enough. That boy had a hell of a lot of repressed issues, and all subconscious by the look of it. But Harry knew that Neville would be fine. Because once you work through your problems, the only way left is up. Corrupting the tragic hero. Yes, Neville Longbottom was going to find that life can be full of surprises. And while Harry didn't know if and how their parents had known each other, he was not going to let such untapped potential go to waste. The Longbottom name was still worth something, and Harry was very willing to ally himself publicly with its latest heir. And if they became friends along the way, it was so much the better. Harry was sitting on top of the tower. The moon shone down in the darkness, lighting up the castle and the Forbidden Forest in a spine-tingling manner. He felt anticipation and longing, a desire to explore and discover the secrets of that forest. What mysteries would he uncover? What tales lay waiting to be told in the crypt-like silence and unnatural stillness of the woods? What manner of men had journeyed before him, and been lost to the world ever since? The Forbidden Forest was no small patch of woodland. It was a maze and a trap, designed to both sustain and imprison its denizens. An illusion even more massive than the one that kept Hogwarts from Muggle eyes kept the forest from magical eyes. There was energy that hung over the place. This was a lake of nature chakra, and it called to him whenever he looked at the forest. No illusion hid the grandeur of millennia of growth. There was no doubt that this forest was a relic of ages past, more magnificent than ever. One day, he promised himself. One day, I shall vow the roots of that place, and perhaps others shall join me. Professor Quirrell, Dada Professor and willing host to Lord Voldemort, lay racked in pain in his quarters. The moans of pain went unheard from outside the warded room. He lay on his side, because the Dark Lord was not one to let his face be smothered into a pillow, no matter whether he could breathe or not. Not that he had slept at all after the two met. Ma Master. The rejection is getting worse. An agony no potion could cure. Quirrell was being torn apart from the inside out, and feeling every tiny bit of it. It was a good thing that he only experienced it at night, a time that he was not exposed. The tiny sips of unicorn blood forcefully taken was too little to compensate for the negative effects of the rejectee. Of the union between parasite and host. Not to mention that the blood, from a nocturne dealer that ventured into the Forbidden Forest, cost a great deal of galleons that had nearly depleted his cash from Albania. Relying on that man was foolhardy at the best of times. The Dark Lord on the other hand was patently unsympathetic. He was experiencing an equal amount of pain and he was hardly inconvenienced. His dark rituals, that had painstakingly shaved away slivers of his damnable humanity, inch by miserable inch, had been far more painful. Nevertheless, it was time to use his backup plan. Dumbledore's defenses were far too annoying when he was at a fraction of his power. Trapped in a body not his own, he had to wring out every bit of utility he could if he wanted to succeed. It was truthfully more aggravating than when he had been turned into a formless wisp of spirit. Quirrell, the unicorn blood, you know what must be done. Even under the prospect of agony and with his mind twisted by the presence of Voldemort. Quirinus hesitated for an instant before he bent his master's will. Still, it took an effort to master his words to some semblance of normality. He would have to ignore the pain for now. It shall be done. And then he took his cloak, schooled his face and departed to the Forbidden Forest, limping at times when the pain was too much. That night, the first of the unicorns were killed. The only option they had was the mass consumption of unicorn blood. And then Lord Voldemort turned his mind to even more risky moves he could make. First the hound, and then the rest of those traps would fall. Immortality would be his. Harry looked around the room of requirement. Once again, it was in the Hall of Blades that Hermione had used to demonstrate how to use weapons. And once again, he was looking at the various weapons there were. Despite his desire for the straight and long, he was finding that with his current choice of working clothes, he wouldn't have much space to store them. Not to mention, dual wielding and elemental manipulation was not something he was fully proficient in. So it looked like his best bet was to either compile a seal formula for developing wind chakra along a blade edge or mastering his wind affinity till its use was unconscious. Unfortunately, his ability in the cutting aspect of wind, while considerable, progressed way too slowly for him to use it in a battle-ready condition anytime soon. Cutting leaves. Done. Covering kunai in a lethal envelope. Easy. Doing the same to a sword. Work in progress. So for the moment, he was trying out other blades. Clones were trying out basic stances in a variety of weapons, testing not only his adaptability to unfamiliar weapons, but his ability to use them as weapons. The only problem was that he was really bad at it. He was for the moment better at knives, considering his body and experience. The original took a pair of Chinese broadswords, also called Dao, and spoke up. "Okay guys, let's begin." Instantly, everyone stopped everything else and charged him with their current weapons. And Harry grimly began to fight back. Fighting multiple opponents simultaneously is very different from fighting one-on-one. For one thing, your mind is forced to consider the actions of many people at the same time as it is busy fighting. Inexperienced fighters can be quickly overwhelmed from sheer mass of information they need to possess. At the same time, you also have to be focused on the here and now. On the other hand, very few people can engage a single person at a time, simply because there's only that much space to fight a person with, especially if others are also trying to use that space. With coordination, a group of people can take out a single person with minimum strain on the individual. Harry's clones were somewhat equal to Harry. Their attacking ability is equal to his, their mental aspects were almost equal to his, with a small reminder that they are expendable. And that they are subordinate to his will, but their survival on injury ability was non-existent. They might take scratches and falls, but a direct hit that could stun the original would disperse the clone. Any impact or skin penetration that might discomfort the original would disperse the clone. As a result, clone tactics placed a higher emphasis on evasion as opposed to blocking. But they were an extremely well-coordinated force, operating with a synchronization that most people could not imagine, never mind achieve. And with the fact that their memories returned to the original, each new generation of clones were that much more effective as a team. And his practice of assigning tasks to his clones had even given him, and consequently them, the ability to operate in squads of various numbers. So, this fight was not actually one in which Harry systematically destroyed his clones. Rather, he was facing himself with many weapons. And his saving grace was that most of his clones were less used to their weapons than he was with his pair of Dao. Of course, even with the clones gone, everyone still needed to deal with the weapons that were left behind and littering the floor. It was a complicated dance that didn't seem to end. And every now and then, a clone would manage to strike him, sometimes almost running vital organs through. So as the fight continued, Harry had been stabbed multiple times and his clothes were being disintegrated. Still, his ability to deal with damage was being tested, even if the clones wouldn't complete a kill strike. Another factor in the fight was at each clone dispersed their memories to everyone else. Thus each dispersed clone sent a dizzying wave of memories to the others, distracting them and making them lose focus. Still, their fighting was improving, and with each clone's memories, Harry improved a tiny bit. A single training session like this increased his combat ability immensely. Of course, he couldn't do them all the time. Even if he was the last one standing, he still had to spend energy healing and then spend more time recovering from the fatigue and the chakra drain. This session, however, involved Harry fighting a variety of weapons. The clones used hit-and-run tactics, using their coordination to prevent as many losses from each wave as possible. But still, Harry was gaining an insight from each kill, both from how he was able to use it and from what the clones concluded from their observations. It was a quick and dangerous method of learning the weapons he had chosen, especially since his clones were trying for almost lethal strikes. Simple need pushed him to proficiency in weapon usage. Unfortunately, this was not something applicable to elemental manipulation. In the end, the skirmish ended. Harry was still standing, but he was bleeding from multiple cuts and his clothing was nearly in shreds. It was a very good thing that his small repertoire of spells included the simple but effective Reparo. Still, he was injured and by conventional standards he should be dying. However, his natural healing factor tended to keep him up and running even with 3 broken ribs and both lungs punctured. He might not be 100%, but he would be functional until he could heal himself. He decided, though, to keep a low profile. He would let sleep do its job as it had done. Still, he whipped his head about when he sensed something unusual. "Hello, Harry." Harry looked around automatically and was rewarded with the sight of a near-naked Hermione with bat wings, horns and tail. His hands went slack. There was only one possible explanation. Aurora. He deadpanned, and once assured it was not a hallucination promptly turned around. "Don't be like that, Harry. We have so much food _NNN together." The stress and fun was far too ominous for him to take and he began replacing the weapons on the wall in a quick but methodical manner. "Harry, don't ignore me." Upside down, pouting, near-naked Hermione. "Fine. And I had this great idea for your ninja stuff too." Harry was interested, but didn't show it. He knew that as something not exactly human, the priorities of the mad duo were different. They also seemed to think in bizarre and sometimes weirdly intuitive ways that did not seem to match human logic. So he turned around and as blandly as spoke he could, which is a great deal blander than most can imagine. "You got me. I'm listening. Really. Okay, it's like this. Remember how this is the room of requirement. What if you required that you wanted the rest of that storybook you liked to read so much?" Harry, of course, was not too ready to acknowledge that something like this was possible. It was magic after all. "Oh sure. Like all I have to do is say I want the whole collection of Naruto manga and I want it That was unexpected. Indeed, about 2 feet away from him in the direction he was pointing was a stack of yellowing books. There was no mistaking the dimensions or the font or even the cover page on the thing. It was a set of his beloved, if rarely taken out manga. And it looked a great deal bigger than his last set. Of course, he was far too set into his own raining to suddenly be able to switch for new paths. Then again, nobody said that he couldn't get some ideas. He shook himself out of his thoughts to see Aurora still exactly as he left her, still grinning. "You owe me, Harry," and she vanished into the walls. Harry quickly got a clone to pick up the stack and try to head out of the room, with the stack. If it was an actual item, he would be able to carry it out. If not, it would disappear. A few seconds later, the clone was back, with a frown, and the books. It had disappeared. Harry slowly matched his clone's expression. He would have to read it here then, not really a problem. Shadow clones could use the room as well. It wasn't long after school reopened that Hagrid quickly reported the lost unicorn, a creature of such purity that it would take a considerably dark and malicious entity to harm, let alone kill one. And whoever had done it had viciously slaughtered the beast, ripping open the magically resistant hide and splattering blood everywhere, the likely objective. And to forcibly extract or harvest any part of the pure light creature was to curse it forever, be it horn, blood or even hair. The fact that it was so close to the school was not lost to the headmaster, and neither were the implications of just why somebody would consider taking unicorn blood. A person who imbibed unicorn blood would be able to survive even if at death's door. But it was not without its own price. The very act of consuming the ill-gotten and consequently vile blood of the pure creature cursed you. And although many people were not aware of just what that meant, Dumbledore was. Breakdown. Breakdown of body, breakdown of magic, breakdown of sanity. The victim, or in this case criminal, would degrade at the cellular and metaphysical level. And the only way to recover from the damage was to further consume the vile fluid. And the need would grow and its ability to stave of the breakdown would become less and less, until all that was left was a magicless, insane husk of a human that could not move and could not be killed by mortal means, much like an inferi. Except that eventually, the body itself would slowly dissolve into nothingness. And the most horrifying part of the process is the fact that forcibly taken unicorn blood cannot be unwillingly drunk. Only a desperate and foolish soul might even consider such a thing, to willy NGLY subject themselves to the unicorn blood curse, even if they were not aware that it was so terrible that it made the unforgivables look tame. Of course, the miracles of blood willingly given are not something even Dumbledore knew about, save that it was said to have immense powers that were the ultimate expression of purity and the light. But the issue here was not the blood, but who it was. A leap of faith to assume that they had a plan to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, because only such a thing could provide true immortality, a way of staving off the breakdown, perhaps forever. And the reason for that was simple. Alchemy. The art that spawned the innocent-looking rock was an entirely different form of magic, one that did not obey the rules of wizarding, magic, the rules of which unicorns came under. If they succeeded, it would be like having a person who could not swim on the sinking ship getting saved by the broom. If it stopped working, he would still fall into sea and drown, but until then, he was safe. And that was to say nothing of the dark arts that could undo even that damage, at cost. Of course, following that train of thought, there were few people who could possibly aware of the fact that the elixir of life could theoretically stave off the effects of a unicorn blood curse. Voldemort was unfortunately one of them, having long ago stolen enough alchemy books in his quest for immortality to notice that fact. And considering that Voldemort was a spirit and would not be affected by a unicorn blood curse, it was pretty much all but confirmed that Voldemort had an ally or servant who was hosting the currently pathetic Dark Lord. Quirrell unfortunately seemed to be the likely suspect, and there was very little that would actually exonerate the man if you considered Dumbledore's intellect and knowledge. But the headmaster could not act against him either. The man had yet to commit an actual and obvious crime, and serving Dark Lords thought long dead or killing unicorns without leaving any implicating evidence was not considered a valid reason to terminate the teacher. So as unfortunate as it seemed, the only strategy Dumbledore could follow was let the man fail to get the stone and die in his attempt. With the way the magical world was currently, Dumbledore could not afford to be soft-hearted in his own backyard, not when a headache was imminent at every juncture. Supreme Mugwump. It was a most bothersome responsibility. Harry put down his new books with a great deal of satisfaction. Naruto. Had it been so long since he had been cowering inside a tiny cupboard, reading in the dead of the night, all the while trying his utmost not to make the paper crinkle. And here he was now, learning the skills of his parents while hiding his own in plain sight. A journey beyond mere words, and he was still on it. The latest additions to his Naruto information were not unwelcome. Honestly, after seeing a slice of the real world, he no longer overtly sympathized with one person or the other. He was far more interested in the skills and the jutsu used, and also the tactics used in a war that seemed to be all in the head of someone. At the moment, the one set of techniques he wanted to emulate was space-time ninjutsu. Harry was not stupid. The first few hundred chapters had nothing on the deluge of info that a great shinobi war against the masked guy covered. Between the techniques of the dead and the not dead, he had no doubt that his next 200 years could easily be filled with research and training. But he also knew that he was far more advanced than an 11-year-old ninja had any right to be. Kakashi, Itachi, Minato, the list of child prodigies was enormous. None of them had the arsenal and power that he could claim at 11. Even a book could tell him that. Simply his shadow clone and genjutsu usage made him, if nothing else, versus he also had ninjutsu and fuinjutsu to back him up. Of course, the problem was, when you figured out how good you have it, something happens to disturb that nice state of bliss. He just had to figure out where it was going to go wrong and hopefully ride it out without dying too soon. Where did this sudden acknowledgement of mortality come from, you ask? Ironically, it probably had something to do with the fact that somebody finally established numbers for the whole Naruto universe. The allied shinobi army was 80,000 strong. The enemy had 100,000 Zetsu clones and a plethora of dead and live to S-class ninja. And so he got thinking. Everyone dies. Peace is a prelude to war. If you have skill, somebody is going to wind up testing it. And also, what were the numbers for the wizarding world, an armed society if ever there was one? How many S-class combatants lurked around here, like Voldemort or Dumbledore? Who else in this often twisted realm possessed such power, quite literally in the palm of their hand? It made you wonder. The Dark Lord Voldemort grinned. It was a decidedly unpleasant expression, especially for the back of somebody's head. The unicorn hunts had been a staggering success. The fresh blood had been a supremely powerful substance, and Quirrell was still alive, for a while longer. It was time to move forward, and he knew exactly how to strike. Half a century ago, Ryubus Hagrid was his scapegoat for the Chamber of Secrets. A half-dim half-breed, who was a delightfully manipulated pawn. And it was the groundkeeper's time to act in this play, the role of the gullible idiot. Quirrell had access to some black market dealers. It was simple enough to procure a rare and dangerous beast to loosen those lips. And once the Cerberus was gone, he would be able to move forward with his own experience in magic and the dark arts. Of that, he was certain. What he had was more than up to the task. It was a dragon egg, a Norwegian ridgeback. Such a perfect little beast. Outside Hogwarts, things were dire. Hakume London-based operatives were getting antsy in their idleness. With the loss of contact with the mainland, there was nothing to do. Not that it was uncommon. Both ninja and sorcerers of Chinese and Japanese nationality were basically marooned on their respective locations. It was a basic precaution. Limit the wars to the countries at war. Do not operate in nations outside realm of conflict. Maintain secrecy. Resolve conflict speedily and decisively. They were ideas their people died by. To avoid wasting resources in pointless aggressive action, because needless expansion would destabilize your own territory. For all their power and military capability, all these nations were most powerful on home turf. Both Japan and China were in a sense both divided and united. Everyone was happy with the status quo. And a complex system of give and take kept internal politics peaceful and harmonious. It was a quirk of a nation populated by scholars. They preferred their own land, where they could experiment in peace. Having a monarch meant you needn't bother with fighting either, other than any conscription and voluntary service. There was a reason that China, with its invincible battle mage armies, did not practice conquest, unlike the non-magical side, which was perfectly agreeable to gaining power in that manner. Part of the reason that China kept to its borders was knowledge. Chinese sorcerers tended to be long-lived houses of knowledge who looked down on those who sought violence and power. What they had was what they considered true power. Knowledge was priceless, and the having knowledge and ability having impossible ways to do impossible things. That was what it meant to be a sorcerer. In a way, they matched a certain stereotype that said that magic users were white-bearded fellows who sat in their towers and kept to themselves. They had no use for money, human interaction and material things. Well, the wise ones didn't. And much the same was true of the Japanese sorcerers. However, any bureaucracy was filled with young ambitious fools who knew too much and too little. What was the use of conquering Japan, China anyway? It was better to leave them alone. Plotting against each other was pointless and the wise knew it. So the wise developed a system. Each time a war was declared, there were rules. No direct combat, mano a mano, as some might say, was permitted. Instead, pitched battles were fought at range by a fixed number of people, in designated areas that allowed the participants to show their capability at honorable slaughter. And then there were ships and engines and other weapons, all restricted in number and quality and played like a game of chess, or a tabletop war game. Outside interference was not permitted. No bombardment of territory was permitted. And the rules were enforced by the sky, the sea and the land. When one side was exhausted and unable to continue, you had a victor. It meant that at the end of the war, enough useful people were still alive, the governments still running, and except for a few treaties that said that X party will deliver to Y amount of Z thing, life went on. To the long memories of both nations, unrestricted warfare just resulted in lots and lots of dead. Sorcerers might be battlefield nightmares, but even they had to sleep, and ninja had long blades and longer reaches. The last breach in this agreement had not been pretty. Neither were the penalties imposed by a furious set of really old people who had purpose. Unfortunately, the same system that kept things going well shut out anyone who was outside at a time of conflict, maybe for decades if you were unfortunate. It was a quarantine that isolated the warring states. Even as huge yet invisible explosions battered the skies of the East China Sea, Yellow Sea and the Sea of Japan. Many agents of both countries were stranded, their duty paused as their higher-ups decided who the victor in their seemingly petty squabbles was. Still, until their communication lines were restored, they had to officially do nothing. Whether it was the bald Japanese fellow in Mogadishu, or the one-legged Chinese man in Amsterdam, they were all stuck. Most, however, had duties that were not dependent on constant overwatch by headquarters. Tetsuya was one of them. As a long-term operative, he was supposed to continue in the passive aspects of his mission. However, the massive support system that was previously available was now simply non-existent. This meant that weapons, medical care, gear and even underwear were now on their own dime. With war, hidden and unseen as it was, all accounts were frozen, which meant many things when you're in some blighted land without anything to do. Not that it stopped anyone. With nothing to do, the ninja in London took the time to scout and map out London, its magic, its mafia, and its muggles. Know thy enemy was something the super-powered secret agents could appreciate. Also important were knowledge of the military, the investigation of their vessels' remains and the procurement of supplies. You couldn't march into the middle of a supermarket and buy what they needed without courting trouble. They didn't have papers for one thing, and it wasn't in anybody's plan to be marooned on some faraway island without supplies. And Britain was crawling with spooked horrors. For a while even the magical side was unsafe. Thankfully, the Hogwarts squad could hold out for a while. Jeremy Wilkinson pored over the files at his desk with a vengeance. Drug battles of this scale were rare and usually less mystifying. The follow-up violence from the slaughter had left another 50 dead as everyone dabbling in organized crime began to make noise over the event. Just 1 week to put more than 100 low and mid-level criminals into body bags from violent death. The lack of intelligence regarding the inner workings of the underworld meant that the law had no idea how to respond or even who to blame. Their limited sources had only painted a grim picture. A few more sparks and they would have a minor civil war on their hands. Mihu would prefer that the investigation not uncover anything, because a definite perpetrator would just be a reason to start something. Not that there were any clear evidence to pointing at anyone. There was no sign at all of an attacker. There was no DNA, no fibers, no nothing. It was as if a ghost had taken solid form and began to slaughter them all. The footprints suggested the perpetrators were identical in external equipment and profile. The idea that it was just one person was beyond ridiculous. They Air already looking at anyone with military background and mercenaries. Having equipment with a price tag having many zeros seems kind of useless now. In a well-lit room at the top of a skyscraper, an oddly dressed man sat at his desk, staring over steepled fingers at the person before him. Wearing a suit and with neatly combed black hair, he was the very picture of a businessman. That didn't work out too well, did it? The woman in front, dressed in a red cheongsam, grimly shook her head. No, it did not, sir. The man appeared to not notice the tension. So we'll have to try again some other way. That seer had her uses. But now it's impossible to use her again. Still, an S-class demon in Britain of all places. What an inopportune element. The woman nodded. But sir, shouldn't it have done something already? The classification doesn't lie, and neither did the sensors. The ship detected the same signature that I fed into it. Our lie seems to have been the truth all along. The man sighed and stretched his arms. He drummed his fingers on the desk, seemingly in deep thought. It may be strange, but in the darkest night are the brightest stars. As soon as the war finishes, we may have to move into that backyard. It would be inconvenient to our goals if a portion of the planet were to vaporize just like that. The woman froze. Surely you are not. We still have to finish those ships. And he can only hold off the Imperial Court for so long. Patience, my dear Hornet. We have time, more than a couple of years, if you recall. All we have to do is get rid of those pesky ninja. We may have failed at avoiding direct warfare, but never fear. There are more ways than one to the destination, and we have merely met a dead end. As his chair swiveled around, the man looked at the Chinese sunrise and grinned. Yes, plenty of ways to reach a goal. Alarms rang through the air. Smoke was coming through the vents and the floor was tilted at what seemed to be a 30-degree angle. There was no water yet, but that only meant that they were not sunk yet. It had been barely 2 minutes since the explosion and already it seemed to be too late to save anything. The stern was practically a crater. Half the ship was on fire. What was left was listing, and all that was left to do was abandon ship. However, there was just one problem. The trawler did not have intact flotation gear. All the survival gear had been packed at a single location to save space. As a result, it had all become a victim of the initial explosion. The young sailor, crawling on the floor with a broken leg, had mere moments in a confused daze before a second explosion broke his ship in two and sunk her entirely. From sailing normally to fully underwater, the trawler had taken just 102 seconds. Above them, unseen to the previously living sailors, invisible explosions littered the skies as 30 ancient-looking warships flew in complicated patterns in pitched combat. The occasional projectile, however, arced downwards and into the sea. The sunk ship would be reported missing after 2 days and would never be found. Ultimately, the vessel would be the subject to conspiracy theories, as would another 23 ships that disappeared in that area for no discernible reason, never to be known again. A month later, the Chinese trawler Qingyuan was officially struck from its shipping registry. The warehouse was a dull place. 30-year-old walls did not lend any excitement to a glorified hidey hole that had never seen better days. It was accessible, was painted a dull brown, and had an extended loading dock. The only impressive thing it could claim was perhaps its anonymity. Consequently, the two people who pulled up to it with a flatbed truck carrying the gray 40-foot-long container did not feel as confident as they ought to have been. "Stan, are ye sure ye got the right place? All these bloody things look the same to me," said Stan, laid a reassuring hand on the other man's shoulder. "Relax. This is the address, this is the place. We just have to get the crates in and we can head fair the nearest pub. 12 hours drivin' ain't so bad when ye got beer waitin' fair ye at the end. I hear ye. Now we just need to rustle up some local lads don't mind helpin', eh?" The words were interrupted, as the speaker suddenly found himself the victim of a throwing knife embedded in the skull. Actually, it was the eye socket and had managed quite the spatter of blood and viscera, panicking the other man completely. The still living man tried to run away in his panicked state. But even as he leapt from the cab, he was dead, his head landing a few feet from where his body crumpled. Two men walked quickly and quietly to the back of the truck. Both wore jumpsuits, balaclavas and utility vests, all a dull tan color. "Check the serial number, HNJU7511926. It is the one. The first speaker nodded. He motioned with his hands and the two of them carefully began the process of disposing of the bodies. There was no need to chance evidence. The two began the process of covering their tracks. The first was to temporarily set up a Torii for cargo transfer. A few sleds air used to remove the contents of the container, various crates. For half an hour, the only noises were the sounds of sliding and rolling as the men methodically removed wooden crates through the luminescent gateway. At the end, the Torii was taken down and disappeared, its one-time use having finished. Finally, the truck was driven off by one of the pair while the other man began the laborious process of erasing the body. Ensuring that the deaths could not be discovered by magic, sorcery or ordinary forensics. First step was to remove the bodies, which had been already done through the Torii. Next was to remove the physical evidence. The contents of a spray can were carefully applied over each of the areas with blood, from the runner. Beheading was a messy but efficient thing. A minute as all it took before the dead organic matter on the floor began to smoke and flake. 5 seconds later, all that was left was carbon dust, which was getting dispersed quite easily. No stain, no protein trail. An elegant paper fan blew dust back into place, erasing tire tracks and dust voids. Next, a scentless incense stick was burnt. The magical smoke quickly purified the area, removing all traces of spells, auras and magical traces. As the man left, the stick burnt and sublimed into the air, leaving the empty warehouse just as it was, dusty and unused, just as it had been that morning. The M. and looked at the reports with a fair deal of resigned amusement. I should have expected this, I really should have. But it seems I was too late on that front. The woman in front of him looked at his shadowed face grimly. It was unexpected, my lord. This happened only 2 days ago, and our intelligence is not perfect. In any case, the Japanese have managed to do the impossible. They have put a metal vessel in the air, and in 2 engagements the Japanese have shot down a good chunk of our fighting fleet strength, 24 ships, and have also damaged a Zheng-he. The opinion in the imperial court is that the Japanese are turning into a menacing enemy. Indeed, my Hornet, it seems these ninja are persistent. What exactly does the court have to say? Hornet winced. The immortal emperor is in favor of ceasing hostilities as soon as possible. Considering that we have been stalling the progress on the official prototype being constructed at Shanghai, it is expected that he would be interested in the Japanese specimen. From what our men can see, LDING are seemingly more advanced than the ones we are developing. Describe them if you will. These poorly written words are giving me a headache. Yes, my lord. As far as we have been able to confirm, there are 2 vessels. Both are clearly military submarines of a relatively recent build. One is a Russian Kilo-class hull, Flying People's Repub. Lit colors until it rose from the water and proceeded to score a point-blank salvo on the Whisper of the North Wind. It seems to use its torpedo tubes to fire a more potent version of our standard capital ship ammunition. Its maneuverability and performance is comparable to a Raider, but it has demonstrated far more offensive and defensive capability. After revealing itself, it fired 43 meters or rounds in 7 minutes while violently maneuvering and then retreated underwater, sinking 7 ships in all. It was unfortunate for the Chinese that their defending cruiser was taken out first. The others were unable to counter it without risk of friendly fire before she dived. At this point we are not sure why they did not consider it suspicious, especially since the Chinese Navy does not currently operate Kilo-class submarines. The participating ships are also reorganizing to counter an ambush from within friendly territory. The other is a German Type 209 and performed similarly. But, appearing 2 hours after the other attack, the fleet was able to better defend itself. It was airborne for 75 seconds before diving. However, it was a distraction to allow the Japanese fleet to commit a surprise attack. Caught out of position and just coming down from an alert, many vessels were sunk, the 209 surfacing frequently for brief periods for finishing shots on retreating vessels. The man leaned back, cloaking more of his figure in shadow. A minute later, he spoke. Did you know, Hornet, that in 1941, Grindelwald created a flying U-boat? The woman shook her head. Surely you are joking, my lord. The wand wavers cannot have succeeded where we have failed so far. But they did. It's not something many know or care to remember, but in August of 1941, Grindelwald somehow managed to field a Type 7B that could soar at 10,000 feet at 20 knots. However, he never actually used in his war. What you must never forget, my dear, is that they can create amazing things also, if they actually desire it. Our entire program and the Emperor's Shanghai-based one are all an attempt to do what that the Germans had managed 50 years ago. It is entirely possible that His two new examples are a result of the cooperation between the Axis powers later in the war. Cunning fellows, these ninja and their ilk. It is unfortunate, but it seems that circumstance has put us on more even footing than any of us could have possibly imagined. We will have to move carefully in their areas of operation if we need to keep up our advantage. I want you to choose between Britain and Australia. Either could use your presence, and if the war ends as quickly as you think, we will need it. The woman bowed. I will head for Australia. I would prefer not to be within striking distance of the demon so soon after we have stirred up its lair. I wouldn't be too sure of that. You are still alive after all. Nevertheless, you can head for Australia as soon as the travel restrictions are lifted. By my estimate, we have 2 years for the war to wind down and one or the other side surrenders. But then, this new addition to the game has all but ensured that the Japanese will be victorious, doesn't it? Such a pity that, in any case, continue to monitor the action for the moment. I will personally supervise our construction projects while the war continues, and see if you can deduce the locations of the ninja agents currently abroad from the pre-war intelligence reports. It will be useful once we can move forward in our plans. Hagrid was drinking. The half-giant had problems with ordinary liquor. His unique physiology rendered ordinary ethanol all but useless when looking for that pleasant buzz. So he was forced to trudge down to Hogsmeade every weekend for his alcohol intake. Magically brewed fire whiskey was specifically created to act upon the magic of the drinker. So instead of the normal process of absorbing alcohol through the digestive tract to be circulated in the bloodstream, fire whiskey needed practically no time before it replicated in wizards the effects of alcohol upon the normal human body. Still, careful adjustment ensured it was not instantaneous, and that one could enjoy the brew instead of using it as a more expensive sleeping draught. A muggle on the other hand couldn't handle too much fire whiskey. A glass and they would be out. But even fire whiskey could not allow Hagrid to savor the bliss of getting drunk. He was just that resilient to magical and chemical influence. This did not mean that Hagrid could not be affected by copious amounts of alcohol. It was just that his definition of too much alcohol was a few gallons higher than the average wizard. Without the money to pay for it, Hagrid never got drunk, ever. And how much ever Hagrid loved his job, gamekeeper did not pay that much. So, Hogshead remained as ever, a place to relax and unwind, without the drunkenness that plagued his fellow customers. The hooded figure who approached him, however, did not mind spending a few hundred galleons on not-so-cheap fire whiskey. He came with a goal and a plan, and he was assisted quite beautifully by somebody who was both a master manipulator and somebody who knew the weaknesses of Rebus Hagrid. To Voldemort, the theory of manipulating people could be reduced to 2 simple ideas. First, one needed to know how a person would react to a set of scenarios. Second, using that knowledge, one must engineer a set of scenarios that would produce the reactions required. In this case, Hagrid had a few real weaknesses. He was almost incapable of keeping secrets. He was also quite friendly, talkative and had pride in his harmless beasties. Quirrell's strategy was to take advantage of these facts. The first step was to be friendly. Establish a common ground that was the foundation for the rest of the interaction. Quirrell first brought the half-giant enough fire whiskey to make a dragon drunk. Next he began to talk about breeding creatures. With the Dark Lord in the back of his head and a near-inebriated companion, it was not long before Hagrid was behaving as if Quirrell was an old friend. The second step was to subtly prod Hagrid into a half-drunk speech. Without his filters on, as a friend, Hagrid would not be violent to criticism, he was just that bloody nice but would rather argue the point. By calling Hagrid's expertise into question, Quirrell had all but ensured a prideful rant from the half-drunk gamekeeper. A comment along the lines of, "But what experience can you have working in a school full of children?" led to a rant of the various creatures he had experience with. After the unicorns, centaurs, acromantula and thestrals, all of which was actually impressive in any other circumstance. Hagrid finally mentioned Fluffy. Next, Quirrell subtly but surely shifted focus to the creature called Fluffy. A careless mention of how impressed he, a Greek, was at a Cerberus, was enough to quell Hagrid's doubts. A Greek creature breeder asking about a creature from his country was not that implausible. Half an hour of talking later, Hagrid finally wound down about Fluffy's childhood, Fluffy's teeth, Fluffy's favorite midday snack, Fluffy's favorite chew toy, and so on. Quirrell was finally able to coax Hagrid into slipping the vital information. So music was the answer to his problem. How simple. And finally, Quirrell had to extricate himself from the possibility of Hagrid mentioning this conversation to Dumbledore. Quirrell made his escape by handing over his fertile and soon-to-hatch dragon egg to Hagrid. It may have been a half-remembered fact in the vast expanse of knowledge the Dark Lord had amassed, but Hagrid's obsession with dragons and a Confundus charm all but erased the encounter in Hagrid's mind, save for the faith of the dragon egg. Wait, that was still not plausible enough. Ah, that's better. Now that dragon egg was won in a card game. Now anybody who managed to get that information ahead of schedule would only believe this was an attempt to pawn off the egg. His Lord Voldemort was truly wise and all-knowing. Sure, Hagrid might remember again in a few weeks thanks to his half-giant physiology, but by then, he wouldn't think much about it. Either he'd be enraptured over a baby dragon, or be in Azkaban for illegal breeding. The Dark Lord was maliciously happy to frame the half-breed for the second time. And in Hogwarts no less. Jeremy Wilkinson, employed by Scotland Yard and currently investigating a massacre, was roused from poring over his data by a knock on his desk. Sir. His superior officer, and off-duty drinking buddy, Paul Elwood, bent over to him and whispered, "I'm sorry, Jerry, but from about 2 hours from now, you're going to have company in this little party." Jeremy sighed. "Who is it, Paul? And will they be of any help? Or are they taking over?" Paul shook his head. "It's going to be a joint effort. Apparently one of their ongoing operations has discovered a connection between the victims of our killing spree and their own targets. They are hoping that this will help both of us in our respective cases." "Paul, just tell me who it is. You're beating around the bush too much." There was a deep breath. "It's Interpol. The guy is named Takeda Suzuki. He's some Japanese Sherlock that's done a lot of work on the Chinese triads. And don't go blowing your top about it now." Jeremy stilled and sighed. "I'm not 28, you know. It's been a long while since I threw a tantrum over such things." Paul was unimpressed and interjected, "You're 30. Jeremy continued without any sign he had heard. "And personally, I hope this guy can help me with this, because I am getting very frustrated with this." "Yes, it's bleedin' obvious. Any actual progress yet?" Jeremy nodded. "I've constructed a basic order of events based on the path, the splatters and the bullets." Paul gave him a measured look. Jeremy just looked exasperated. "Yes, Paul, the bullets. Don't look at me like that. I've been getting the lab to match the striations on almost all the bullets recovered so that I can construct a timeline and figure out who fired what. It helps that they all stuck with the same brand, Cellular and Bellet, which by the way is more evidence that those arms smugglers Edwin has been investigating are all sourcing from." "Yes, I get it. I'll be sure to tell him that. Not that it will do any good." Jeremy then spent the next half hour laying out the attack as he knew it on a floor plan of the building. He drew lines, circled the areas where the victims must have fired using what guns. He even got a count of the casings to prove where the guns were firing. "And here's the scary part," he said, pointing at a corridor. "Until this point, these THUGs are being killed wholesale by kitchen knife, which is really creepy and reminds me of an American horror film. Anyway, the guys now start using guns, which is all well and good, except for the fact that these were the same guns being fired at them barely minutes earlier. It's like these guys came in with just the kitchen knives and then picked up guns as they went further in. It's madness, I tell you. Also, the killers used all the calibers they could. We know from the blood trails and splatter that the dead were searched immediately, so they took the spare ammunition also. It's like they were bloody testing the toys they picked up. And after everyone was dead, they just calmly go about looting the place of the money, the weapons and maybe something else. But they leave the alcohol. I dawn. She know what those dead crooks were doing with French wine that expensive, but simply ignoring what's in the open. Who does that? I hope this new guy of yours can help me because all this is case is going to do is get me committed before the week is out. Good luck with that, and don't forget to get your paperwork done. See you at 8. Right then. Tetsuya-kun. A shiver trailed up his spine. Tetsuya considered, not for the first time, whether it was an omen of his karma that the voice now seemed to follow him into the school proper. Skywalker-san. This is unexpected. A humanoid form lowly melted out of the shadows of the alcove where the voice had originated. This time though, it had company. A semi-nude female figure dramatically melted from the same spot. Wisps of shadow disper, said teasingly until a red-clad figure was revealed. But this was somebody he knew. He let out a gasp in shock. But his words were derailed by the next statement. You see, Aurora, this is the ninja who has been wandering around. Why don't you play with him for a while? You don't need to be near me all the time, yeah. The girl produced a full toothy grin, unsettling him with the sheer amount of mischievous intent he was reading. It was very much the vibe Saya gave off before she began to utterly decimate her opponent. Being in front of somebody carrying the same vibe as that mostly deranged Hokkaido Kunoichi was not reassuring. A split second later, his brain reset and began to analyze the situation. He was facing one known and one unknown opponent. Their motives were indiscernible and the probability of failure if he chose to attack was high. So instead he thought furiously over the fact that the first-year girl was apparently an acquaintance of the mysterious self-proclaimed shinobi. Skywalker was strong, and if the way that Granger held herself was any indication, so was she. But what was the point of practically admitting such an association to him? Skywalker knew that he would report this. And so far, a major advantage the man had possessed was his anonymity. Why would he compromise the security that ignorance his associate possessed? Or was it not Granger? The chances were low, not to mention that he had been in a few conversations where Granger's seeming insanity was discussed. Her behavior had abruptly undergone changes on near-random dates, and she seemed to possess some form of multiple personality disorder. But this Granger topped them all. This was not a bookworm. This was a predator. He shivered, and then they were gone. What had happened? Where did they go? He spun around hurriedly. There was no indication that anything had occurred at all. It might have been his imagination for all he knew. He turned around and there was Granger, wearing her normal uniform. There was just one thing that made him wary. She was holding a handgun of some sort and methodically cleaning as she walked. As she reached a corner, she looked at him and smiled her Cheshire grin. She then made a gesture with her hand, miming shooting him. She winked and disappeared around the corner. Tetsuya shivered. Minerva McGonagall eyed her first-year class quite warily. Transfiguration was a dangerous subject. And first years, with their relatively higher theoretical learning compared with actual wand-waving meant that when it came to actually doing the spells, the children had a possibility of causing widespread mayhem. First-year classes were always a tense time, with the mixture of purebloods eager to prove that they knew what they were doing, and the muggleborn who were eager to experiment. She had a headache getting the undisciplined horde to do anything properly. It was just as well that spell work at this stage produced smaller results as they actually got used to learning and doing magic. It would have been a real nightmare if every spell cast and miscast actually did something. There was a reason transfiguration was heavily regulated in the classroom. And he had to reverse another student's object as it began to gain legs and crawl away. Mr. Thomas, please concentrate on your spell or it will have unexpected and possibly dangerous consequences. I have repeated time and again that focus is essential, but it seems the lesson has not sunk in yet. That will be 4 inches on the importance of focus from you. The bell rang, indicating to leave the class. McGonagall rubbed the bridge of her nose tiredly. Teaching was a joy, but teaching first years, not so much. Only a couple of students were responsible enough to know flub most of this relatively minor part of the subject. It was disheartening to watch a field that you had such love and passion and expended so much work for be reduced to a subject most people couldn't care the slightest for. Not even Albus's reputation and mastery of the art seemed to reduce this downfall of transfiguration. It was troublesome, to say the least. She sighed and got up. She had a staff meeting to attend. Since Albus had brought that wretched stone into the castle, it seemed that all she had time for was meetings. Staff meetings, head of house meetings, board of governor meetings, philosopher's stone defense meetings. There were so many meetings that she didn't even have enough time to lounge around as a cat. It was frustrating, stressful and overall maddening. She could see it now. Albus would up in wearing some heresy to fashion and eyesight, smile and offer everyone lemon drops while showing off the twinkle in his eyes. Then he'd let everyone get the pre-meeting arguing done before interrupting and reminding everyone who the king was. Oh yes, that infuriatingly cheerful man just loved to be the center of attention, while ensuring that nobody could actually pay attention to him without going blind. She shook her head, and found herself in the headmaster's office, sitting in front of the old goat himself. Ah, Minerva, lemon drop. The look she shot at him was actually enough to quell the headmaster, who let the dish back into its lair, ready to exasperate the next guest in the room. What have you called me for this time, headmaster? Dumbledore winced. Minerva usually called him Albus. This was serious, but then so was this conversation. I would not interrupt your busy schedule for mere trifles. Surely you of all my friends remember that, Minerva. I would not put it past you, Albus. This year you have managed to give me a headache the size of the astronomy tower. She was back to Albus again, so there was progress. Still, this needed to be handled carefully. I apologize for that. Unfortunately, it cannot be avoided. Still, I must come back to the reason I have called you. Did you wonder why there are no others for this meeting? McGonagall pursed her lips as she as accustomed to do while in serious thought. I had assumed, headmaster, that you would finally deign to return to your paperwork and allow me to return to my normal duties. Dumbledore winced at the extremely dry and accusing tone. Again, I apologize. Unfortunately, my presence has been called upon quite a few times these past few weeks. The Channel incident has not helped matters, and our esteemed minister is under the impression that there are assassins after his head. I don't care what you have to do, Albus. Just get the forms filled on time, or I will take my vacation time starting tomorrow. The board has been breathing down my neck over all sorts of trivialities, and somebody has avoided balancing the budget for this year. And it's already past Christmas. At the rate all this is going, I will be addicted to calming draft by the end of the month. And before you open that mouth, your next words better be, I'll get right on that paperwork. Albus worked his jaw for a few seconds, contemplating the origins of the term paperwork in the back of his mind before giving in with a sigh. I'll get right on that paperwork. I'll be here for the next 3 days anyway. McGonagall grinned savagely. Thank you, Albus. Now what did you call me for? Dumbledore leaned back tiredly. What do you know about the Eastern Territories? Takeda looked over the assorted crates with a jaundiced eye. It was a sad day when you had to actually use the emergency stockpile for survival and mission completion. Somebody once called it the FUBAR box. The crates were many. The first one was of course the most useful one, complete verifiable IDs and emergency cash. Without the convenience of faction bank accounts, this would have to do. And most of the crate was useless. All of the Spirit Shadow's original crew was dead, and hence most of the IDs were useless. However, this meant that the emergency cash, which should have been just enough, was now the order of just more than a new GH, to cover any medium level of emergencies. The cash surplus meant that it was possible to actually go beyond basic survival and dispersal into the populace. He would have to consider the idea of actually beginning mercenary action. There certainly were the weapons for it. Their current inventory included a very mercenary-looking set of HK-33K carbines with optical sights, Steyr August rifles, Taurus PT-92 pistols, MSG-90 semi-automatic sniper rifles, American M67 hand grenades, and the more conventional sets of magic negating bladed weaponry. There were also Kevlar vests, NBC survival gear, electronic communication equipment, rocket launchers, and large quantities of Semtex. Accompanying it were magazines, ammunition and manuals. Without his Interpol stint, he wasn't sure he would have recognized even a tenth of it. The space expansion enchantments were apparently done by one of the Japanese wizards who answered to the ICW. Takeda was sure he could use this, especially since there was a lot of surplus. Considering the large number it was originally intended to support, What he was really thankful for was that procurement had not shafted them with Kalashnikov-type rifles. They were too inaccurate and noisy for his tastes, not to mention Russian. Still, the number of means in which one might employ military-grade weapons was limited. Unless, of course, one had the bright idea to remove the existence of annoyances like Skywalker, who was somebody exhibiting particularly mosquito-like behavior. He buzzed around them and stung, drawing blood. He briefly went into a fantasy involving Skywalker, a dentist's chair, foot-long metal needles, wires and a car battery. Still, his current job was the investigation of the Christmas Day massacre, a curious case that had left Scotland Yard stumped. That Wilkinson fellow was a bit unhinged, and had a tendency to rant in a quiet manner that was always amusing to watch. The Korean liaison to Interpol, a strictly neutral fellow as far as Eastern Territories was concerned, was not bothered by his request to return to active duty. Scotland Yard was only too glad to welcome to aid their investigation. The government, always in nay of people to blame, was very close to publicly deriding their agency's handling of the investigation. Apparently, the public felt unsafe because somebody had the audacity to wipe out a building full of criminals and then steal their belongings. It was all very amusing in the midst of their otherwise meaningless existence. And it really was meaningless, until they received further orders from their superiors. Training somebody into a super-powered quasi-drone meant that you had to give constant orders to get them to do anything. It had been amusing to turn up at Scotland Yard dressed in 4 layers of clothing and a fedora. Personally, he might have been overplaying it, but in his line of work, one sought their amusements where they could. Certainly, it had turned his slightly above avenue average for the Japanese frame into something that looked far more solid. Elwood had been very cooperative, giving him everything they had. It was certainly a lot. Because it was a public case, there were a lot of personnel assigned to Wilkinson, and the data they had collected was enormous. The very unusual killing, however, meant that very little of it made sense. He had taken just an hour to determine that this was done by Ninja. And he had a very good idea just who had done the deed too. This sort of playful slaughter seemed to be just the sort of thing that Skywalker seemed to be capable of. Tetsuya had reported feeling his opponent operating with playful violence. This was something that had the same feel, and Takeda trusted his gut. It visualized the man in his black and red coat, walking into a heavily guarded building with just a kitchen knife in his hand. He would approach through the front, ignoring any and all shouts or threats. When they fire, he would slip around them, like a shadow without form. And he would kill them all, never striking a non-lethal spot. When he wanted to kill, he did. And he would walk and slaughter without a care, until halfway through, he found himself getting bored. There was only so much stabbing one can do before you tire of simply stabbing them, so the next one he stabs, he takes the weapon off of them, and then he begins to shoot. Pull the trigger, move, pull the trigger, and move. When the slide locks back, discard the weapon and pick up the next one. He did not need to scavenge for weapons. Not when there was a new one next to every fresh corpse. And then when everyone is dead, he would pick through everything and take it away, leaving a little mystery for the authorities to puzzle over. And through it all he would laugh inside at the weakness of the world around him, while outside, there was but the silence of the grave. A hand on his shoulder broke his reverie. Kenji stood behind him, eyebrows set in concern. Takeda shook his head and sighed. Setting himself up as an Interpol agent was going to cut into his time. Still, it was not as if he had many things to do. And the others could use the time to practice their non-existent marksmanship. It was unfortunate, but they would have to operate as non-magical troops in their current location. It would not do to cause mass panic by doing things the way they normally did. Ninja-style executions were reserved for sorcerers for a reason. There was a concrete reason why Ninja had to get up close and personal to a sorcerer. There was no real need to do the same for a wizard or non-magical person. A bullet would do just as well, and would ironically raise fewer questions. It helped that his brief stint in Interpol gave him plenty of perspective on the non-magical world. He still hoped that war would be over soon. He did not relish years of living in Britain. It was simply cruel and unusual punishment. McGonagall had been reeling by the time she stepped out of the headmaster's office. Exactly what sort of wild and illogical things did he deal with on a daily basis? And if so, why did she need to be dragged into it all? She knew why. In the back of her head, Hat Albus was entrusting her to take care of the school, that he may be unreachable if things came to a head. But it was so disturbing the things he had revealed. She had spent the next few days in a daze. One so disruptive that one of the Weasley twins had showed genuine concern about her. They had even stopped pranking for the next 2 days until she had shown a bit more surety in her actions. Still, even her less distracted state had been noticed and remarked upon. But out of respect, none had brought it up. Dumbledore, the only one who might have done so, was content to let the deputy work through her thoughts in her own time. It was best not to rush such things. For that way lies madness. Still, there was one other that McGonagall trusted for things that might affect the school. And when her head had cleared enough, she visited Flitwick in his office. Flitwick was more than happy to listen to his colleague. "So Minerva, are you finally all right? You scared us there for a bit. Say I've never seen Severus so concerned till now. So what can I do for you?" McGonagall sipped her tea thoughtfully, an expression that Flitwick was long used to seeing. It was almost nostalgic, how the people one knew changed so much, yet stayed the same. Tetsuya was reading in the library. It was evening, and the sky was overcast. January the 31st was ending on a less than perfect note. The Sunday had little to offer in terms of excitement, and he had received no new orders when he checked in. In fact, all that had changed was that he was now armed with a pair of pistols and was expected to eventually train with them. It was not entirely clear why he was suddenly expected to be proficient in them, but orders were orders. He had been given an update with regards to Takeda's new Interpol cover, but was otherwise kept in the dark. From what he could gather, there were some planned operations for the summer break that he was to be part of. He was to treat them as parallel but separate to his Hogwarts mission. He was also given a bit of cash to pay the seniors for Hogsmeade supplies, if he needed them. Hufflepuffs were entirely too happy to help their fellow wizard. His D.P. contemplations were interrupted by a throat clearing and somebody sitting down opposite to him. It was not somebody he was familiar with, but the Asian features were very blatant. He quirked an eyebrow, seeing that she was a senior and a Ravenclaw. "You are Watanabe Tetsuya." Quote. He did not expect that she would speak in Japanese, so he looked at her for a moment until he had recovered from the surprise. It seemed that the girl was not chancing a miscommunication and was using Japanese rather than Cantonese or Mandarin. He answered in kind. "Indeed I am. What is it you wish to speak about?" Quote. "I only request that you deliver this letter to your superiors, wherever they are." And with that, she slid an extremely regal scroll towards him, letting him examine it without having to pick it up. He continued to talk as he waved a hand over it, sensing for magical traps. "Is there a sorcerer contingent in this country?" "No, I am but the daughter of a neutral mage. We are, as ever, subjects of the immortal emperor. But my presence here is merely to experience the delights of the premier magical education in the world. Unfortunately, the only thing I have discovered to be of any great value is the eye candy. Something I believe you care very little for." Tetsuya grimaced. Unlike the sorcerers, who were not above engaging in small amounts of hedonism, ninja were trained to a ridiculous degree to avoid falling prey to vices that cloud the mind, which included narcotics, alcohol and sexual or romantic relationships, among others. Their bodies were modified in small ways to prevent the excess production of certain hormones that made such activities enjoyable. Of course, it was a will-based block, so that eventually, it would wear down, but ninja were assured the inability to enjoy certain things for the early period of their lives. Consequently, despite having lots of knowledge on how to seduce or charm another person into your grasp, Tetsuya had a great deal of internal aversion to actually enjoying such things. He could fake it well, but it was perfectly true to say that ninja were asexual beings well into their 20s, if not forever. There was a reason most ninja are orphans. There simply weren't enough recruits born in-house. His musings were interrupted when he felt something wash over him. A quick glance showed that the other girl, who had still not introduced herself, was similarly alerted and wary. Their eyes flicked around as they casually turned their head, looking perfectly at ease from afar. When they turned back to each other, they were sudden. Why exposed to the origin of their last unsettling sensation? Sitting on a newly placed third chair around the table was an armored individual. He wore a strange helmet and his armor itself seemed to be light and not very protective. However, the tightly bound aura that the figure produced left no doubt in the mind of the Japanese ninja that there was something dangerous about him. Skywalker, he hissed. He pulled a pistol out and pointed it at the newly arrived individual. What is your purpose here? The newly dubbed Skywalker chuckled, a sound that was deeper than he was used to, no doubt due to the odd yet familiar-looking helmet he was wearing. The camouflage pattern, green and brown, made for a slightly unsettling image. So a ninja, a sorcerer and a mercenary walk into a library. The other two twitched. Tetsuya shook his head and rubbed the bridge of his nose. His pistol was still pointed at Skywalker, Lee off, and his index finger lay tensed on the trigger. What are you here for? Say, is that a Beretta 92? You did not answer the question. Oh, okay. Well, here I was walking on the ceiling, wondering what I should do today, when what do I find but our resident ninja in the middle of an actual conversation. And so I wondered, what was so important my cute little Tetsuya-kun has to be so serious? He paused and the other two stared. Say, aren't you Cho Chong? Ravenclaw's second year. The girl nodded curtly, an action that was a carbon copy of McGonagall's. Skywalker leaned back, folding his hands against his chest, the armor making an unnoticeably dull thud from the action. Tetsuya gripped the pistol tighter. It seemed that Skywalker was either foolish or crazy. Even he could see just how irritated the young sorceress was getting. Thin wisps of magic were radiating off the girl, and parts of her black uniform were shifting into something else, likely her battle robes. Though why she was getting irritated was quite another matter entirely. I wished to know, why there is a second year like you with so much power hidden. Why does a first year like you have so many secrets? So I desired to find out, who are you? The last was said in Japanese. Chong twitched. This is quite interesting. Watanabe. Who is your friend? He is no friend. This irritating fellow has been buzzing around our operations since August. Unfortunately, at my current level, I am incapable of killing him. Skywalker chuckled. Now don't be so glum, my friend. You are young and have time to grow. Some of us on the other hand had to struggle merely to survive our trials and tribulations. Which, you must admit, is a most powerful motivation to excel. Chong chuckled again, her battle robes showing up in patches and dissolving back to her Hogwarts uniform. It was a hypnotizing display. But the other two were not paying too much attention. It seems that you two cannot get along at all. And you, Skywalker, it is you who has been clambering up the halls of the castle. I had not paid attention before, but it is obvious that you are not part of the ninja staying in the forest. I must say it was fascinating watching you dance around everything. Nobody seemed to see you, except me. And then, when I realized there was another unique individual in the castle, I observed him, and I saw that he too could not see you. The other two were looking at her. Where was she going with this? Tetsuya took a quick glance and noticed that the library was empty. Everyone had gone. Even the librarian, Pants, was gone. The eerie silence was broken when Chang's appearance finally solid. A fight into the battle robes, which were no doubt extremely powerful defenses. Unfortunately, Tetsuya had neither the power nor the skill to take out even a young sorceress. His mission ensured that he would not learn how for another 7 years. Chong meanwhile had gotten up and spun around, wearing a psychotic grin that seemed out of place on her formerly restrained features. Shall we play a game? She grinned and the world exploded. The library at Hogwarts was a huge collection of books with copies of some books that go back to the founders. Under the care of Irma Pants, it was a paragon of neat and orderly arrangement of knowledge. Unfortunately for the library, today was not a good day, and many of the pristine shelves were thrown against the wall haphazardly. On one side stood a blue and white-clad 12-year-old sorceress, Cho Chong. Surrounding her, in a manifestation of otherworldly power, were 2 long and winding dragons, twisting around her, heads at the top, tail at the bottom. 2 helixes that corkscrewed against each other. It was her defense. A third dragon coiled around the other 2 lazily, its glowing eyes a clear indication of its intent. Then Chong began chanting. Tetsuya felt the first slivers of fear running through his spine. A sorcery-based chant could do almost anything. A chant had a beginning, end and middle, one that could last forever. Simply from the way her arms were waving, he knew this was an environment manipulation chant. The rumbling from beneath his feet was a big clue. He didn't know how this was happening. How was a 12-year-old capable of battle chanting? Why was she chanting in the first place? The dragon began shooting watermelon-sized balls of air, so he dodged mindlessly. It appeared from the speed and potency of her attack. That she was still very much a novice, something he was thankful for. And then the stone began to ripple and deform. Chunks of the floor began to lift into the air and hover, before revolving around the sorceress. Through it all, Skywalker stood still, as if waiting for the moment when the seemingly unhinged sorceress began to target him. Tetsuya jumped into the air, dodging as pieces of stone, bigger in size than his head, began to launch themselves at him. The projectile promptly crashed against a shelf in the restricted section, destroying it and some of the books on it. Tetsuya idly wondered if there was a reason Chong was being this vicious before noting that Skywalker was not being shot at. His brief feeling of surprise was transformed into trepidation when the magically reinforced library doors splintered and exploded into the room. Dumbledore was the first to the scene. Being headmaster had the side effect of being painfully aware of the destruction in the library when about 20 portraits had begun to scream in his ear. He really didn't need the headache. Still, destroying the library books was a very serious event. The library had a great deal of protective enchantment. And purposely damaging a book in it required a great deal of ingenuity or power. The enchantments on the library were the work of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. To destroy so many books in spite of them all could only be the work of a powerful malice. And from what he could gather, there was a large amount of power being gathered in there. He would have to be prepared. He was not taking chances. He could not afford to. With all the chaos that seemed to have sprung up out of nowhere after 10 years of peace, he wouldn't be surprised if somebody had let loose a dragon inside there. There were Ny who sought the stone hidden within the school, and distractions are a viable strategy to occupy the headmaster. Drawing up in front of the doors, Dumbledore drew up to his full height and jabbed his wand forward. His robes furiously fluttering backwards just from the energy bleeding off. The doors themselves disintegrated, the nearly sickle-sized shards of wood funneled inside by the nature of the spell used. He had a brief glimpse of 3 figures before they disappeared in a pressure wave that further damaged the library, sending up the dust from pulverized stone, wood and paper. A Hufflepuff uniform-wearing male, an armored and helmeted figure who was most likely male, and a third party in blue and white, obscured by the whirling and floating rocks in some kind of advanced wind spell. He had apparently walked into a battle and the participants had fled when confronted by a gatecrasher. Unfortunately for the headmaster, he was so lost in furiously replaying and analyzing events he had been standing there in the same spot as when the combatants disappeared. Without the extra impetus of danger, he did not see or hear Madame Pants draw up behind him. The librarian had taken nay look at the damage and shoved the headmaster to the side with all the manner of a rampaging rumpet. A loud cry of, "My library!" reverberated through the hallways. Because he was unprepared, the man managed to hit his head on the wall hard enough to knock him out. Until he awoke 3 hours later, the staff was panicked that there were intruders of sufficient ability to defeat the headmaster in combat, while destroying the library in the process. McGonagall had stood in front of the third-floor corridor, wand in her iron grip until she received word that Albus was all right. When the headmaster had barged in, the 3 in the library had a split second to decide what invisible and flew off, her departure hidden by the chaos of her dissipating spells. Tetsuya had hopped away, over the headmaster, who had looked shocked and seemed to be trying to process what he had seen. As for Harry, he dispersed. He was just a clone after all. The original Harry Potter raised an eyebrow and slunk into the nearest shadow, disappearing from the common room without being noticed. He slunk along the castle, searching and searching until he found the second year who had just minutes ago tried to fight him in the library. She was in the forest, just within the boundary, as was Tetsuya. Rubbing his gloved hands together, Harry appeared before them. "So, shall we continue the party?" The sorceress sighed. "Let's not bother. We will have more than enough opportunities to fight in the next few years." After that ruckus in the library, we will have to avoid any overt displays until things settle down. Besides, it was inadvisable to fight anyway. With the defense professor being possessed as he is, the use of non-wizard abilities within a highly visible location could be observed by unknown parties. I am not entirely comfortable with the scrutiny such an exposure would result in. Thus we must all hold off for a while, most likely until next year, for any violence that may prove troublesome. Harry tilted his head. The defense professor is possessed. Tetsuya also nodded questioningly, unsure of what it meant. Cho nodded simply. The silence was broken by a distant roar. A flash of flame lit up the evening and some shouts were heard. Harry paused and took off. Tetsuya looked at her and shrugged, before heading back to the castle. Cho stood a while longer before a Thestral walked up to her. She patted it on the head and sighed. Her impetuousness had led them to this stage. Even without our lifting a finger, events come to pass. The time after was tense. There was a crushing weight upon everyone. Too many things had happened in too short a time. Even without the dragon that was now somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. 3 days after the library incident, there was an announcement that a Norwegian Ridgeback had taken residence in the forest. Considering that Hagrid was at the time sobbing about his baby at his seat on the staff table, there were very few people who did not have an idea as to exactly where the dragon came from. Students scurried like rodents, shoulders hunched and eyes lowered. Incidents between houses diminished as people found new excuses to stay inside and not wander the halls. The library was almost deserted. Even though the repairs were done almost immediately, the fact that something had happened there and the teachers weren't talking was enough for rumors to spread. Classes were conducted with a solemn severity that made what even charms seem like a funeral. Everyone just wanted their time here to be done and over with. It was in this atmosphere that Quirrell thrived. The lack of joy had an invigorating effect on the Dark Lord, and he was actually feeling better even with the systematic destruction of his body. Even as the end of the year approached and everyone began to perk up, his good mood had been there to stay. So he planned and plotted. The Philosopher's Stone was there for the taking. He just had to arrange some suitable distraction in place. Fortunately, the Dark Lord Voldemort, thanks to his days in Borgin and Berks in Nocturne Alley, had a great deal of affinity to the old and useful art of forgery. And cons. Eitering the type of people in the Ministry, Dumbledore wouldn't have a problem believing they wanted him there for one reason or the other. The stage was set, the actors in place. Come tomorrow it would be showtime. It was Thursday, 4th of June, 1992. A few days were all there was left to the end of the year. The students were full of youthful anticipation. And the exams were written with much exasperation. But there were people for whom there were more important things to do. Dumbledore was gone. He had an errand from the Ministry of Magic, who apparently couldn't find their bottoms if their hands were spelled to it. The staff was otherwise unhurried, but it was curious to see that they kept an eye on everyone. The day passed much the same as any other day, and through it all, Quirrell fought the giddiness. It was infuriating how time passed so slowly when he needed to get that stone. At night, once curfew had passed, Quirrell couldn't wait any longer. He tore through the corridors with a purposeful stride. He had pulled out all stops for today. Extra unicorn blood and an illegal potion to temporarily boost magical power at the cost of future pain. He was not in the mood to be stopped by his own weakness. Unnoticed to him, his thoughts and Voldemort's aligned. There would be no use for the deluded fool after today, so the Dark Lord had no problems accelerating the degradation for a bit more power. After all, he would get his own body today, no use keeping the old one alive for much longer. The obstacles were easy, which was what made Quirrell so wary. The headmaster had a century to study and wield arcane magics. Where was all that knowledge being used? Why were the challenges so weak? The Cerberus was easy to take care of. An enchanted harp for a melody, and just like that the beast was asleep. The devil's snare he magically pushed aside. The keys he acquired by conjuring a falcon that quickly snatched the thing out of thin air. The chess set he flew over, a power. The Dark Lord had explained the mechanics of. The troll was knocked out easily, he was an expert on them after all. He walked through Snape's fires with little issue. His dark arts were superior to an thing that pathetic little parasite was capable of. The last obstacle baffled him. The mirror was an arcane magic, an example of the work that was possible in the old days, when wizards truly were gods. But for now, it was merely an obstacle to be considered. But it was a most impressive one. Quirrell spent an entire hour waving his wand before he was satisfied that there was a philosopher's stone in the mirror. In other words, it wasn't a decoy. The signature showed an alchemic circle beyond his understanding, but not beyond his capabilities to make use of. Voldemort had delved deep into magic, and alchemy was a part of that. Still, he had to get it first. As the minutes ticked by, he became more and more frustrated. Why was he not getting this? Why was there no stone? The mirror of Eris. Ed mocked him blatantly with his failure and desire all at once. Time passed by without notice. Hello, Quirinus. The calm tones of Dumbledore's voice floated at him from behind. This is your fault. Dumbledore, eyes noticeable by their lack of twinkle, chuckled mirthlessly. The plan was simple. Keep the former Dada professor occupied. Combat would go in the headmaster's favor, but it was ALW AY's best to put off the actual fighting as long as possible. Thus they both stood wands gripped tightly, ready for spell fire. Did you not imagine, Quirinus, that if I set traps that a competent wizard might foil, I would have a purpose in doing so? Quirrell growled and shivered in his rage. I would imagine, old man, that all that you finally showed just how senile you really are. You will not stop me, Dumbledore. I will succeed here. My master will rise tonight. I will be rewarded as his faithful servant. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. However, the wand gripped at his side told a different story. You poor deluded fool. Voldemort does not reward his followers for their success. He punishes them for their failure. You will fail today and by tomorrow morning will have passed on to your next great adventure. This room is a trap. You cannot physically leave this room unless I allow you such permission. One may turn back at any other point before, but to leave this room, I am the only one capable of granting that privilege. Quirrell gnashed his teeth furiously, his wand hand vibrating from the tenseness. I will speak to him. Quirrell startled and then calmed. He removed his turban, one turn at a time, and when it was fully gone, a flourish. Tom. Dumbledore didn't blink at the hideous growth at the back of the head. But Voldemort, the ash-colored face, was not amused at the name. See what I have become, old man. Because of that boy, I have become less than vapor. A shadow of my former self, but even now I stand at the heart of your fortress. How does it feel, Dumbledore, to know that I have been within reach of all those mudblood spawn? That at my word, your precious children would have become mere corpses in the hallway. Dumbledore didn't twitch. He was a picture of calm. Does Quirinus know that when you abandon him, he will die instantly? That all your effort till now will do nothing to further you or him? Master. Voldemort scowled at the headmaster before shrugging with Quirrell's shoulders and smirking. It seems I will not be returning to the wizarding world just yet. Mark my words, Dumbledore. One way or another, I will return. I will bring our world down to its knees and I will kill you and that accursed boy. You are both living on borrowed time. Enjoy your life while it lasts. Not even giving Dumbledore time to reply, he flew out of Quirrell's head like a bludger. First he headed towards Dumbledore, but seeing the ominously lit wand, he changed his mind and flew straight up instead. Dumbledore stood still for a moment before sighing tiredly. A quick check confirmed that Quirrell was dead. A few more spells to lock down the room once he left and he traced his way back all the way to Fluffy. The beast was still asleep from the spell he had put up. McGonagall's face greeted his the second he stepped outside. She opened her mouth to ask him a question, but he shook his head. She gave a huff of relief before asking, Quirinus. Yet again, Dumbledore shook his head. The expression on his face was contemplative. It seems, Minerva, that we are not allowed the luxury of waiting. What do you mean, Albus? Only that I am beginning to see why some chose to retire early. Quote. McGonagall shot him a venomous look but said no more. He wouldn't be saying anything useful today. When both teachers had left, an armored figure briefly appeared out of thin air, dropping from the ceiling before disappearing in a puff of smoke. In another part of the castle, an amused voice spoke 3 words. How very interesting. King's Cross Station was as crowded and annoying as ever. Harry idly mused that it would be extremely easy to assassinate somebody in this swirling mass of humanity, where seemingly everyone came in without the protection of wards and the like. Sure, it would be difficult to kill somebody anonymously with bright and shiny spell fire, but jabbing a hypodermic needle full of one of the various venoms and poisons of the magical world into somebody would be ridiculously easy. Then again, hypodermic needles were a bit too muggle for most. They had no trouble with curses that sliced you in half, but needles were too much. Hermione had not been there when he had woken up, and he was unsure as to whether he was happy or sad about that fact. Sure, he felt sure that she would drag him into her crazy schemes if he couldn't talk her out of them. But he was also a little grateful for the company. Solitude was not his natural state of existence. And he was in some way ecstatic that there were still people who Concio USLY sought him out, even with his public persona being as unapproachable as it was. He kept a lookout and eventually spotted his uncle, now wearing a clerical collar in his semi-formal outfit. Harry noticed that the man was now much slimmer and looked more like a bodybuilder and less like a useless slob. Sure, he had been reducing his weight before, and he had seen the man at Christmas, but he really hadn't paid attention then, seeing as Vernon was still slightly skittish around his nephew. But now, his uncle looked like a new man, with short hair, a cropped mustache and a body that looked less like a barrel and more like an athlete. Vernon Dursley was a very much changed man. His health and fitness was never less in doubt, and the semi-casual clothes he wore were actually drawing favor, able attention that Harry was careful to not perceive. Harry, ready to go home? Harry nodded with an odd expression on his face. Yes, uncle. Let's be off then, shall we? Hermione, the uniformed bushy-haired girl, pouted. The man who came up swept her up and twirled her around. She smiled. I'm happy you're back. Let's go get some ice cream. There was a distinct air of peace around number 4. It was relaxing actually. Once Vernon had turned a new leaf, it seemed that the house itself was filled with joy. Perhaps it was his sensitivity to the energies of the house, but it had never been more welcoming as it had been at that moment when he stepped into the house. Dudley had returned from Smeltings. He also seemed to be retaining his shape and did not look like at all barrel-shaped. He quietly sat in front of the television, watching with a small smile as his cousin came home. He nodded once and returned to his program, a classical movie of some sort, which Harry did not bother to inquire about. Petunia walked out of the kitchen and smiled at him, after kissing her husband in an affectionate embrace. She slowly led him to the dining table, where a small chocolate cake was laid OU. Tea with a "Welcome Home" written in white icing. Even without his presence, the Dursleys had truly changed for the better. He dug in. Despite the fact that it was the summer holidays, Harry was not prepared to let go and relax. He slept 2 full days without waking up, his only concession to the vacation. Harry's first act was to order a set of specific needles in bulk. The long stainless steel needles were his substitute for Sanbon, an otherwise impossible to procure weapon. He didn't bother with kunai or shuriken. Instead he sent a clone to pick up his swords, ordered all too long ago. He got them the next day. Next, he went directly into London. He had a scroll full of money that he could use and he wanted to use it gainfully. £6 million was a fortune. And he aimed to use it to make more money. His trip to Gringotts was not eventful. Goblins were ruthless bankers and had a great deal of respect to people who make money. Thus, even though a person like Lucius Malfoy was a backstabbing goblin-hating leech, he was still respected, if only as a human who made money. What he spent it on, they didn't care. And neither did they care exactly where it came from either. Compared to that, when Harry Potter walked in and deposited £6,100,022 in paper currency, they were much more impressed with the boy than they normally would. Mr. Potter had of course just multiplied his available resources by about 30 times. When he inquired if they had a means to keep that money in a Muggle bank, they told him that they could set up an account with Barclays. And they did. Now he was a millionaire, and he had the paperwork to prove that he had everything above board, legally. Next, he went to his investment firm and began giving directions. Computer, electronics, communications. Things that he knew would expand in a very hurried fashion. The advice of a minor seer, who could do some minor divinatory scrying, contracted to the goblins a ND passed on to somebody with money was an excellent means of making money and spreading goodwill. It fit in with what little he knew about those particular fields and helped to increase his net worth in the coming years. Certain companies received a shot in the arm, giving them increased resources to work with, putting the fruits of extensive R&D onto the market that much sooner. And Harry Potter would make money. After all, the goblins may not be human, but they knew just as well as anyone else the usefulness of helping those with power. And helping the growth of 1.2 million galleons was something that humans tended to be grateful for, or less treacherous to their helpers about. It took just a little over a day, but he was able to allocate over £4 million into electronics and software companies. He into companies with vision. Young madcaps mean to change the world, and make money while doing it. Then for his final business in Gringotts, he went on to arrange for the creation of alternate IDs. Magic made certain parts of the documentation process irrelevant. Muggle IDs, and other documents were an unadvertised goblin service, one you had to specifically ask for. And it cost a few hundred galleons. Not exactly cheap. 2 IDs were made, one for Alexander Gray, and Victor Lumiere. Both had slightly different looks for their photos, the second one being closer to what he would look like eventually. The first was a pale-skinned, silver-eyed man with short brown hair. Both were now complete identities with driver's licenses, bank accounts, qualification documents for their basic educations, social security number and passports. As a coincidence, Alexander Gray was his appearance when dealing with his local arms dealer. Hermione spent the day in a sort of detached manner. Each day she existed, she drifted further and further from her parents. She wanted do something. What that something was, she didn't know yet. Aurora helped, but she was somewhere between a twin and another personality. She floated beside her, invisibly commenting on everything around yet not helping at all. Hermione needed to get out of this place. This one-dimensional existence of humanity was suffocating her. The book-covered walls of her home were no longer a sanctuary. They were a cage and a hindrance. The knowledge she once sought fanatically held no meaning to her. She was beyond such things now. She had the ability to alter reality to some extent, something that both was and wasn't magic. She didn't use it much, but it was there. Maybe she should go out and have some fun. Tetsuya-kun, are you sure there are Chinese here? It would be troublesome if they were to decide to follow the course set by our respective homelands and fight us. She was a sorceress. I cannot tell what rank. But she has a wind element at the least. And she was battle chanting before we got interrupted. It seems we are at an impasse then. Very well then. Since there is nothing to be done there, get ready for training. We will practice urban combat next. And I hope you are now familiar with those pistols you were sent. You will be practicing against mobile dummies. Takeda heard a gulp and grinned savagely. On the 4th day, Harry began to shadow the London police units. He sent clones to see how street cops and detectives actually worked. He did plan to spend a lot of time committing actions that would be normally classified as crimes. So he watched and he learned. During this impromptu field trip, Harry heard a very interesting piece of news. A clone had been eavesdropping on 2 off-duty policemen who were chatting when he heard that the government was still scrambling to solve the massacre his fox-masked clone had done. It was apparently serious enough that some G-shot Asian detective from Interpol was working with Scotland Yard on the case. The news had interesting enough so that the clone had pickpocketed the nearest victim, hanged into a nondescript woman and called his original with the news. It wouldn't help him much at the moment, but he could probably use this in the future. However, the original was much more interested in this development than the clone. So Harry quickly shifted to the heart of London itself, instead of remaining at Privet Drive. Accordingly, he moved into a cheap hotel and set up camp. He carried with him quite an arsenal of weaponry. He had a feeling his enthusiasm was rewarded when, 2 days later, he stumbled upon a most interesting individual as he walked in his too many layered clothing. Even for the cold English ambience, it seemed to be too much. Hermione stood at the aisle with a frown. This could be the most important decision she had to make since she decided to play with Harry. What do you think? Aurora rolled her eyes as she floated lazily from the invisible area above her mistress. Her annoyance was clear by the fact that she wasn't giggling. Just pick one already. You have been at it for an hour. What happened to having fun? Harry's just 2 miles away. Let's go. She tugged at the frowning girl's sleeve and tugged ineffectually. Her mistress kept swinging her head back and forth. Vanilla or chocolate? Takeda frowned when he sensed something off and paused at a sidewalk. He signaled his invisible shadow and twisted the dial on his watch. 10 seconds later, a voice spoke up behind him. How do you do, Takeda-san? The ninja tilted his head to the right and back, allowing his to keep an eye on the armored individual that stood there. The camouflage scheme looked all too visible on the gray cobblestone path they were both standing on. Without fear of death, they stood all too close to one another, confident either in their ability or unconcerned with defeat. And they were both speaking in English. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. And how are you, if I may presume to ask? They stood motionless, unseen and unheard, but avoided all the same by the sparse but crawling humanity that flowed that evening. They were conversing meaninglessly, a simple nonsensical conversation that belied their ready demeanors. Not bad at all. How is Tetsuya? He's not upset about his last misadventure, is he? No, I can't say he is. But he is training harder all the same. The helmet tilted backward, as if the wearer was looking at the sky, now a dull color that seemed determined to entomb the sky in its misery. Takeda spoke again. The weather is really bad. You do realize that you have a marksman aiming at you? Harry shrugged. He was a clone anyway. I'm not really here. I do wonder why somebody like you would just stand outside, like this with just a sniper for cover. I'm sure you realize your vulnerability one way or the other. You were completely visible after all. I'm not really here either. Ah, indeed. They relaxed. At the moment, this conversation was more along the lines of a phone call. And what exactly do you do when you realize you are having a conversation that neither of you are present for? If that is all, shall I take my leave? One moment. You're the one who did the Christmas massacre, right? Perhaps. I just need to know one thing. The clone braced itself. Outright demand in a so far innocuous conversation was disturbing. Why didn't you take the liquor? Takeda could feel the quizzical expression the helmet concealed. He shrugged. A slight shift he knew the other would pick up. It has been maddening a lot of people at the yard, and even I am not immune to the speculation. The clone twitched. He spoke sourly. So you're the hotshot Sherlock substitute. What a coincidence. And I did take most of the bottles. The ones I left behind in that room were all poisoned. It was some type of internal betrayal ploy that I interrupted. I left the unusable ones untouched and made off with the more edible stock after interrogating the boss. I see. We had not tested them for poisons. It is perhaps a good thing these investigators were strict in following regulations regarding taking the evidence. The clone shrugged once more. I really do not care. I'll be seeing you, unless you can tell me of another place I can clean out. It has been an interesting diversion. Perhaps the clone was joking, but Takeda was not so ready to dismiss out of hand. He mulled it over for an instant before he was suddenly inspired. You will, of course, be indebted to me for the favor. The clone was taken aback. What his original would think of this he did not know. It was perhaps a good thing he couldn't summon specific personalities from previous clones. He decided to keep his commitments to a minimum. Something minor perhaps. Takeda nodded. He expected it. Still, it was interesting to see what Skywalker would do with this. It was an Interpol lead. Not just a British problem. Still, if this was done properly he wouldn't be losing his cover there. And maybe, just maybe he could get his men that experience a place where they distribute Afghan heroin to the Isles. It's not exactly a small operation. Interpol has mere inklings about it, but I have better resources. I'll provide the address for you to handle, in exchange for an agreement of sorts. And what would that be? Neutrality, until we are completely opposed in our goals. You are unfortunately an unknown quantity, and I would rather have you as somebody who is if not an ally, then at least not an enemy, for now. Intriguing. This was extremely intriguing. For now, the clone agreed. Just keep things conventional for now. I would not want to deal with unexplainable massacres again. I do have a real job, expendable though it may be. Finding a real cover again would be a pain. How neatly everything fits, Takeda mused. Pass me information as I require and we'll have a deal. A few minutes of quieter murmurs later, they continued onwards, stepping off as if they had never stopped at all. Harry was amused. He may not have planned it, but in a single hour, he had a new target. Managed to achieve at least lip service neutrality with his primary competition and now knew that nothing would come out of the Christmas massacre case. Takeda was content. He had barely sensed overt energy from that mad fellow, obtained verbal neutrality and made an overture for future alliance. He was better poised to use his time for however long the war back home was going to occur. And he could get rid of scum without having to risk his conventionally inexperienced men. It also would serve as a distraction for when he completed his objectives that did not require everything to be explainable by the human limitations and laws of physics. "Boris, my friend, how are you doing?" said individual, looking even more the part of the gruff Russian than before, greeted him with a rumbling laugh. The clone, looking to be in his early 20s and wearing a proper suit, thanks to a henge, grinned beatifically. "It is good to see you again. How goes your work, Tovarish?" "It is good, very good. It is so good that it seems I will have need of more than mere pistols. I will need something with a lot more range for now, and also an assault rifle. I need to diversify." Boris grinned once more, a horrible toothy grin that looked odd within the facial hair framing it. Straight to business was a policy he supported wholeheartedly. "Good, good. We shall make a proper soldier of you yet." They sat down as before in the very odd warehouse, surrounded by guards now using a more compact weapon than he had seen before. Whatever they were, AKs they were not. Boris began his pitch with a series of printed sheets with a basic line drawing and weapon specs. He laid them out and began to elaborate eloquently, a passionate fiery appeal that was not diminished by his lack of perfect English. The first set was sniper rifles. From his pitch, Boris apparently had quite the collection for sale. Apparently, it was always good to keep an example of merchandise close at hand. The clone bear flicked through the dozens of papers with a quick look, looking through it once for familiarity before looking through the pages in detail. Finally, he picked his choices: the PGM Mini Hecate 338 caliber bolt-action rifle. Boris nodded thoughtfully for a few seconds before grinning again. The gleam in his eye promised madness. Long-range high-caliber scoped rifle. "You seem to be expecting some tough scrapes, Tovarish." "Yes, I am. Any recommendations?" Boris motioned to one of the guards at the corner. He picked the man's odd-looking weapon and put it on the table. "This is the Fabrique Nationale P90. It uses a new 5.7 by 28 mm round that." It took him 30 minutes before he was sold on the new wonder weapon that the Russian had stocked up on. Still, it was not bad looking. Short and could be slung horizontally on the back without making him looking like a human cross. It would go well with his armor, that was for sure. The ammunition was a tad more expensive than he wished it was. But that was all right. The live fire tests he had done at the warehouse suggested that the weapon was worth its cost. The 50-round magazines did not hurt. He also took the time to get a suppressor and a threaded barrel for a Glock 17, a spotting scope and HG-85 hand grenades. Finally, he brought more ammunition for the pistols he wanted to be proficient in. 2 P90s and then the rifle with spares. Not to mention the scopes, sights, tools and everything else made for a significant bill. He would have to make some money soon if he wanted to maintain his inventory. Thousands of dollars had been spent near carelessly in very little time. Still, he was now armed and if one went by convention, dangerous. Well, he would be once the other clone drove up in the rental van. The whole transaction took 3 hours, including the time it took for the Russian's man to deliver the weapons and ammunition from wherever he actually stored the things. His last 2 acquisitions were free: a manual of sorts from an American sniper, the official sniper training manual, survival guides and the scope manuals themselves. In the office of a certain Gandalf look-alike, a spinning instrument began to slow down, very, very slowly. Not that there was anyone to notice. Fox the Phoenix was vacationing somewhere in Africa. The portraits were all empty save for the perpetually sleeping ones. The Sorting Hat was sleeping, recharging, for the inevitable repeated trips into the heads of chaotic, undisciplined and prepubescent children. And Dumbledore himself was arguing with Fudge about the unnecessary reallocation of ministry funds. Without a record function, the instrument's change would go unnoticed, as the world itself spun in strange new directions. The River Thames was a very iconic part of London. It had history and mystery woven into its very threads, and Harry found himself remarkably unmoved when looking upon the waterway. It was a large body of water, slow-flowing and quite busy. If he used it for his jutsu, he would end up being quite blatant in a situation that required much subtlety. He was also resolved to actually be close to the action this time. He was still going to use his clones as somewhat disposable cannon fodder. He wasn't that confident in his armor. Still, he wasn't going to let a psychotic clone do most of the work. Still, the place was under heavy guard. He had found 3 exits guarded by heavily muscular men with assault rifles slung over their backs and chattering away in Russian. The entrances themselves were thick steel doors. The type one might see in a bunker or a submarine, except these were above ground. He was not sure how they moved stuff into the country, to be honest, and he didn't know where their loading-unloading point was. He simply didn't have enough knowledge. Of course, Harry didn't know too much about the place. The compound was underground for one. It was a set of tunnels connecting several basements under some very old buildings. They included a couple of purpose-built bunkers dating back to the Second World War. And there were also a few warehouses in the network, front, where stuff was actually processed. And stuff was relatively pure, highly refined, directly from the factories of Afghan warlords eager to solidify their holdings with arms and ammunition. After all, the Russians may have left the place, but they still had plenty of contact with their former allies and former enemies. And the Afghans may be patriotic Soviet-hating warriors, but they were very pragmatic about their underhanded dealings. The operation was run by Russians, former Soviet soldiers who found themselves out of a job as the USSR collapsed in what seemed like yesterday. The fact that many were avowedly loyal to Marshal Dmitry Yazov may have contributed to their self-imposed exile. The men were motivated by the money, the perpetual incentive. Their weapons were surplus standard-issue weapons. Everything from pistols to rocket launchers and mines to high explosive that they had acquired, and that they had used to great effect Weenie service. Among their number were intelligence and special forces members, poached by enterprising criminals eager to snap up skilled and disillusioned men for their own private armies. Even Harry's friendly arms dealer could be loosely counted among their numbers, if from a much earlier date. It was an era of political upheaval, and with the total collapse of Soviet hierarchy, none of them had any true political loyalties, merely monetary ones. There were local British citizens with them, of course, but the head of operations was Russian. And he had many men under his command. A good half of them were permanently housed in the place. Harry spent 2 days looking around as much as he could with an eagle eye. But he found himself frustrated. The Russians were thorough. They had checkpoints and chokepoints, and despite their lack of uniforms were extremely military-minded. The place was more defended than the British Army base he had crept into once. He just wouldn't be able to use the above-ground entrances without some serious use of jutsu. The fact that it was underground meant that he couldn't simply jump over any obstacles. The place was one big defensive stronghold, and he didn't even know how big it was. He would have to infiltrate the place. Or that was the plan anyway. His entrance, as provided by the Interpol agent of a ninja, was not really an address. It was actually a description of a dock, a hidden dock for small boats. It was a loading-unloading platform for small boats. It was camouflaged by a set of fiberglass panels that had been painted the same colors as the surrounding stone that held up the buildings around it. There were 2 motor boats moored to the concrete ledge, and the place was unguarded. He assumed it was for escape purposes or the like. Certainly, it wasn't something you could use to make regular cargo drops at. He had also been given one other opening, a warehouse that had an underground entrance to the tunnels. This was where he actually knew there were men guarding the place. The big burly men were walking around with their guns in the open. It was a disquieting sight, for reasons other than that he was going to be facing them soon enough. He had eventually found 3 more such places in the area. One next to a small dock capable of servicing the barges that operated on the river. This was how he knew of the security. It was also how he knew that these were trained men. There were snipers too, if the windows he didn't get close to were any indication. In any case, He went to the door most hidden from the outside. He didn't want any disturbances to be in the open. This place wasn't guarded and the door was closed. It was a blast door, the type typically found in bunkers. Curious, he whispered, examining the architecture that seemed to be built to survive bombs. A bunker of some sort. Whether it was for the Cold War or the World War he wasn't sure, but it seemed old and disused. The door had no mechanisms on this side. In other words, this was meant as an exit only. He used his swords here. The two Japanese construction blades, custom-made and engraved with seals arced gracefully, his swing leaving an arc of silver that bit into the wall and the door, all 3 inches of steel. He had packed up most of his weapons securely. He also left the sniper rifles and his P90s behind. All he took was his armor, his ninja weapons and a suppressed Glock and its extra magazines. He waited for nightfall and ghosted over the doors he knew, wary of the men who were so casually toting assault rifles. He sent in clones. The swords he had were perfectly reproduced sans any seals he had on them. Thus he quickly had a 3-man squad creep up on the first 2 unsuspecting guards and behead them. They went down without a sound. The clones scooped up the weapons and spares before Harry himself took one. Sealing anything he didn't personally carry. 2 more clones quickly took the bodies away to the nearby river, dumping them in the convenient spot. The guards were posted just 40 feet away from the door. After a gradual curve, if he had to guess, it was now parallel to the river flow. It was when they opened the blast door that it all went to hell. Somehow, they must have had some sort of hidden camera set or sensor set up there because the clones were immediately cut down by automatic fire. Whatever the case for his real set, clone armor didn't protect them from AK fire. There were 5 men pointed at the door and they were all firing. However, this did not actually deter him. He revised his plans and put up a localized genjutsu to make his clones invisible before they went in crawling upside down on the roof. They didn't get killed immediately, so he gave a small pulse of chakra. There was a set of screams and the rattle of the automatic fire and then silence. A memory hit him and he paused before confirming that he had succeeded in clearing the room. The waiting room was a mess. Scattered bullet holes marked the walls. But the men themselves were dead. 2 were practically dismembered with detached limbs. 1 was missing a head and the other 2 were shot up. The clones signed that they had shot them up. As before, a minute was spent quickly tagging everything they had, including the ammunition. A clone quickly changed the magazines on the weapons before keeping the removed ones. This seemed to have transformed into an assault right off the bat, rather than the infiltration it was meant to be. Unfortunately, retreating to regroup was a bad idea if he wanted to return here. The moment he disappeared, they would regroup in close ranks. And he did not want to see what passed for scorched earth in these forsaken tunnels. Harry cleared his head and hung back. This time, he armed the clones. And he moved forward. In the first 30 minutes he had moved a whole 400 feet from that blast door. He had been forced to rely on making himself invisible as he quietly tried to kill off as many of the enemy as he could. The Russian weapons, the Russian language, and the Cyrillic alphabet used on the signs were not painting a good picture of the place. It spoke of settled enemy, entrenched in his lair. He had been forced to use the guns of his enemies, and had killed 20 more men. However, the place was difficult to fight in for him, the narrow corridors and low ceiling far from the scale of construction of Hogwarts that he was used to. He couldn't use wind despite the extreme efficiency of the element in narrow spaces, because he could not afford for a stray cut to bring down the roof on him. With the entire structure being composed of chokepoint after chokepoint, he had to move slowly. He had already lost 12 clones from surprise attacks and ambushes. Expendable though they may be, he should have lost none. He had used a jutsu just once. In the 3rd straight steel door, is this place a bunker or a battleship? He had gotten fed up and used a wind jutsu. The nameless jutsu was meant to blow through things, like a directed concussive blast. The door had been blown away with 2 Russians, but the force of it had loosened a section of the roof and almost caused a cave-in. He had then decided that at least for that day, he wouldn't be using many jutsu for a while. The walls seemed to distort his chakra senses, making it difficult to sense any killing intent. That or they had none whatsoever, people so used to the act that it was just another action for them, in the class of drinking water, writing or telling a joke. Either way, it made his movement hazardous. Even his invisibility was not very useful. The Russians firing, blindly, into the corridors, without poking their heads out. The narrow corridors were sometimes just enough for one man, making it difficult to miss. These were veteran soldiers. The fact that he was able to kill them was of little comfort. He had been shot at directly and had deflected the shot with his arm guards, but was not eager to see if it could repeat the act. The place, Aztec piece was successful at deflection, but he was not sure if the seal had burned out. So he stayed low and killing the Russians as they shot at him from behind their cover. The Russians did have grenades, used rarely maybe to avoid cave-ins, but he was thankful. He did not fancy getting blown up along with shot at. The Russians preferred to shoot at him, even when a grenade might seem to be the better option. Whether it was to keep their dead intact or for some other reasons, he didn't care, but they were not fond of trying to blow him up, for which he was thankful. The concussion wave, from any one of them traveled far and had once dissipated 3 clones at a time. He also didn't use them. Without even a simple idea of their capabilities, the Russian grenades were unsafe, even if he saved every intact one he found. And now was no time to indulge in testing. As for explosive tags, he wasn't quite ready to use his slightly overpowered demolition charges in the narrow passageways of questionable structural integrity. Grenade or no, it was in the midst of one of his clones charging a corridor invisibly that he was shot for the first time since he began. He noticed the pain first, the bullet having missed bone, but still making a mess of his upper arm. The small caliber high-velocity round tore through flesh like a train through fog, rippling into flesh and shredding muscle. The pain hit a second later. He drew his fingers into hand signs painfully, letting his tolerance for the pain hold him out until he could pop out a few clones to let him catch a breath and heal. Bullet wounds were far more painful than the slices and blunt trauma he was used to. Bullets did not make clean cuts. The bullet had passed through and he only had to push out a few plastic fragments. Before he took the whole 2 minutes to completely heal the arm, a lifetime in the silence, broken only by gunshots and Russian invective. He fisted his hands and stood up. A clone wordlessly handed him a rifle and he moved forward. Forward, because that was all he could do now. The next hour was a dizzying mixture of death and blood. Clones slaughtered themselves by the dozen, and Harry found his strategy of relying on ninjutsu and genjutsu had atrophied his ability with less incredible modern warfare. His last assault, by the clone had made him very confident and he was now locked in a bitter death match against these grim-faced Russians. As he dove deeper into the compound, he actually began finding rooms full of crates. But he didn't stop to examine it. A lot of them were food and drink. Enormous amounts that were used to supply the population of gun-toting soldiers. The toilets were minimalistic contraptions that were nonetheless tidy little things. The whole place looked like something out of the war movies that Vernon had once watched to impress a costumer, a veteran. He encountered barracks, hastily defended but still not the most effective cover. As he progressed, he was starting to encounter actual store rooms, including ones containing crates with white powder that spilled from the bullet holes onto the ground in little cones like an hourglass. He ignored it for the moment. His progress was actually getting easier. The bigger rooms meant that his clones could better use their speed and ability, not to mention their ability to climb up walls. The Russians he now encountered were now in full Soviet infantry regalia, with Afghanka and Ushanka as he would learn they were called. They were also using their pistols a lot more. It did not change that he was getting weary of the constant battle. How many of his enemy had died, yet still more popped up. Did they actually hold an entire brigade down here or something? And still he pushed forward. And at one room, he suddenly found out just how big the place could be. He had entered a big room, with many crates and cargo containers. The crates were not all closed and still had weapons in them, AKs, pistols and RPGs. The last were untouched, probably a concession to their underground location. It was an armory of sorts. But he didn't waste the opportunity to seal up the whole lot, leaving the place empty seeming. That was when they started pouring in, this time with bigger weapons. They were bringing out machine guns. So perhaps hiding invisibly on the ceiling was a good idea. Still, it was A battle and the enemy was a trained and motivated soldier who was shooting pieces of metal he wanted to avoid getting hit by. So he for the first time used one of his own captured grenades, assuming that the larger room would better dissipate the blast. He went back to the tunnel as the blast hit the 4 men in the machine gun group, sending blood and flesh of dead Russian and the machine gun crashing into the wall behind it, where the belt promptly shattered, spilling the bullets on the floor like dropped marbles. That was when things took a turn for the weird. Lieutenant Vasily Titov, wearing his old Soviet uniform in a casual and not very alert-like manner, looked around the just blown-up room with the air of somebody who has been woken from his sleep. He looked at the ceiling, felt the unusual nature of the person standing there and swore. His hands slowly let go of his assault rifle and let it hang loosely in the sling, his hands up, and in roughly accented English he spoke 2 words. "I surrender." The armor-wearing figure was obviously quite incredulous, so he added very helpfully, "The others will come soon. Please hurry." The man was the most insane person he had seen since coming in here. And that included the guy who tried to protect himself by putting his freshly dead friend in front of him as a meat shield. It didn't work, but it was an effort nonetheless. This GUI was an entirely different level of crazy. Who surrenders to a hostile stranger who just turned his comrades to chunks of meat? He looked at the unafraid and impatient-looking man. Then he remembered that this man had just seen through his genjutsu. It took him just a second to make the decision. He shot forward at inhuman speeds and put his hand on the Russian's head. Sleep. The man crumpled and was spirited away to the boat entrance. As he was being carried, Clones took some rope from one of the supply closets he had dismissed and tied the man after stripping him of everything. Then he moved forward and to flood the place with clones. With the almost huge storage places, with freight elevators and the armed guards, he abandoned all ruses of normality, using his crude sewing needles and bond to put holes in everyone's heads. Without the narrow one-at-a-time corridors, the Russians were quickly slaughtered. Harry waded through blood by the gallons, painting the floor red, leaving footprints and picking the blood-stained weapons from the cold fingers of the dead Russians. Still, everything was going much faster. 30 minutes later, he could officially say everyone was dead. Only one had surrendered from the whole bunch, the others had acted more like kamikaze pilots than ordinary soldiers. That would probably have something to do with the armed soldiers pouring in from the other direction though. They wore black body armor, similar to those used by Special Forces soldiers the ninja, and seemed extremely uninterested in him. They came in with assault rifles and purposefully let as many alive as possible, giving Harry many a dozen kills. He would have attacked them too, except for the person following right behind the foremost team. He dryly noted that they appeared to not have fought in the least. "Takeda-san, what an amazing coincidence. What brings you to this slaughterhouse?" The senior Japanese ninja, now wearing the same attire as those beside him minus helmet, shrugged. Harry stabbed down the rising feeling of annoyance. Of course he would be there. He was the one who provided the location in the first place. It was not totally surprising, but it was definitely annoying. We blocked the other exits and chased them in the other direction. Why else did you think they were all rushing you instead of escaping? Harry shrugged, standing on the still, expanding blood pool of a perforated corpse. He easily ignored the 7 assault end blades he was seeing in their hands, standing as they were in one of the storage rooms. It was doubtful that he was in danger, but he was perfectly willing to flood the rooms while he made his escape. Some people are remarkably prone to stupidity in the name of their cause. I assumed these were the same. So what are we going to do? Takeda rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Obviously, the operation has been shut down. All we need are the narcotics and the documents. The leader we found 20 minutes ago in his room with 3 drugged and underage girls. That pathetic fool will live just long enough to regret it. The victims have been taken to the nearest hospital with a note. Harry nodded. Pedophiles were disgusting creatures. That this one stooped to drug the victims on top of it was unforgivable. I will salvage all the weapons stored. And you? Takeda nodded. Skywalker, as he knew Harry by, was in his rights to the spoils of the operation. Seeing as he had done the most of it, and letting him take the unwanted weapons would solve the problem of picking them up and disposing of the. He idly noted he's still working identical to Skywalker figures, which were stripping and carting away the corpses. Take them all, we do not require the weapons. And then we shall seal our neutrality on this division of spoils. Harry shook the man's hand warily. He was more comfortable with fighting, not negotiating. Still, progress was progress, especially if he did not have to constantly look out. Not that he was going to trust anything. But he was a bit less wary. Yes, to our continued neutrality. The next 2 hours were spent in some of the most monotonous work he had to do yet. His army of clones quickly gathered up the bodies and dumped them into 2 rooms. The ninja who accompanied him were quiet and respectful, and they seemed to be just a bit wary as they went about swiping the crates of drugs, the papers and the computers. The clones in the meanwhile collected the weapons and ammo into crates and sealed them away. More than 150 rifles, uncounted magazines, a number of ammunition crates and other things, like uniforms, field glasses, land mines, detonators, explosives, toothbrushes, cigarettes, spades, etc. Also in the place were bundles of cash, American dollars and British pounds in neat stacks in a not the smallest of safes. The ninja authoritatively assured him that they were real and not the fake currency that some drug dealers were fond of paying with. Honest drug dealers, that's what they were. Still, the currency was divided equally, something that Harry was certainly interested enough in. He wondered if this surplus of cash was a common thing among organized crime. He shook his head. There was lots of loot, enough that he had to use more than 40 separate storage seals for it all. He would have to search through it all before selling off what he didn't need. Maybe Boris would like a few rifles or cigarettes. He burned the bodies in one of the surface warehouses. There were a lot of bodies, but a few clones, donated, enough chakra for a Florida meat-wind combination that could melt steel, in a contained barrier, one similar enough to the one Orochimaru had fought Sarutobi in. The ash would be released into the Thames later. Not exactly a burial, but there are some cultures which had religious rites that in effect say burn the corpse and drown the ashes. He spent another 3 hours using his sweetened to wash off the majority of the blood away. The bullet casings went with the water. A river formed in a network of shallow chakra-induced whirlpools, the localized high pressure stripping the not yet completely dried blood from concrete. At places, it was powerful enough to gouge out a layer of concrete with it. A line of clones coordinated the makeshift collaboration jutsu, leaving the floors and walls reasonably clean of blood. Instead of a red sticky mess, it was a damp environment now. Takeda wryly mused that it was far more effective than buckets and mops. On the other hand, the blood that had been washed off was now mixed in with the river, where it quickly diluted in the darkness, unseen. It was now 5 in the morning. It had been a very long day. In the office building the Russians seemed to have used as their legal front, the men and women gathered. Takeda's people had cleared out everything they wanted, as had Harry and his near-mechanical clones. The underground complex, a set of main storage rooms that had N tunnels that extended outwards where they housed the men and their things, were all empty. The ninja had blocked the exits and chased them like rats towards the unwary Harry. It had worked splendidly, in that the entire operation had been destroyed in one swoop. The Japanese had recovered the drugs, and Harry had taken the arms, which as Takeda commented, seemed to have been enough to equip a few hundred men for quite a while. This is where we part ways, I'm afraid. Takeda nodded. He opened his mouth, closed it sharply, then spoke. Tell me, Skywalker, are you interested in a car? How interesting. He gets a free car. I'm listening. Takeda nodded. The Russians had a fleet of vehicles that they stored in this building, some to show off their wealth and power, but an expensive set nonetheless. Would you care for one? The rest we will be commandeering for our use. If you wish, please pick one of the vehicles. The car park was an underground garage below the building. Of the many spaces, about 15 were occupied. 5 were ordinary-looking family cars, probably for not being noticed. 2 were luxury sedans, the type favored by businessmen who wished to demonstrate their wealth while still not dipping into largesse. 5 more were station wagons. The other 3 were sports cars of a fashion, though just why a group of communists turned smugglers needed sports cars he couldn't say. However, they had obviously taken the pain to take very good care of it. There was a Porsche, a Ferrari and a Jaguar. All of them were 2-seat coupes. There may be more, but these were the ones in this building when we stormed it. Nobody seemed to think of heading here once the fighting started. Unsaid was that the Russians were too busy dying to think of escape. I'll take the Jaguar. Do you have the paperwork and keys? Takeda nodded. A ninja stepped forward and wordlessly handed him a folder. Harry took it, flipped through the documents and quickly scanned through the proper sections. He was grateful he had taken the time to check into this type of paperwork when Vernon offered. A quick check under the hood told him the VIN was accurate. So everything was proper. He just needed to file the paperwork with the DVLA. And the car would be legally his. He just needed to do a few modifications to the exterior and he would be done. The car was just a few months old, so he was street anding next to a practically brand new 1991 Jaguar XJS in British Racing Green. Vernon version 1 would have been frothing at the mouth at the sight of the car. Perhaps it was time to get that manner the goblins were asking about. Before he drove out, the first thing he did was run Chakra through the car. He may be grateful for the car, but he wasn't going to risk blowing up in it, or getting tracked through it. By running Chakra designed to short out electronics through a shut-down car, he would detect magical items and destroy bugs. He found just one thing that offended his senses, a letter in the front dash, from Takeda. No transmitters, explosives or magical booby traps. He drove it into the hotel parking lot, a gem among the pieces of coal parked there. He still had to go places. He fell asleep after making sure there was a squad of clones guarding his new wealth, mostly contained in the two large paper storage tubes. The next morning at 9, he drove to Charing Cross in his disguise as Alexander Gray. He walked into Gringotts without a care, offending pureblood sentiments by the dozens. He was also quickly ushered in. He had, after all, taken the precaution of setting up an appointment. Goblins did not have individual. A cold imply that goblins cared a great deal for customer satisfaction. No, what they had was a system where any account could be seen by any of certain groups of goblins. The difference was that some were more experienced at handling these than others, which meant their advice was better and more profitable. Thus the goblins would assign a team ed on the deposited wealth of a person or family. You could also on request pay to get a more experienced team. The assigned team then did everything the customer wanted financially or certain other services for a fee. That was Goblin account managing in a nutshell. As Harry was a valuable customer, based on growth and current value, he was of course assigned one of the best teams, one represented by Stirwell. Which was not his real goblin name. He deposited his new funds in cash, leaving for the goblins to take care of counting it. It was part dollar, part pounds, and they used magic, so in a minute he found he had another £3 million in cash. This was quickly put into accounts before at his request he got a list of properties that he could purchase. Goblins were nothing if not PR. Offit-minded and kept an eye out in all kinds of places. Thus it took barely 40 minutes before a 60-year-old mansion in the outskirts of northern London was in his name. He added to his latest TRA-NS action by ordering wards for protection and one to keep electronics working. Then a cave was also planned out, a hollow beneath his house with appropriate connections, exits and furniture. His an inspired home was his for a grand total of 1.3 million British pounds. Now all he needed was to get there. After that eventual first 2 weeks, Harry was actually quite relaxed. In stark contrast to his resolution at the start of the holidays, he was very happy to let go and relax. He had enough excitement for the time being and relaxed by doing such things as sorting through his loot, poking into his Jaguar and practicing marksmanship. He was happy to be away from everything else, the goblin wards very effective at repelling everything from nosy neighbors to door-to-door salesmen. The Goblin wards also had the advantage of cutting off that pesky underage detection, which is if the ministry bothered to actually pay more than the necessary amount of attention to Harry Potter. Harry did practice his spells, doing more than absolutely necessary and managing to achieve a fair bit of effect on the various pests and creatures he kidnapped for the purpose of testing his charms and transfigurations. His attempts at destructive spells were doomed to failure, and he was a bit frustrated at his lack of progress, but consoled himself that he had not really tried. His preoccupation with her things had reduced the majority of his grades to be theoretical in nature. Sure, he was a moderate spellcaster, but it was not a shining vote for his ability. So he practiced. He practiced his marksmanship on the weapons he bought and the ones he captured. The SVD marksman rifles especially needed some tweaking to fit with what he might use it for. He also practiced with various fire modes on the AK-74s and P-90s. He also practiced with his swords. And thanks to his clones, he did it all at the same time. And lots of clones also meant that he could work through all the Russian faster, spec. I lie with the Russian English dictionaries he had bought. On the bright side, he had begun to get a good grasp of Russian. He was also getting a hang of the more unusual rifles of the bunch, a few World War II bolt-action rifles. Mosin Nagants and a box of stripper clips. Why these people kept them when they had the more useful AKs and Dragunovs was a question. Something to ask Boris, he supposed. Internal magazines and bolt actions made for more accurate rifles, so he could experiment with this. Besides, there was something satisfying to use the iron sights and his eyes to shoot targets at extended ranges. He still needed to get a feel for the bullet's trajectory, but progress was progress, especially when pigeons in flight ended up with holes in their bodies. He also wanted to think on what he wanted to do with that Russian who had surrendered to him. He was currently in a semi-comfortable cell, apparently very comfortable with smoking the Soviet cigarettes that was part of his loot. One of the ninja had warned him that it was a death trap, but he wasn't trying to smoke them, was he? He thought about the Russian who seemed to be perfectly happy to do nothing at all and seemed to actually be content with being his prisoner. He thought some more and decided to think about it another day. Yes, his time was better spent thinking about how he was going to use up what seemed to be 1,000,000 bullets of assault rifle ammo. Or how to use the so-called simple-to-use RPGs without nearly blowing up his house. Maybe practice maneuvering at the higher speeds of the Jaguar with its loud 5.3-liter engine. Wow, you are a very interesting person, aren't you? The Russian soldier, in the belly of a mansion near London, watched the black cloudy thing floating around the room warily. Unlike the other man, this one was much more dangerous. Cigarette smoke curled lazily upwards, the thick smoke crawling upward, pillar-like in the barely ventilated room. Maybe I am. What are you? The black cloud with the voice of a child floated above him, giggling in amusement. It seemed to absorb the smoke before zipping around, trailing the same smoke like a cartoon. Oh, it's just that I'm not happy with him. He keeps going on adventures without me. Don't you think it's sad? He shrugged, making an affirmative grunt. I know, right? He shouldn't hoard all the fun and adventure. If he'd told me there was going to be a massacre, I'd have helped. Quote. The war is winding down. The dark room was unlit and the dense smog over the city reduced the moonlight to nothing. A barely discernible figure, clothed in a three-piece suit and overcoat, did not move a muscle, either in deep thought or uncaring of the words that whispered in the room. Opposite his desk, a feminine silhouette in a cheongsam tiredly stood. It seems that yet again the smaller nation has won their war. But this time, our forces have taken a bigger hit. The man finally spoke, his voice tinged with what some might have called regret. It has happened sooner than it should, that is all. It cannot have been a surprise after our last meeting. The Chinese have been nicely caught off guard and had the initiative taken from them. It has happened before after all. I suppose it helps that all of the really powerful units on both sides were not committed to the struggle. And while the average Chinese is smart, the average Japanese is far cleverer at this game. It always was a long shot for us to be able to properly use this war. Still, to have this happen so soon. Quote, the Emperor has personally taken charge of the ceasefire. He is prepared to surrender in this conflict, if the new enemy vessels are accessible to his researchers. In exchange, the Japanese are getting another 3 of the Zhenghe. The war should have lasted years. It would have been inconvenient, but we had plans that we were in the middle of implementing. What madness has possessed that senile old fool now? To hand over his navy's best ships. It is supposed to be due to the loss of that Zhenghe. The Emperor was most eager to see the weapon that could wreck his prized battleships, so much so that he has invoked the long unused surrender clauses. The ones that have priority over the neutralization of 4/5 of all enemy forces. The man leaned back and sighed. He drummed his fingers on the desk and spoke slowly. First me, tall submarines and now strange-looking battleships. What else have the Japanese been hiding from us? I underestimated their power. To put a vessel of that nature into the air is no laughing matter. Even our project cannot scale that large. And to have that insufferably proud emperor bow down, something is changing. Our scenario has not deviated, sir. Events have just returned to their proper course. Have they RVE a unique view of the situation? Have you any idea of what that Japanese ship is supposed to be? It is a design from one of their animated shows. They must have used an engineer to flesh out a design for a fictional space ship and then build it. They mock everyone with their antics. At least we will ourselves have a look at their operating principles. Unfortunately, we will only be allowed access to the submarines. The Shadow Empress is extremely reticent of letting anyone into her war-winning battleship after a war that was started by the Chinese using a Japanese ship. However, our own vessel's progress will be advanced greatly when the exchange takes place. It matters not, we will have our progress sooner or later. For those who follow our path, time does not matter. Abruptly, the man stood up and walked towards the door, taking a moment to caress the woman's face before leaving the dark office. It seems that you will be going to Edo then. So much for your Australian trip, Anne. Yes, bow down to my ability to suck. Not betted, so anyone pointing out grammar or continuity errors gets a cyber cookie. I stole them from the dark side recruitment stand. I have these ideas in my head, but it's difficult to focus on just one. I'm squatting at TTH, because it's interesting. All those Xander-centric stories FTW. And on that note, I wish Tenhawk would update his Shadow Council FIC. Enough with my rambling. You know the drill. Review and PM as you wish. May take a while to reply though. REEVVVIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIII But now in 3 in the morning shoving paper up my nose saying I do not own their shit, so why can't I be grumpy? In this technical world where some people really gunning for a bite of my apple. Severus Snape walked down the alley with clear purpose, his strides, quick and menacing. His cloak billowed behind him like the capes of the kings of old. His face told of violence, murder and wholesale slaughter. He stepped into Nocturne without a pause, scattering the otherwise terrifying denizens of the alley as they got away from the possibly deranged and powerful man. He stopped quickly enough, the sign of the shop a clear reminder that he had business to attend. The moment he entered into the store, he sidestepped a curse that promptly reduced a large chunk of door into blackened dust. He was not amused. "Booer he in," he roared, almost tipping over a few dangerous items, in his haste to reach the pale and terrified man behind the counter. Organ could not hope to kill him without an excess of guile, especially when his improperly gripped wand had promptly fallen with that first spell and rolled underneath the counter. Snape reached over the counter and single-handedly pulled the cowering excuse of humanity upwards. His other hand held his wand, its tip glowing a vicious yellow. His silky and dangerous voice rang clearly within the silent shop. "Borgin, when a customer of yours purchases a product, it is common courtesy to make sure that you do not betray them. Especially when that customer is me. BU, but it was the real thing. I assure you, Mr. Snape, sir, that the book is the real one. You have to believe me." Snape was not impressed. His next words were a whisper, and even more terrifying for it. "You absolute dunderhead. I purchased 4 different books. Yet you immediately comprehend which one was a forgery. Will your attempts to deceive me only end when you personally feel what I can accomplish with the Cruciatus? I was not counted among the Dark Lord's lieutenants because I am a naive child. Especially when the volume in question is one I have perused at his pleasure. Now tell me where it is, or you will perso nally experience the why I was chosen to be in the Dark Lord's inner circle." Borgin pissed his pants. He also squirmed out of the sneering potion master's grip and disappeared into the back. 30 seconds later, he was back with a book that was only slightly thinner than that year's Oxford English Dictionary. This is it, sir. The original. I'm sorry about the," Snape sneered. "Stop your sniveling, you witless coward. And if this time you presume." His wand blew up a portrait of a Burke ancestor. The whimpering shopkeeper nodded shakily and passed out with a moan. Snape sighed. He took a breath and calmed his face. He hated these excursions to the real world. He walked to the flow, threw a pinch of powder and whispered his destination. He appeared in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts with a grunt. He looked at the portraits and found one that was definitely awake. Tell the headmaster that I have retrieved the chronicle. Be assured that it was a magnificently pathetic waste of time, better spent in mastering my more experimental potions. The portrait nodded and disappeared, probably to inform the other portraits, and so on until Dumbledore himself got the message. The things he did for Dumbledore. Again, the loud crack echoed once more, reverberating through the area and the ears of the bystanders. A small dust cloud marked the location where a small piece of metal D slammed into the ground at high velocity. Taka, it seems that you are a very bad shot. Takeda's deadpan voice cut through their earmuffs as effectively as the sound of the gunshot preceding it. The prone figure on the ground raised his head, tilting the black-painted sniper rifle so he could remove the magazine. I am not suited for this, sir. My talents are in tracking, not long-range assassination. No matter, I'll see if I can't get Sora or Mayu to see if they have the instinct for this kind of work. If worst comes to worst, I will have to expand my own repertoire. Takeda-sama, I know it is not my place. But is this truly our path? Takeda looked up into the sky, a hand raised to shade his eyes from the rare English sun. I'm afraid so. That Russian nest had some very interesting information. 3 elected officials and 22 bureaucrats profited from and aided the heroin smuggling ring. And as ninja without direct instructions, we must fulfill our other duties, the elimination of evil. And just like the rogue sorcerer determined to usurp the throne of the Jade Emperor, these more ordinary practitioners of evil shall suffer the same fate, by blade, or by bullet. Ron Weasley woke up with a headache. This was not a good vacation. His days were filled with mishaps. The gnomes he picked up fought back and left rents and scratches. The food he ate sought to exit his body more urgently than it went in. Through his front or rear. And he tripped down the stairs nearly every single time he used them. His mother was at a loss as to why it was happening, but he was perfectly happy to eat the ever-increasing amounts his mother fed him to stem the tide of barely digested goop. Her growing boy needed it after all. And today, his luck took a turn for the worse. R.O. Gnawed Bilious Weasley woke up with the feeling of sticky hair. His pillow was awash with a rather sticky dark-colored mess that drove all sleepiness away the moment he tried to bury his face in it. Errantly his pet rat Scabbers, who shared his bed, had developed some diarrhea of its own. And had expelled his, liquid droppings on the pillow Ron slept on. And it still wasn't dry. Bloody hell. However, opening your mouth when your face was still covered in liquid rat shit, not to mention pressed against a pillow covered in that stuff, was not the best of ideas, the old and repeatedly recycled pillow cover not absorbing a drop of the goop that covered it. So it was that Ronald Bilious Weasley managed to achieve projectile vomiting before having tasted a single drop of alcohol. And it was INTO the very pillow his face was still pressed against. BLAAARGURGLE. Above in the rafters, Aurora the former house elf cackled maniacally. Her good deed of the day done, she disappeared back to her mistress. Nobody tried to get at the mistress. Nobody. In a dark and lightless room, in an army base that isn't really important. Ooh, shiny. Did you hear anything, sir? That dust isn't going to clean itself up. Harry perched on the roof of a modern-day skyscraper, specifically the one known as One Canada Square. It was late at night and he just squatted down on the roof without a care. He had no real need to be here. And he wasn't really a caped crusader for justice, so he himself wasn't really sure why he was up here. However, he had received a note, and the manner of its arrival had all but identified its sender. After all, very few people would send a note that basically floated in the air above his head, surrounded by a cloud of pink glitter and a large paper heart with a revolver on it. When the note said that its sender was anonymous, Harry thought back a minute to the odd appearance of the note. Defying laws of gravity, semi-girly and colorfully loud decorations, a picture of a very familiar revolver, total dismissal of the idea that the above points were not exactly shouting anonymous. Yes, there was obviously a large pool of people who could have sent it. Reet, Harry sighed, so much for the 1 in how many trillion chances that the sender was somebody else other than Granger. Well, at least the lack of horns and tail meant it was not her friend, either. Why am I here? Yes, stick to business. That was the way to go. Then he might not be pulled into the reluctant shenanigans that he spent so much time talking her out of. That's right. There would be no becoming superheroes. No Starlight Breaker. No Xanatos Gambits. And no Unlimited Blade Works. And definitely no testing the wave motion guns. Some of those made him shudder just from their names. Hermione turned serious. At that moment, he realized that she was wearing a pink Princess Leia outfit complete with that otherwise ridiculous-looking hairstyle. And she was twirling G around that super revolver of awesomeness +5 in her right hand, while floating at more than 200 meters above ground level. He shuddered. Hermione looked amused. Back again, Harry. Excellent. We have to discuss your minion. Harry blinked. Beneath his helmet, his brain temporarily snapped out of reality while he processed the latest in Granger Insanity copyright. I don't have a bloody minion. Predictably, she waved it off. She also absent-mindedly shot a high-flying bird or maybe a bat. Considering the hour, that exploded into gore. Sure you do. He's in your dungeon. Like a proper gimp. She folded her arms and nodded resolutely. As if that was the end of that. Harry growled. He's a bloody prisoner for Cammie's sake. She shook her head and shook her finger under at him. No, he's your minion. I.e. Then went through his head to make sure of it. Sure, there was a bit of screaming and a whole lot of staring and drooling, but he is officially your minion. Now you have your own Alfred Pennyworth. Who, you know, Jeeves, Jarvis, Walter Dornez, Sebastian Michaelis, Watari, Hayate, Alfred Pennyworth, Butler, works for the main guy. Harry felt the growing headache that was the principal's side effect of dealing with his occasionally over-friendly acquaintance. Never mind that. About the other thing you said. Hermione leaned forward. With her costume and her folded hands, the act might have been a lot more distracting if both he and she had finished puberty. In Harry's warped and fractured head, a voice cried out in pain and was drowned out by a tsunami of reason. Yes, are you telling me that you took my prisoner and turned him into my minion? Hermione poked his forehead. Everything was grainy and monochrome, like a 60s horror film. A hanging light bulb illuminated a GGLING man strapped naked to a raised steel operating table. A strategically placed strap ensured that nothing untoward was showing. A stained lab coat-wearing doctor stepped forward. She was short, masked and gloved. He was also grinning, a horribly wide manic grin that would not have been out of place on Orochimaru. A pair of large spectacles completed the mad scientist look. Distorted opera. A music started playing in the background. The doctor advanced forward and plunged his suddenly blackened hand into the terrified, screaming man's skull. The doctor's laughter, patient screams and the unidentifiable music. They rose in an orgy of agony and ecstasy that drowned out everything, even thoughts. And then, when Harry finally thought he was going deaf, silence fell. The doctor retreated to the darkness and the patient hung limply in his restraints, his eyes open, unseeing and yet staring right at him in silent accusation. Harry shook his head as the vision passed. Hopefully, his decision to hold off on dealing with the man would not make the Russian totally useless after that disturbing event. Is that all you came here to tell me? That my dungeon is now a vegetable cellar? Hermione shrugged, twirling in mid-air with a manic smile. She paused in mid-air and reached behind her, pulling out a long rectangular case from thin air. I know you just bought those guns, but have this. A crate followed, slamming into the floor next to him, creaking in protest. And bullets. Lots of bullets. See, you didn't come here for nothing. You got a bright shiny gun from me. Ooh, shiny. Harry groaned. He did not need the headache. On the other hand, the seemingly brand new L96 with all the accessories was an excellent bribe for climbing up more than 200 meters vertically on a building for a meeting with her. So am I going to be called to some other place like this again? Hermione shrugged again. Just once more, I'm afraid. We have to have a chat sometime before September. There are things you will have to know. And you can know them only once you know what you know then. Harry blinked. For just a moment she had been normal. Hermione smiled sadly, all evidence of her previous insanity having vanished. You will get it soon, Harry. It will all be clear soon anyway. Farewell. And she vanished. Harry put his helmeted head into his gloved hands and groaned. Was going to be trouble, he could tell. Harry felt at the wood, concentrating on the shape and texture. The rifle stock had seen a lot of wear. But that was all right. The barrel and the rest of the metal parts had been more or less fine. Even the rifling had comparably less wear on it. The World War-era Mosin Nagant was a beautiful piece of engineering. The receiver markings indicated that it was made in 1944. The weapons had seen combat, having then gone into storage a few years after manufacture. The Russians had a small notebook that indicated the location of some warehouse where the rifle had been taken by the drug runners. Unfortunately, they had not been kind in taking the preservative off the stock, having almost scraped a lot of the wood off harshly. Aware as he was of World War II history, he knew just how many men a single rifle could have killed. Unfortunately, the rifle was enough for his purposes. It was not capable of taking the ceiling that he wanted. The thing was just too worn for the accuracy he desired, and even ceiling couldn't make this rifle and its siblings more accurate than it was. On the other hand, the 7.62 caliber L96 that the demented girl had given him was nearly bringing sparkles into his eye. He was willing to deface the otherwise pristine rifle with seals, a sharp-ended metal wire, blood ink solution and a very patient clone. This rifle would be his masterpiece. By the time he was finished with it, this thing would be able to block a lightsaber. Well, everything up to a lightsaber anyway. But it's the thought that counts. And overkill. That counts too. The extra dozens of magazines and the crate full of straw-packed bullets helped in that regard. He did wonder where she got the damn thing to begin with though. Vasily Titov was once a loyal Soviet soldier. Later, he was more of a self-employed mercenary, working with other former Soviet soldiers in the most ancient of pursuits, making money. Why did he do it? Without speaking for the others. He himself desired to make enough to retire from war. Or that was what he told himself. He was a particular creature, a wizard. Except that as far as wizards went, he was a unique, fairly odd wizard. His birth was in the midst of some remarkable circumstances. On September 29, 1957, the Kyshtym disaster took place. Inadequate protective measures produced a large cloud of radioactive material that delivered high amounts of radiation into the surrounding area. Vasily's parents were poor jobless civilians who had long forgotten their heritage of Imperial Russian combat wizards. His parents were the children of a group of Allied magical troops who had fled west to escape the chaos that the Ninja War had left the capital in. In one generation, they had lost any knowledge they could have used to defend themselves. In one generation, families whose members could have stood in direct combat with Albus Dumbledore, if for just a while, were reduced to fearful and pitiful NTS fleeing an enemy that had long forgotten them. Vasily's parents were thus somewhat settled in the village of Satlikovo in the Ural Mountains when they had conceived their child. The news was a PPY1 and brought joy to their life of privations. And with their new child on the way, both expectant parents cheerfully threw themselves into work, saving their meager earnings for when the family would get larger. And then the unpredictable happened. With their lives spent in the open in whatever work could be had, the radiation quickly took root. Their unused and untrained magic sought to combat that which threatened their lives. And that of the unborn son. It took 2 weeks before the village was completely evacuated, by which time, the two were extremely sick, more than their neighbors. Vasily Titov was born January 12, 1958, to a dying mother who perished 71 minutes after the punishing ordeal. His father, without the burden of having to live for an unborn son, unlike the mother, had been dead for 2 weeks. The Soviet hospitals may not have been the best, but their staff members were spirited people who mourned the loving couple, cut down in their prime. Vasily Tito grew up in an orphanage in what was once known and officially called Tankograd, the home of T-34 battle tank production in the Great Patriotic War. He grew up like most orphans, unloved and searching for purpose. When he reached the minimum age possible, he enlisted. The circumstances of his birth, however, ensured that he was not able to train himself in magic as he should. Also, he had been damaged in a manner, ensuring that he was unable to wield a focus. But internal magic was within his grasp, and he found himself using it to become the better soldier. In an ironic twist of fate, he found Himself assigned to the 65th Motor Rifle Division stationed next to the very city he had grown up in, the very city hated. He spent a few years doing his duty before he was sent by his commander into Spetsnaz. Brutal training that killed quite a few people had forged him into a fine soldier. And then battle hardened him. And then he found love. The locally based KGB officer was a witch, a powerful, yet poorly trained one who taught him some of the very few tricks she knew. She was also a ruthless, black-hearted bitch who spent the next 2 years using him and his skills before destroying him. He was devastated. He had lost what had slowly become his reason for living. So what if he had a couple of $1 million worth in an ex-KGB bank account? It was not the same as a reason to live. He was broken. He no longer had the proper mindset of a special forces group. He had lost that edge that separated a good soldier from the excellent one. So he was packed off and sent to Moscow. Because whatever his current state, before his fall he was an excellent soldier, and he still had those skills. A seemingly long time later, he awoke to find that his unit had been sacrificed in a power play. A coup was in the works. One that eventually would fail, but a coup nonetheless. And to move some people into the proper places, he found himself discharged quietly along with his current comrades. They fled in almost disgrace. Their fates an afterthought to those in power. But all was not lost. Their motherland did not want them. That was fine. They had their own ideas on how to survive in the new world. He followed. With the aid of some similarly aggrieved people from other services, they set out to make their own path. What did he care about how he would die, when he had given up life as a lie? They robbed a few arms dumps and more for supplies. Then, with some discreet use of stolen money to bribe the proper people, they stole a 150 meters long bulk carrier. They made their way through the ocean, a few former KGB agents knowing enough to ensure their uninterrupted travel. Eventually, they had set up the London operation within the space of mere months, something he suspected was Bako. Say the Russians were swept into someone else's operation. The local aide was suspicious enough. But he kept quiet. His friends did not know that he had lost his will to live. He was just surviving on the day-to-day. When he had walked into that room seeing nothing but slaughter, he gave up. He really didn't care about living, and he doubted they would torture him for information he did not have, so it would be interesting to see what would happen to him. How would they kill him, he wondered. But with the passage of time came the realization that he had been forgotten. He was thankful he was given cigarettes to smoke. And he wondered why he was being treated relatively fairly. By the time his thoughts rose to worry about his fate, Hermione played with his head and now he didn't worry all that much about anything. But then, he had also found a reason to live. Albus Dumbledore flicked through the pages with a sigh. He was on the verge of strangling Fudge with his own 2 hands. In the beginning it had been amusing and a bit flattering, being called up to resolve the minister's doubts. Now it was just plain annoying. The man had become unhinged. The stress, a lot of it self-created, had turned the once average politician into a paranoid wreck. Unfortunately, he was still clear-headed enough to ensure his ministerial position. It was unfortunate, but it meant that the whole government had slowed to a crawl. The only good thing was that because Mr. Malfoy had continued to remain secluded in his Wiltshire manor, he was not using the chaos to put the not-so-dead Dark Lord's cause into action. The man refused to meet even with Severus, which was troublesome. Still, none of that would change his quest to understand more on whatever was happening east. The Arab states were complaining in whispers about the cessation of trade with the eastern territories. The token Japanese contingent in the ICW had vanished. Something had happened and he didn't even know what the situation was before that something had happened. Dumbledore closed the travelogue of an ancient Arab squib and popped a lemon drop into his mouth. He didn't know why, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it was important. The feeling. It said that if he didn't keep an eye out, his world would suffer. Shadows fell against the windows of his office. After the light of day, night must surely come to pass. Draco looked over his father's hidden space with a discerning eye. It was here somewhere, the item that he would use. He paused briefly to give his father's Death Eater regalia a reverent look before continuing on. A body of a Muggle lay shackled to the wall, permanently preserved in that state for over 100 years from when it had been hit with a particularly nasty dark spell. His father had once told him that the once 17-year-old girl was still alive in there, unable to die, yet unable to live. Certainly, that body looked as alive as it had before she was cursed. It was a harsh reminder of the past of this room. And Draco shuddered a bit. He shook his head. No, he could not afford to be squeamish about things. He was his father's son, a Slytherin of the highest order. He was, after all, planning to do much worse. It took another hour before he found it. It was a box, a very old and powwood that made up its sides oozed a mist of evil, a black smoky trail that indicated just how taxed the box was at keeping its contents undetectable. The Dark Lord's weapon was an enchanted object of such high power that just using it alone could cleanse Hogwarts of its filth. That was what his father had said 3 years ago. The words of an indulgent father reiterating just why the Dark Lord favored him. His father had not given him reasons, but he had showed him the evidence. And this was his trump card. He had put off his quest to kill the ninja long enough. No foreign child could defeat a weapon of a Dark Lord, assassin or not. Yes, he would use the weapon, kill off the ninja and turn his father to the powerful man he had been before all this. It took a clone 7 minutes to carve the seal into a bullet. Some simple mathematics and a specification, and he had calculated the velocity change required. Simply put, he had created a seal that would be primed when the bullet it was on was fired, and exploded when it hit something solid. It was a marvelous piece of engineering. With it, he now had exploding bullets. Stable pistol rounds that exploded only on the high-pressure impact of a gunshot. And his fellow clones worked at a similar rate. Yet another clone slowly and airily loaded the new bullets methodically into 17-round Glock magazines. The sealing arts had changed the once ordinary pistols into very powerful weapons. The Glock 17, with their primarily polymer frames, easily accommodated the chakra seals, making them practically unbreakable. More seals and he had eliminated any possibility of damage or fouling. A little more work and he had created the GAT-E, which activated the exploding capability of the bullets passing through the muzzle. A series of finely carved seals acted as a minor silencer, creating a small buffer that reduced the initial loud report from the muzzle area. Yes, this was indeed a work of art. Harry, who was watching the clones work, had a feeling he would need it, of course. Hermione was cheerful at the worst of times. She acted like a 5-year-old on a perpetual sugar rush. So this ominous change of demeanor meant nothing good for him or anyone. He thought back to the days before Hogwarts almost nostalgically, that small window between the chaos of magical education and the horror of the Dursleys before they became decent. It was a happy time. Harry took the 2 guns, some of the better maintained examples he had Zed that day in the Christmas Day massacre. The original users had been kind enough to at least clean them, unlike some weapons he had retrieved that day. With his Russian hull, he was also modifying 2 Stetkin APS pistols, which fired the more plentiful for him 9x18 Makarov rounds, in a similar manner. Unfortunately, the completely metal unit required a fair bit more experimentation before he omitted to an array that could fit the small area of a pistol, as opposed to the gargantuan surface of a rifle. He was experimenting on small bits of sheet metal for now. For now, he would stick to the Glocks, which he found okay enough. Besides, he did not need automatic fire for the moment. When he did, the other pair would be waiting. Certainly, there was that awesomeness that came only from a pair of pistols firing exploding bullets. Mind you, there were a lot of differences between the seal to explode a 9x19mm and a 9x18mm round. One was more conical while the other was spherical. This affected the placing of the seal since the geometry of the surfaces were different. Ironically, the latter had the simpler seal for the same purpose. It's the problem when transitioning from rollable, yet flat paper to actually curved surfaces. You had to adjust for the variation in curvature, which made for distorted kanji. He began his ritual to head out. He put on his armor, a whole 20 seconds worth with chakra strings, holstered his weapons and headed out of his manor. He had a car to purchase. His new acquisition was a Mitsubishi L200, a 2-door pickup that had been on the market for a couple of years. At the moment, A Jaguar XJS was still an extremely recognizable vehicle that attracted plenty of attention. A pickup on the other hand was usually ignored, whether it was a new model or old. So he had ordered one. The black painted vehicle was his today and was relatively cheap, so he didn't care much. A little tinkering would be enough to increase its speed and power. And it was a far easier way of carrying cargo that he wasn't going to be able to seal in plain sight with or without his illusions. Takeda was once again strolling down the streets of London when he was accosted by an automobile horn. Staring at the vehicle, he was startled to see the visage of a man who was last seen attacking his pupil. Skywalker. The man nodded, long dark hair in a ponytail, emotionless red eyes with black specks. Long lines on his face indicative of a life of hardship, and most importantly of all, a high-collared coat that had a few stylized red clouds. The man motioned to his passenger seat and he nodded. Yes, this was Skywalker. It seemed to him that the mysterious fellow was in one of his other personalities. We shall have tea. I know a place. 10 minutes later, he was in one of the many small cafes that dotted the area, and sipping tea. Skywalker-san, how are you? That emotionless face was staring at him, the tomo in his eyes were spinning lazily, almost resembling a Mitsudomo in its shape. It was a fairly unique pattern. It was also the slightest bit unsettling. Tell me, Takeda-san, what is the great problem here? Takeda tilted his head. What an oddly specific question. And uncomfortably close to things he would have preferred to not think about. That is a sudden question, Skywalker. What is that you wish to know about? Skywalker hadn't moved. It was as if he was talking without even moving his lips. All he did was sip tea. He was getting flashbacks to that first meeting back in his nocturne shop. A few days ago, I received portents of a great danger to me and the few I care about. And I find it curious that you have not sought to warn me of anything that had needed the presence of your organization in this land. Takeda sighed. Originally, we were sent here to deal with a higher-tier demon, a particularly destructive creature that by all means should have vaporized the whole country and more. However, we found no trace of it and Britain still exists. So it's not doing what it should had it existed. Our ship was destroyed for some reason and very few escaped. The rest of us remained here while our superiors dealt with the fallout. Skywalker actually raised an eyebrow. You would not happen to mean that display over Surrey? It was an interesting event for sure. Takeda leaned forward, all other thoughts gone from his mind. You actually saw it. Could you share what you saw? Skywalker nodded. He then proceeded to succinctly describe his side. Namely, he was passing through the park, he felt and saw the explosion, saw the lifeboats launch. Saw the ship rotate in mid-air 2 times before slowly limping towards the direction of the Straits of Dover. This was more or less a confirmation of what the survivors had reported. Unfortunately, the ship's extremely impressive security had rendered whatever had happened before the very destructive blast an educated guess. It seemed he would have to leave things here. I see. He pondered for the next minute or so until Skywalker cleared his throat. Ah yes. In any case, what I can say is that there may or may not be a powerful SS-class demon, World Eater, somewhere on the Isles. It is purportedly capable of annihilating this country in an instant. Although, if you have any idea about a large fox with 9 tails, that would be helpful. Since the news about the demon that might obliterate the country had not even gotten a twitch, Takeda was understandably surprised when Skywalker not only snorted hot tea through his nose, but also proceeded to choke on it. Kyubi. You're asking about the Kyubi. Takeda was a professional, so his own in control, as was Skywalker's. Yes, any information you can provide would be useful. Skywalker waved his hand, causing the spilt tea to lift off his clothes and skin and disappear. He then spoke as if he was reciting a report. The Kyubi is a class of demon known as a Biju, tailed beast. It is a malicious and inhuman entity whose tails are said to level mountains and cause tsunamis. There are 9 individual Biju, each resembling aspects of a creature with the appropriate number of tails. The Kyubi no Kitsune is as the name suggests. The 9-tailed fox, it is an intelligent creature, but does not care about humans at all. If you or I were to face the creature, rest assured that we will not live to tell about it. I must admit that the Kyubi terrifies me more than the thought of your World Eater demon. Takeda was speechless, but not for long. And have you seen it? Skywalker gave a sardonic grin. It haunts my nightmares. There was nothing to be said for that. Takeda would not know it, but Skywalker was telling the truth. He had at one point suffered from nightmares of facing the beast, most of them when he had to deal with unstable Hermione and her, watch me rape the laws of physics attitude. If she had known about it, she might have just turned into the damned beast to see his reaction. And unlike Naruto, he had a very good sense of when exactly he should curl up into a fetal position and wait to die. He was also thankful that he trusted that initial instinct that said, "Don't tickle that sleeping dragon." The talk continued for about another 10 minutes. They discussed their neutrality further, and Takeda requested any assistance possible under a certain set of circumstances. And also a share of the information they had figured out about the Russians. He also got a request for part of a task. After that, Skywalker disappeared, looking oddly thoughtful and resigned. Takeda did not know what to make of it, so he said nothing. They were not friends, so there was no personal interaction between them. But having an inkling of how capable the man was, he found himself extreme worried about this new unknown demon, which had a Japanese name to begin with. Algernon MacArthur was a member of the House of Commons. A former businessman, he had barged his way into politics 15 years ago. A product of that first fruitful push was evident in that he was once again re-elected to his old seat in the election held a short while ago on the 9th of April. He was by all means a fully fledged member of the 51st Parliament of the United Kingdom, elected from Keighley, West Yorkshire. His mansion, on the outer periphery of the constituency, was a relatively modest place. He was a man desiring wealth, and needless splurging on luxury was not something he was fond of. But making money was not something he had many scruples about. After all, the 52-year-old was originally educated and practiced as a lawyer. So when a bunch of Russians had offered a cut of profits, if he used his influence to aid their drug trafficking, he accepted, after making sure that this was not some kind of trick, of course. He did not want to undermine England. Just add a few recreational drugs into it. What was the harm, right? He did get paid after all. Then sometime in July, the man began to behave oddly. He stopped his parties and his meetings. He took to drinking with a vengeance. He behaved in a rude and angry manner. It was as if, over the space of a week, the man had gone insane. At the end of the week he committed suicide. Investigation over the next few weeks would reveal a set of undeclared Cayman Island bank accounts, several large money transfers into them last 7 years, and nothing significant left in his name. It had all been transferred out of his accounts in that 1 week. Detailed investigation would reveal that the money went into an account flagged to be having an undefined connection with the KGB. The Patriot was branded a spy, one who apparently ticked off his masters. Some whispered that it had been MI5. In the shadows of his own mansion, Harry Potter smirked. When the wicked lose their wealth, it is all too hard to feel sorry for them. And having an ex-KGB use account courtesy of his minion went a long way to guiding an investigation on the right track. It also gave him a cool £200 million, or about $375 million at 1992 exchange rates, just from that corrupt politician's accounts. Takeda would be jealous, he guessed. He had after all accomplished the death, made it a message and executed it as a suicide all in one, and still got paid for it. He sarcastically mused that if all MPs got paid like that, he might consider it as a new day job. The other assassinations were executed by the Japanese over the course of 2 days. They were high profile, public and utterly unsolvable. Professional hits, complete with discarded one-time use revolvers, kidnapping and firing squad executions, and finally sniper hits from over 600 meters, none of their assets touched. It was like a complex puzzle that British law enforcement would get a picture of only weeks later. All had links to a now vanished heroin operation. It would be suspected that they were a collective message, much the same as the Christmas Day massacre. The public apology for taking out the trash helped to relieve the overcommitted security apparatus, worn out by the constant blows to their system. But it only gave chills to those who could see in their troubled minds a bigger picture. Vasily Titov, wearing a waistcoat, white shirt, black pants and a clear glass monocle, approached his master with a tray laden with tea. Gloved hands elegantly poured the Lack concoction into a cup before presenting the tea to his master. Anything else, master? Harry waved him off. Now this was tea. Nothing for now. Come back in an hour. There are some particulars about your skills I would like to know. Quote, yes, master. He left the room quietly. How would you like a battleship? Boris was apparently in a good mood. Harry had barely sat down in that well-worn FFICE chair when he had that bombshell dropped on him. Harry, for once here in person, raised an eyebrow. And why would I need such a vessel? Boris laughed. He was way too cheerful. He was actually wearing a bright white suit that belied any possible negativity. I do not know, Tavarish. But you seem like just the man to use one. Harry raised his other eyebrow. You do not seem to be right in the mind. Should I come another day? Boris laughed again. Forgive me, my friend. I am unusually cheerful today. Did you know that some of my competition has disappeared from the country? Boris was barely suppressing his laughter. Harry shook his head slowly, wondering where this was going. Boris leaned forward to whisper conspiratorially. It's true. Some newly exiled fools sought to set up smuggling ring in city. And before I can say a thing, they are wiped out to the man. Even that ship of theirs, sunk in the Indian Ocean. Without my lifting a finger. So yes, Tavarish, I am very happy. Harry nodded. What a coincidence. It was time to test something. He subtly readied himself for a slaughter if he was wrong, but went ahead anyway. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Did you know that the leader was a pedophile? He suffered for it. Boris looked surprised. It was you. Harry nodded smugly. Yes, the London branch of theirs. They were disciplined men, but not anything I could not handle. And on another note, I am sorry to say, I will not be buying ammunition from you for a while. Boris grinned in that horrible manner of his. That is fortunate then, and since you have destroyed my enemies, I will not begrudge loss of business. BWA ha ha. The Russian composed himself. His guards continued to mutter cheerfully, as vigilant as ever. So what did you need, Tavarish? A barrel for an Arctic Warfare L96 rifle. Mine seems to have been repurposed. It would be unfortunate for me to be associated with a stolen weapon. The Russian nodded, stroking his beard. Yes, I can see that. Yuri, you know what to do. A guard L that is taken care of. Is there anything I can do for you, Tavarish? Harry suddenly saw his female acquaintance of the demented kind materialize behind the man. The ship, Harry. The ship. By the ship. She disappeared. He opened his mouth and paused when he heard a whisper about a ship. It looked like he was not getting out of this. Tell me about that ship. Boris grinned. It seemed nothing could extinguish his mood. Yes, the ship. Ahem. Do you know, my friend, that a variety of navies around the world are buying and selling ships all the time? Harry nodded. It was obvious. Excellent. Now, you must realize most of them end up sunk as targets or sold for scrap. But I would like to see if anybody could give these beautiful ships a new home. It is amazing the kind of things you can use ex-Navy battleships for. Harry shook his head. Are you telling me you have a battleship for sale? But of course. They may call it a cruiser, but Sverdlov class as they call it is a battleship at heart. Turrets like that don't grow on trees. Do you want one? I'm afraid not. I'd prefer something smaller. But of course, mind you, there are British and American produced ships available, but those will cost both nuts and a dick if you want one. Harry nodded. The former Soviet Union was getting a disturbing reputation of being unable to keep its stuff in sight. Everything from toilet paper to biological warfare agents seemed to be disappearing from their storage. Corruption seemed to be the name of the game. So what have you got? The Navy is decommissioning few large vessels this year and the last. A few calls, some cash, and you will have Operation Vessel in this country next year. Which ships are those? I have a couple on file. A Sverdlov-class vessel Murmansk, a few Kashin-class destroyers, a couple of Berevestnik-class frigates, many Grisha-class corvettes for a start. I get the feeling the others will not interest you. Mother Russia has shrunk, and so has her proud navy. Some of us old hands feel that it is a bad thing for such fine boats to end up as scrap metal. So we shall sell them at profit. And on that note, tell me if you need tanks or planes. Harry shook his head. He had known that having a country collapse like Russia did was bad, but this was ridiculous. Again Hermione popped up and whispered from behind him. He didn't make it all out, but he heard enough. Cassian class, I have a feeling that it is what I want. A long and ridiculous conversation which quickly included French wine, internati. Onal telephone calls and a wire transfer later. Harry was unofficially the new owner of the Cassian-class destroyer Slavny, decommissioned on 24th of June, 1991, saving it from its fate of being scrapped. At $100 million. It was relatively cheap and also included a refit package to keep it afloat. It was completely assured that the Russian government would see very little of the money. But he would most assuredly get that ship. By June of next year, he would be able to take the ship out on his own. Corruption had its perks. It was considerably later than last time that Harry even considered going to Diagon Alley. With the characteristic ghost town syndrome, he had been extremely grateful to have plenty of space to shop in. The fact that the new defense professor, a Gilderoy Lockhart, had been doing a book signing in the middle of the rush period was an excellent motivation for avoiding the alley then. There was something not right about that man. He had found the whole thing a little excessive. What kind of defense professor forced the entire school to buy many of his books as a textbook anyway? And that was before he saw a poster of the man. Still, the year seemed promising enough. He needed to see if his system was compatible with runes as existed in the wizarding world. Sure, they were slow to make, required actual understanding and intelligence, and were shunned by wizards who were proponents of powerful spells as a measure of true strength. But all that were bright examples of why he should check them out. He had already bought a whole set of books to occupy his clones. Now he just needed to figure out how the two meshed. Granger, we meet again. Hermione was this time wearing an elaborate metal armor. If he had any idea, he might have recognized it as the attire of an Inquisitor of the Imperium of Man. As he did not know this and did not pay attention to the authentic-looking Godwin Deas pattern bolt gun in its holster, he did not suffer the nightmares that such a sight might have otherwise induced in him. Harry shook his head and looked around him once again. This time they were on the Tower of London, a historic place that, despite its reputation, had very few executions to its name. Considering he had suddenly been taken from testing his exploding bullets to sitting in this place, he was a bit mystified and wary. Hermione sat down beside him, resting her chin on armored fists. Do you know what power is? She asked softly. I'll tell you. Power is the ability of an entity to reject the laws set in place. Political power is the ability to ignore laws set forth by man. Physical power is the ability to discard the conditions set forth by weakness. And true power is the ability to reject the rules of reality. Harry was curious and apprehensive. Something that was not uncommon with her in the mix. Why are you telling me this? It's because you cannot hope to move forward without knowing this. Without the spark of understanding of that concept, you cannot progress further along your evolution. You are after all completely ignoring a part of your ability to defy reality. What? Tell me, Harry, do you have magic? Harry frowned. Of course I do. Then why do you not use it? Hermione shook her head sadly. She spoke in that sad melancholy way, as if speaking of a profound loss. It was a voice that touched him in ways he was not comfortable with. This change from that silly manner of hers, it was too soon, too sudden for him to accommodate. It's sad really. You are a facet of destiny, and you shall remain one until you fulfill it. Your very limits can be defined only by yourself. So why do you squander it all away? What are you talking about? Make some sense, woman. Not girl. Never a simple silly girl. Do you think it is normal what you do? Your ability to use chakra. Your entirely separate but still extraordinary capacity for magic. Your instinct and use of fuinjutsu. Wake up, Harry. This is not a joke. You cannot afford to play your little games anymore. There will be harder opponents, greater enemies, impossible scenarios. And all you can think of are playing with those ninja. There's a reason you need that ship. Harry crushed the urge to hurt her. He could not hurt her. And for some reason he found that he could not refute her. He wished he could do either. So instead he snapped at her. What do you think I should do then? You should be better. But then, you have forced my hand already, and my interference cannot continue. But before I leave, I will give you something. It is, as some say, a gift and a curse. I will use my own ability to, as you say, rape the laws of nature, and change you while I still can." Harry quickly grew alarmed. Why was she becoming like this? Was this the end? Oh, nothing like that, Harry. I must do this and then I can forget about this for a while. Aurora can keep up pretenses at home and Hogwarts. She is closer to the me who should have been than I am. Klaxons were ringing in his head. Keep still, Harry. Wouldn't want me to mess this up. Then she took a breath and breathed into an open palm. A black mist blew from her mouth into her palm. Instead of dissipating, it was swept up into a spinning globe, a storm in a palm, a soundless Rasengan. It scared the hell out of him. When she had blown enough of the mist into the pitch-black ball you couldn't tell was rotating, she swung her hand and slammed it into his chest. It hurt. Pain flooded his system, yet he didn't scream. Because screaming meant that you could control your lungs a bit, yet he couldn't. Why? He blacked out. "Master, are you awake?" Harry groaned and opened his eyes. What happened? His butler, who he had renamed V, stood straight and answered. "You appeared like this 5 minutes ago, sir. You were out of your armor and you seemed to be unconscious. There were no visible injuries and you seemed to waking up naturally." Harry nodded. Hermione had done something. There was something in him now. He could feel it, a cold sensation that pumped through his veins. She had done something and he didn't know why. And if she was to be believed, she wasn't even going to be there next year. When Harry slept though, he found her again. He asked her why, and she said but one thing. "Just remember, Harry." A blonde-haired boy writes into a worn-looking black diary. Some things. A blonde-haired girl with radish earrings dances in her Hogwarts uniform. Or simply, a blonde man in garish robes admires his sparkling teeth in a mirror. Fated to happen. In an unnamed Russian city in an unnamed yard, work was about to begin on a once-abandoned hull. The people were called on to toil upon a vessel that was once a part of a glorious navy. She had been underwater after sinking at her pier. No more, for the ship had found a new lease of life and needed to be returned to her full functionality. A ship that had been left to rust and eventually become SC. Rap was about to get a new lease of life. Still, getting up the partially cannibalized vessel was going to be a bit of a headache, but what's life without some challenges? The sheer amount of money going into the project was practically unheard of. Assured of profit, a lot of equipment had already been ordered and was scheduled to arrive and be fitted in the next few months as they worked to bring the ship up to and beyond her past potential. The Slavny would sail once more, a second lease of life to her nearly 25 years of loyal service to the Soviet Navy. Kavachkin, the engineer in charge, rubbed his hands in glee. Yes, he would enjoy it. And with a budget that might as well be unlimited next to the comparatively impoverished Soviet budgets, he had no compunctions with installing some systems that might have made those whiny pricks in Moscow cry about the cost if they were the ones paying for it. Like crew quarters that didn't make grown men cry. Besides, replacing those guns and updating those radars meant that he was well and truly in his happy place. There may be work to be done, but that was okay. The important bit was to plan and make sure that the hull was up to proper standards. But that was what those other people were coming down for. For now he could simply strip the ship to her frame. It was good to be king of the build. He only wanted to know what kind of people wanted a ship painted black. But then, it was probably fated that Boris would get a customer more insane than he was. "Dmitri, wake up and get back to work. The technicians from Zorya Mashkrokt are here. They're here about the turbines." Quote, "Breathe in, breathe out. Take a moment, then slip into the train." It was meaningless action, but it gave her something to do. The mistress was gone. She had left her alone in this world with naught but a promise to return soon. However, with their form of immortality and consequently unique perception of time, soon might be anything from a year to a couple of centuries. How would she survive that much time without purpose? She had abandoned her past, her body and her mind, just so that her soul would be useful to her mistress. And now, all that was left were memories and a wand. That was all that she had to remember her. As for the wand, the mistress had imbibed it with her power and identity as she had used it in class. It was now her only connection to the one she called mistress. And it was what let her assume that identity of Hermione Jane Granger on this planet. So what if she had given a similar connection to someone else temporarily? She didn't want it. That person was not like her mistress. No, that person was a controlled automaton who showed none of the emotions he really felt. Not like her mistress, with her wild exuberance, great power and supreme nonchalance. Yes, her mistress was truly a beautiful creature. Consumed by her thoughts, Aurora crashed spectacularly against the very person she wanted to avoid. Harry stepped back and shook his head. He had to remember that just because he had a screen of clones guarding him, he was not safe from things they wouldn't bother trying to attack. And since Aurora was the constant companion of the force of nature that was Granger, he sighed and braced himself for a headache. He did not have to wait long. Right, you're here. It means I don't have to worry about finding you. Mistress has given me a list of things for you to do. That ship you're buying will need some upgrades. You can use the library to help for the runes, but the rest is all you. Think of it this way. You're finally getting to use all that fluid dynamics and materials science you learned before going to magic school. And in Christmas, you'll be getting yourself a bigger ship to do the whole thing again. It's all in the scroll. Harry did not bother to analyze her words for too long. He had latched on to just one part of the statement. What do you mean bigger ship? I didn't need one in the first place. Aurora shot him a look so expressive that he could almost hear her say, "You're an idiot." Well, this one is the Slavny right. It's going to be your prototype, and when you succeed at it, the mistress will take it off your hands. But you still need a ship, so your minion has got some extra orders, ones you agreed to by the way, i.e. to get a destroyer and to make some money. Aren't you glad he knows how to use the basics of chakra now? Harry rubbed his forehead and fought the urge to cry. Why did he have to be the one to suffer in this manner? And his trusted minion was off to go do things to benefit him, or so she said. Under Veritaserum, the butler's orders, as given by Granger, had seemed innocent enough. Secure ship for Harry by going to Russia, make some money by various means by going to South America for a business opportunity. It was all so simple and clear-cut. He walked away with a migraine and a weary sigh. At least he wouldn't be complaining about boredom. Still, simply being away from that girl had made her servant much more focused and human-like in her behavior, even if her words meant that Granger's touch lingered upon his universe. And that touch had an enforcer to boot. Well, at least he was assured that she wasn't completely crazy, always a positive in his book. He opened the scroll and rolled it down to see what she had for him. The 3-foot scroll was packed full of Granger's handwriting, a thin scrawl designed to squeeze the maximum information into a space and still be barely legible. Thankfully, as a ninja, he had better than usual eyesight, so he did not bother complaining. Still, there was a lot of stuff to do in there. He had caught sight of titles like increasing conventional endurance, passive countermeasures, and even propulsion via flow boundary manipulation. Quote, the fact that they were all under the title Chakra Theory did not increase his confidence. He was getting the idea that he had barely scratched the surface of what seals could do. Draco Malfoy walked into his compartment with a smile. His hair was slicked back and there was a lot of effort put into making his robes immaculate. This was going to be a good year. He was a Slytherin. He had his plan and he knew exactly what he had to do. He was very confident that he would be able to succeed in his self-appointed mission. He just had to get rid of those ninja and all would be well. He took out his secret weapon and began to write into it. Hello, Tom. Aurora stepped into a compartment with two girls she didn't recognize. They were obviously first years. Since they didn't seem to mind her presence in the split second they looked up, she went and sat down opposite them, after putting her truck in the rack, a feat Offney could appreciate. Of the two, the blonde was reading a magazine upside down and the red-haired one was chattering about some future wedding she would be having. She wouldn't have bothered about them save for one tiny detail. She had red hair, and it wasn't just any red hair, but a red hair that had been consistently showing up in the last 4 siblings of the Weasley family that she had already met in school. Aurora narrowed her eyes. She then plastered on a smile and introduced herself. Hi, I'm Hermione Granger. Are you first years? The two nodded and smiled a bit weakly, obviously unsure as to why she was talking to them. It was not like every senior they met were as friendly. Yes, I'm Ginny Weasley. This is my friend Luna Lovegood. It's nice to meet you. The blonde looked up from her book with an odd smile and looked at her. Your head is crawling with Raxpert's hem. The former house elf looked at her deadpan. I have no idea what they are or even if I care about whether I am infected with them. You're not exactly normal, are you? Ginny flinched in response to the blunt statement. But even as she opened her mouth, probably to protest the insult, Aurora grinned manically. I think you and I will get along just fine. Yes, this year won't be so bad after all. The Hogwarts Express may have been relatively peaceful this year, but outside of it the earth spun, people schemed and plotted and people lived and died. In London, newspapers continued to report the curious case of the executed spy ring. MI5 had been scrambled to see exactly what had been compromised in the government and if anybody was left to compromise it further. It was an entirely forgettable time for many people. Meanwhile, MI6 analysts tried to make sense of some particularly strange transactions that had happened between British and foreign banks. Possibly in relation to that spy ring. At Scotland Yard, Inspector Wilkinson tried to pursue even more unlikely leads to find the culprits of his massacre. Of course, other people were also moving forward. A ceasefire ended the suspiciously large number of unexplained ship disappearances that occurred between Japan and China. An unusual shape floated high above this area, reminding the other more usual flying ships that there was indeed a new power in the area. The year was just beginning, but there was no telling how it would be ending. V was a person who had a plan. He had been remade by that woman from a meaningless existence to an entity with purpose. And she had given him some orders on what to do this first year to make himself useful, and occupy himself when Harry wasn't home, that is. That was why he was on the phone with somebody setting up his business trip. He had been assigned a set of tasks, after which he would be free of any obligations to her. Over the next 2 months, he would be helping his master and as a side effect the rest of humanity in a big way. That his master would be profiting from the operation was of course the whole point of the exercise. He had orders within plans, and as his master had given the authorization, he would be able to use his old and new powers to assist his master as needed. But first, he had to do something to make some parts of his journey more profitable. He entered the store, with a grimace. There was way too much dust here. But then, Ollivander was said to be a very odd fellow. I haven't seen you before. But it's always good to meet new customers. The first night at Hogwarts was as ever a dull, monotonous exercise peppered with the cheers of unthinking sheep. The sorting was a dull and appetitive event marked by children sitting on a stool and willingly having a probably lice-infested, 1,000-year-old hat mind rape and then sort the child into one of 4 houses based on personality. Traits that the child would abandon after their first potions or history class. Harry was quite cynical at 12 years old. It did not escape his notice that over at the Gryffindor table Aurora W. Ho was now posing as the absent, hopefully for good. Hermione Granger was staring at her housemate Ron Weasley with an air of calculated malice. He pitied that boy, he really did. The apprentice was no less troublesome than the teacher. After ending that line of thought before it gave him a headache, he looked at the head table. Professor Snape looked grumpy as always. The man was practically engulfed in black flames of annoyance. He tilted his head and squinted a bit, and was hit by an epiphany. Severus Snape looked like Uchiha Itachi. Wasn't that just a revelation? With those stress lines, perpetual frown, black hair. All he needed were a headband, contacts and some conditioner and the image would be perfect. Really, all he needed was a heartbreaking backstory complete with loyalty, betrayal, and a desire to die for his sins and the picture was complete. The headmaster looked about as grumpy as his potions professor. Even if his beard hid it, Harry was experienced enough to detect the hint of a massive frown. Come to think of it, everyone but that blonde idiot was frowning. McGonagall had pursed her lips so severely that they had disappeared. Sprout looked like her venomous tentacular had all died off. Hagrid actually looked irritated, difficult to do by all accounts, mostly because his facial hair hid normal displays of negative emotions. On the other hand, the new and latest defense professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, was grinning like a loon. He was dressed in very garish and loud robes that were obviously expensive and must have been whatever passed for the height of magical fashion. An odd magical effect made his teeth sparkle, much like Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. All in all, he looked like what a Victorian-era model should have looked like. It was impossible to naturally look that, well, Perfect wasn't the word he would use, unlike a good fraction of the hormonal female student population. Still, he might be a competent fellow for all he knew. Strong people tended to indulge in their eccentricities, and this one could very well be the magical equivalent of made a guy. It was best to reserve judgment until he knew more. Food came and went quickly. Chatter blocked out the noise of 1,000 ill-mannered gluttons. There were no extra announcements like last year, just the expected ones about the forest and Filch. So why was there a sense of impending doom? Tetsuya was marching with his fellow Hufflepuffs when he suddenly felt a sharp burst of killing intent. The unusual sensation, in the school of all things, caused him to stumble. He looked around. ND found an armored figure hanging from the ceiling motioning towards a side door. So he took his time straightening out his clothes while his companions passed by. When he was alone, he slunk into the classroom alongside the man. Who could only be Skywalker? It appeared they were already dipping into that alliance of theirs. What do you need? I would like to know about the Sorceress Chong. I'll write it up. It's too late to worry about it today. I shall wait for you then. Tomorrow, 1800 hours. I shall be at the library entrance. I shall see you there. Tetsuya shook his head and headed for the Hufflepuff common room. He just needed to sleep. Whatever his orders were, it wasn't wise to attempt to help that man while he was swaying on his feet. The next day he wrote out all he knew and his conclusions about the girl. Skywalker had read it all with great interest but didn't say anything. They nodded to each other and were gone. Tetsuya gave a sigh of relief. Who knew what kind of antics he could have been dragged into by that man? The three had not interacted after that one meeting in the library and forest. Had the other two stopped caring? Where was Skywalker in this mess anyway? Why was he at school? Was he protecting a student? Was he a student? If so, had he been there last year or the year before that? Where did he sleep? Was last year's troll incident his doing? So many questions, and he was unlikely to get answers. He glumly went back to his meditation. Ginny Weasley fell into her grace. She was tired but elated. She was in Hogwarts. So what if she wasn't in Gryffindor? She was in Ravenclaw, where Harry Potter was, and she had just over 7 years to become Mrs. Harry Potter. Yes, her plan, conceived when she was much younger, was now on track. Sure, she had to change from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw. But if it had Harry in it, it couldn't be bad. No, it definitely wasn't bad. Maybe it would even stop her mother from going on about owls and newts all the time. Yes, this really was for the best. She did not realize that at the moment, she was giggling and squirming uncontrollably. It was doubtful she would have cared all that much either. Luna looked at her friend and shook her head. Those Raxperts were well and truly entrenched there. It was such a shame. At least she had another friend now, even if she was in another house. In a room not far from her, Cho Chang smirked as she prepared for sleep. It would be so interesting to see if that ninja cracked. He was looking wary this year. It might actually be worth the effort to get him to crack. If only she could see that Skywalker too. That fellow actually knew how to pull off aloof and mysterious. She pouted. Oh well, something is bound to make this year interesting. Quote, Aurora had barely entered the common room when she was subjected to one of the more common prank items of the wizarding world. Unlike its user though, Hermione Granger aka Aurora had no appreciation for the beauty of the dung bomb that had covered her in the smelly concoction. She just locked her murderous eyes onto the culprit and began to throw out reductos like they were going out of fashion. Running for his life, Ron Weasley briefly wondered if all this was worth throwing that dung bomb. Then he was nearly clipped by a spell that obliterated somebody's homework and all rational thought abandoned him. While Ron was running around like a headless chicken, the Gryffindor common room was beginning to look like a war zone. A lot of the furniture was demolished and the walls were dotted with small craters where her spells hit. It was worrying because the walls were specifically warded to dissipate the emotionally charged and volatile spells hurled by immature and uncontrolled children. What in Morgana's name is going on here? The dung bomb covered Hermione Granger fired one last spell in the general direction of the white-skinned Weasley before she turned to her head of house. It was to be noted that her still plentiful rage was giving her an aura of murderous intent and her brown eyes had a corona of green light that made her power all too clear. So it was, Underston. Dabble that even the unflappable McGonagall took a half step back before she rallied herself. Professor, I can't take it anymore. If you don't change my house right now, I'll find a way to murder that idiot in my sleep. Ms. Granger, what on earth are you talking about? One of the students, who had been very busy getting out of Hermione's spells, spoke up. Professor, Ronald threw a dung bomb at her when she got into the common room. And then the fourth year, took a good look at the halo of power around the girl, the very menacing snarl and the choking motions she was making at the Red Hawk. I read boy and decided to change her interpretation of events from, she snapped. The pause was not unnoticed. She unleashed her righteous fury in the pursuit of her justified vengeance against that criminal boy. The damage was because he did not stay still. McGonagall sighed and looked around the room. And everyone here agrees with Mr. Glendon. There was a synchronized and most resolute nod, even from Ron. McGonagall pinched her nose and muttered under her breath. Very well then, Mr. Weasley. A week of detention with Mr. Filch. Hopefully this will teach you to think more carefully before you decide to blatantly attack your classmates. Ms. Granger, you will have a detention with me tomorrow. You must learn to control your destructive impulses even when somebody attacks you in this manner. As for your other request, are you sure you want to change your house? A resorting does not guarantee a spot in the house you want, and as it is, I'm not too sure you cannot solve this problem between yourself. Aurora nodded resolutely. She was very much set on this course. In fact, she could see herself strangling that ginger-haired idiot in his sleep right now. And even McGonagall could not ignore the unstable grin and the clawing motions her hand was making. I see. We might as well sort it now before your schedules have been given to you. Come with me. Aurora followed the professor as she walked the halls, climbing stairs and simply walking until she reached the gargoyle that was the headmaster's office gatekeeper. Getting in was simple enough with the password and the headmaster at his desk. Writing on parchment with a long feathered quill, McGonagall told her to stay there at the doorway and walked to Dumbledore, whispering furiously. The two exchanged words, before the headmaster finally motioning her forward. Once she was seated, McGonagall quietly sat the sorting hat on her head. It gave a whimper before shouting, Ravenclaw. They glanced at the hat for a moment but shrugged it off. The hat was not a very chatty accessory at the best of times. Let's head for the Ravenclaw dorms then. Hopefully this will have been solved by morning. Albus, please take care of the rolls. I'll go tell Phileas that his flock has a new member. As she left the office, Aurora grinned widely. It had all gone according to plan. Except for when she snapped. But that had worked out, so she was happy. Above her, a shadow clone sighed. Sure, he didn't know what had happened in that office, but the change in color from red to blue was a very big clue. He dispersed because he honestly had no idea how to tell his creator that she was in his house now. All the classes remained much the same, but as always, defense was the worst of the lot. This was the consensus reached by Ravenclaw. Dad, with its various teachers always made for a different environment. This year was no different, in that the classes were very different. Lockhart was an idiot. There were no illusions here about that fact. He didn't know how to teach. He didn't cast a single spell in class, and his lessons involved impromptu skits that had more in common with bad comedy than actual education. As such, he was the biggest disappointment they had known. He was even worse than Quirrell, because that man had at least assigned useful books. The glorified travelogues read like badly written adventure detective novels. And they were bad ones at that. Some of the spells didn't exist. Lockhart didn't have the physique for some of his exploits. There were timeline errors. And for all his books and bluster, LD not actually explain just how he got his awards which were officially awarded to him. Some were heard to joke that Lockhart got his Order of the Merlin third class for the great deed of adding Leons to the previous Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnold's vault. Harry on his part kept up a constant genjutsu that made it all but impossible for the professor to acknowledge that he existed. In fact, save for roles, the professor was not allowed to think much about the boy who lived at all. The susceptibility to the otherwise minor genjutsu also displayed a frightening lack of any sort of mental focus the man ought to have mustered. All told, it was a pitiful and disappointing result. Aurora grinned widely. This idea to move to Ravenclaw may have been the best thing she could have thought of. Not only was she away from a source of aggravation, she had 2 munchkins of her own to nurture and corrupt. Those 2 first years had quickly taken to her, even as the house tried to rally against them. The Ravenclaw females had possessed the ridiculous notion that they were extraordinarily intelligent creatures. Her scores and class ability had soon stripped them of the idea. They did not take kindly to it. They also seemed to have the idea that the 2 less than usual first years were OD for bullying. The fact that they associated with the eccentric Gryffindor transfer just made them seem like more targetable. The problem with rallying a house against the disciples of the new Gryffindor transfer was that they were quickly introduced to her idea of revenge. Several Ravenclaw girls had thought it fun to steal from and humiliate the 2 new girls, Luna and Ginny, who they began to call Loony, and, well, they hadn't yet found a suitably horrible and annoying nickname for Ginny. That quickly stopped when the perpetrators quickly discovered that their bras were being owled to Gilderoy Lockhart at breakfast. And while many a girl may have had fantasies involving them, Lockhart and Lacey underwear, having the items publicly mailed to the man was not exactly a thing to be proud of, especially when the items in question had name tags on them that the professor had no problem reciting at full volume. An anonymous message had delivered a warning against further mistreatment. Unfortunately, some girls failed to heed the warning. The next day, flying panties bombarded the Dada professor, who was by now slowly getting the idea that publicly being happy about receiving the underwear of underage and impressionable girls was not exactly helping his image. When the furiously blushing girls saw the subtle gestures she used, a wide manic grin and slash across the throat with a thumb, they quickly got the message. After all, nobody wanted to mess with the mad genius, and yes, they did call her that. Sometimes, who aced everything and had enough power to repeatedly punch holes in the warded walls of a Hogwarts common room. From then on peace reigned, especially aft. The last completely dense person to defiantly test the warning ended up having her robes transformed while she was in the Great Hall. It did not help that the highly provocative outfit better suited for personal activities was uncomfortably tight for the 6th year in question. After that, they were all left alone. The fact that they hung out with the other eccentric of the House Potter was something they decided to collectively ignore. Granger had spent all of last year with the boy, so poking that dragon was best left to the suicidal. Harry himself was making progress. After having hit a metaphorical ceiling in his ideas, he was finally pursuing new avenues of research. Night after night, clones worked on seals that were sometimes as large as 12 feet in diameter, trying to see Ombeam concepts from earlier attempts or make entirely new ones. Aurora had said something that had lit a fire inside him. He was buying a big ship, and he planned to use it as a mobile base of sorts. Besides, his butler was taking care of a lot of details. And he trusted his brand new minion because the butler had sworn his loyalty with Veritaserum and a magical oath. He wasn't sure how to go beyond that. But he had made a note to set aside time to learn what he could about neurobiology and brainwashing. Genjutsu could be very useful in that sort of thing. Of course, that would be in his long-term plans. He had no intention of attempting it until he had settled his other plans. V had his instructions and he would benefit most usefully. Besides, having spare cash is not something to be afraid of, or so they say. His new seals were works of art. It had been a while since his seals had been used for something completely new. Like a man who crawled, walked and finally ran, he had reached a stage where his basics were set in stone and it was higher order execution that was an issue. His seals had to do a variety of things. They had to protect and power a 144 meters or 472 feet long ship. It had weapons and a whole set of sensory equipment that had to be incorporated. Not to mention, it was one huge chunk of metal that floated. The scroll Aurora had given him was the most insane challenge he could think of. Turn the once lethal missile destroyer into something he could move around in without too much cost or energy. To do that, he had to accomplish a variety of things. He had to remove the ship's dependence on fuel. He had to completely eliminate any further wear on any component. He had to remove the dependence on manpower that forced the ship to have a standard complement of 320 men. He also had to remove the ship's property of being identified by any non-visual sensors and identifying methodology, because nobody liked the idea of a private party with a guided missile destroyer. Especially an armed guided missile destroyer. So he had a lot of things to do in little time. He was making progress though. He was testing theories, gaining ideas and eliminating failed methods. It helped he had more than 200 clones collaborating on the project. With chakra absorption seals, they would last a while, but when they dispersed, the headache was enormous. It was why his weekends were now spent unconscious as the thousands of hours of memories rammed into his brain. It was almost nostalgic, the massive use of clones, the mad science and the dreams of tomorrow. So when he received an owl from his butler, he wasn't paying too much attention. It had simply said, "Going to Motherland, we'll check up on boat." What could he possibly get up to? V walked through the city with a grim smile. Travel to Russia had become easier, but with his British passport, he faced some hostility from the heart of the land beyond the Iron Curtain. There was no way he would have been let through that easily by the former communist staff. On the other hand, some gestures and code words to the local junior intelligence officer and he was now untouchable in Moscow. He was FSK after all, as far as they knew. It had been a pleasant surprise to note that he was officially still part of the KGB when the organization had been dissolved. As such, his old access codes were still active and let him retrieve his identity papers, the one that said he was KGB all but name. He turned to his mission next. In the land that his past was mired in, there was plenty that he once held a grudge over. She had simply plunged an arm into his soul and suddenly he was free. He had no more doubts, no more hesitation. He may be a servant, but in that service lay the ultimate freedom. He no longer had a reason to die. And it wouldn't matter if he was killed. He was bound to his master. And as long as the master was there to serve, the servant could not die. It would not do for the hand to be useless to the owner. His first task was a minor sort of revenge. After that, he could move on without that squeaking voice in the back of his skull. He wondered if that voice was her doing. Whatever the cause, it was the reason he was now sitting in front of one of the most rotten men he had the displeasure to ever meet. "Ivan," he greeted. The pudgy man sitting in front of him in the GY office was a pale imitation of the ruthless wraith-like colonel his lover had taken her orders from. When he had been recruited, Ivan had been his handler as much as Ivan had been hers. Special operatives were valuable resources, and were repurposed to the KGB whenever possible. So Ivan had tasked one of his agents to seduce him and recruit him into KGB. She succeeded marvelously. For 3 years, he had been all but a puppet at her whims, until she had torn him down and cut him loose. He was devastated at the time and had only sunk further into his hell when he learned that she had been killed a few weeks later. But afterwards, another KGB agent had shown up to tell him the truth. Everything she had done at the orders of Ivan, who promptly had killed her off when she finally admitted that after 3 years and dutifully sending the man into depression, she really had fallen for him. V had not been amused when the despair-inducing memory had been dusted off and returned to the forefront of his mind. "You were looking well." That was a lie, but it didn't matter. He would soon have what he came for anyway. This man had left him a shell of a human. And he had then all but killed her without remorse. V might have been too far gone when ITD, but he was here to return the favor and then some. After all, it was not proper to leave this piece of gutter trash in the realm of the living. But Ivan would serve his master first, before the corrupt slog was sent to whatever hell awaited godless men like them. Their discussion took a few hours, with Ivan growing ever uneasy over the fact that this was not the same pitiful wreck he had tossed away. So it was that Ivan finally signaled his waiting guards. They came in through the 2 doors to the room, from behind the Russian and from behind himself. But it did not matter. 7 men were nothing considering how much his skills had returned from her touch. The 3 men behind Ivan were shot down even as he turned to deal with the 4 behind him. 3 bullets had turned their chests into chunks of bloody meat. He turned around and punched the throat of the nearest guard with his other hand, crushing it. The choking man fell backwards, his flailing limbs bringing down his friends with him. Assault rifles were useless unless you could point them at your enemy. V smiled grimly as he shot all four with the pistol, leaving headless corpses and blood-spattered walls. Ivan was still grinning. His brain had frozen at seeing the carnage. Apparently he had been out of the game for too long if this was the result. That was okay. It was for idiots like these that the Veritaserum was for. V walked out of the office with a smile. The Makarov might not be a glamorous weapon, but a bullet is still a bullet, especially when they explode. The former colonel had finally died begging and his vengeance was satisfied. But more importantly, his first task had been accomplished. The USSR may have dissolved, but its resources still lay untapped. Much like the destroyer his master had purchased. And slush funds in tax havens were a particularly juicy resource. They would be drained by evening. And the intelligence dossiers on American operations in Colombia were much appreciated. Moscow quickly passed. His next journey took a few flights. But he got there in 2 days of harsh travel. His government-issued FSK identification allowed him to use official means of travel. His demeanor and openly displayed weapon made him a very unapproachable man. He used that to its fullest. He stood before the hull with a grimace. It looked like hell. Considering that she had spent many a month underwater, it was expected. Still, a rusted hull was a poor foundation for a ship. He focused on his power and pointed a wand in that direction. He had to focus on exactly what he needed, for the hull to be repaired to beyond excellent, but to retain an appearance of being freshly repaired. The spell came easily, too easily. He suspected that she had a hand in it. He shivered slightly, but welcomed the chance to help his master's work. He wondered if the boost was because this ship was supposedly going to her. A few memoir. Why spells and the engineer in charge very happy about the nighttime crew from outside who had quickly restored the hull but would not be available further. The technical genius could now focus on the important bits, like the installation of the mainframe and the large displays in the bridge. The first sign that something was wrong were the screams. Everybody ran to the scene, abandoning their THS and converging around the pool of water. Those who could see the small clearing in the center saw teachers trying to remove Argus Filch from a first year. The man seemed to be trying to strangle the child. Away from him, a small figure lay hanging motionless from the wall, the much reviled Mrs. Norris. Harry had chosen to sleep in, and missed most of it, but from the ceiling, a clone had arrived at the scene once the scream had come. There simply hadn't been a reason to go to that area before. So he was surprised to see the effect of a petrified organism. It was a very curious thing. The next few weeks were filled with rumors and hysteria. It was even said that at one point Binns, the otherwise utterly boring history teacher, had broken off his never-ending lecture on goblin rebellions to give a brief speech on the Chamber of Secrets that this monster had come from. People quickly became irrational as panic set in. Groups of people moved in small mobs with their wands out. People speculated on the cause of the petrified cat, and the identity of the heir who was mentioned. Slytherin closed ranks as they were regarded with increasing suspicion. Then again, it would have to be a very clever or very stupid person to make your next Mudbloods. Right after that dramatic scene, Harry barely noticed any of this. He worked on his seals, worked on runes and kept up on his schoolwork. Life at the moment was one big workday. Nothing could turn him from his work, not the rampaging Acromantula, the centaur patrols or even that untamed dragon could stop him from playing wit. His massive scribbles out in the forest. So what was a mythical monster from a mythical section of the castle going to do to stop him from his experiments? Well, maybe kill him of course, but he'd try. Not to think about such obscure possibilities. The jungle was a harsh and unforgiving place. Insects, reptiles and mammals of all kinds roamed amidst the vegetation waiting for a chance to sink their fang into the unsuspecting and unwary. That was all right, these animals had sense. He was not a cowering villager from some poor tribal settlement trying to eke out an existence even as loggers cut out the forest around his house. No, he was a bona fide predator in service to another bigger predator. His movements were confident, unhurried and purposeful. He had no reason to fear the forest. He may have been of the mountains. But a hunter is at home wherever prey may reside. And when the prey is human, the hunter has a damn big home. There was a reason he was wearing a suit in the middle of the jungle. V looked around the place carefully. He had been in Russia a few days ago and now he was on the hunt of the near untouchable Kali cartel, because by whatever quirk of fate, Ivan had the most intelligence on them. And intelligence was ever his most important commodity. It was unfortunate for them that they were now in his sights. As few as 4 months ago, they may have annihilated him if he did what he was doing now. But now he could only pity them. They were only men carrying weapons. He was the weapon. The drug factory was up ahead. It was a relatively large facility that produced cocaine in quite unhygienic conditions, mass-produced drugs for people to abuse and die from. It was time for his good deed of the day. 2 hours later, the factory burned brightly. There were only about 40 men all told at that location. The guards seemed to be content with sitting at the top of trees and shooting anyone who got too close. After he had dodged a dozen bullets, he had become irritated and had taken an AK-74 and began to shoot the canopy. A few screams and thuds marked the deaths of the first few. After that, it was much smoother. He had gotten what he came for, in other words, names and locations. There was little else to take from here. The workers were poor uneducated simpletons who barely knew how to switch a light bulb on, and had nothing that could be considered valuable intelligence. He killed them cleanly and without pain, because even if he had left them alive their bosses would have executed them on principle. Next step would be fairly less violent, only in that there would be far less explosions. He jumped into a pickup he didn't sabotage and sped down the crude supply road. The sooner he got this done the better. His next few weeks were a blur of travel interspersed with death. At every stop in the Kali cartel's chain of command, people died, but not before they spilled their guts. Veritaserum was indeed a valuable resource. At a 3-drop dosage, his 2 liters were a lasting commodity. Still, he did not do too much. He only killed about 60 people all told, and interrogated about half of them. People were very willing to talk and their armored bodyguards were blown up. Bile. However, his ability to superhumanly dodge their fire was also a completely terrifying thing. Pistols couldn't hit him if he knew exactly where the barrel was pointing. On Halloween, V was back safely on British soil, having acquired about $400 million US of former cartel money. It would not make a dent in their operations, but locations of farms, factories and arsenals were mailed to the U.S. consulate before he left. The Kali cartel would not survive for long. If they did, their rivals would make short work of them. The sad part was that 400 million was a drop in the bucket. It was the systematic destruction of mid to top level cartel members that would be the undoing of the cartel, but the survivors would be richer than ever before. But what was done was done. Now came part 2 of his busy schedule. He had another ship to check on. A butler's work is never done. Harry looked over the seal with a grin. The seal was not big, but it could be transferred to the object much like the evil sealing method that Kakashi had used on the cursed seal. The transfer of a seal from its surface of conception, it was something that ranked Ju-Chi below the creation of a seal without any pre-prepared sealing materials whatsoever, as the Yondaime Hokage had demonstrated when he set up a masterpiece of sealing in mere seconds, one that could confine the Kyuubi itself. The seal construct had to be divorced from the surface it was constructed on and moved without damaging its structure to another surface through contact. This also involved compression and layering, turning his 12-foot diameter arrays into something much smaller. It was an important milestone to his sealing abilities. What this meant was that some of his larger arrays could now be applied to objects the seal could not directly be written on. Not only did this mean his metal frame Stetkans could now all but invulnerable, his pieces of plastic armor could now be rendered bulletproof as well. Of course, the most important ramification was that he did not need to painstakingly paint the seals and runes he needed directly onto the ship. He could safely use a large portable area surface, say a tarp for the preparation, and then simply transfer the seal onto the ship and activate it at the same time. It meant he did not need to linger on site and chance the discovery of the painstaking work that would have been required. Now he just needed to worry about the chakra cost of applying the seals on a large ship like that. Propulsion had been taken care of. His CLS would provide a frictionless boundary around the ship wherever water met hull. With this, he could achieve chakra-only propulsion by manipulating the attractive repulsive forces at the interface. He could achieve his top speed and then some with a fraction of the output. It also meant that he could theoretically propel the ship on chakra alone if necessary. Of course, controlling it dynamically was a work in progress. Defense was also coming along nicely. Absorption arrays could absorb any stresses on the frame that exceeded a certain fraction of the metal's yield stress. An entirely different T-surface-based seal absorbed any electromagnetic radiation beyond visible light that was incident upon a surface, making it invisible to any form of active detection system other than keeping your eyes peeled. Or it would once. He read a few more physics books and made it less energy-intensive than it currently was, but he suspected that it was merely a question of greater understanding of the subject. More interesting were the runes. His runes work came in two forms: energy batteries and energy circuits. The very impressive thing about runes was their capacity in certain constructs to hold raw energy indefinitely, including enchantments depended on this after all, and he had a seal that could absorb chakra and even magic. By combining the two systems, he had made an array which could absorb and store energy. By combining multiple seal arrays, he had created an array which would absorb kinetic and electromagnetic energy and then convert it somewhat inefficiently to raw energy which would be stored. He did have to adjust it until the temperatures matched, because an array that absorbed all energy quickly became an icicle as it sucked all heat it was in contact with. That was not a pretty end for a clone. He was mass-producing his work on tarps that he had all ordered from his butler. He did wonder why they had Spanish price tags on them. Now all he had to do was use the deck plans that Boris had mailed him, and he would be able to get the runic wiring all planned out. With everything properly planned, he could have the ship properly set up within a few hours of first seeing it. It was in the middle of his increasingly successful sealing work that he got the first hint that he ought to be concerned about Slytherin's monster. V looked at the politician with a grimace. The USSR had fallen just a few years ago, so scum like the one he was sitting in front of was always going to cling on until they were removed kicking and screaming. Thankfully, he had some advantages in this negotiation. The man had just finished laughing at him when he spoke again. So what else do you want, Podpolkovnik? Cheetiv, you may be FSK, but you hold no power over me. And I doubt you can offer me anything to change my mind. Apparently the fact that he was a big bad lieutenant colonel equivalent in the secret police did not seem to matter here. What mattered was cash or favors, as pointed out by the "offer me" comment. But that was all right, he had other means of getting there. After all, he had questioned and obliviated the man yesterday for just this very purpose. You are assuming, Comrade Moldovan, that I have to offer you something. You may find that unless you agree to my demands, you will soon find yourself living without the comforts of your current station. It has not been that long since I was a KGB special operative. The man paled at the special operative part, which was interesting in itself, but not as much as when V slid a sheet of paper across the table. It listed among other things several bank account numbers and their balances. It was exactly what his total liquid assets amounted to. 2 names of mistresses that he was entertaining on the side were not exactly conducive for remaining scandal-free, and any hint of weakness would be seized upon by his friends, rivals, enemies so thoroughly that Comrade Moldovan would have wished he was eaten alive. So Yuri Moldovan folded quickly. Blackmail or not, it was already something that was in the pipeline, but what the FSK agent wanted was just to speed up the process quite a bit. Downsizing the Navy was a continuing process, and removing an extra ship from the roster a few years before would only save them all money. Yes, the pitiful man rationalized, this is only to my advantage. V watched the man with a satisfied air. It was easy to blackmail someone into doing something that was already being done. Getting a ship decommissioned was not exactly hard work these days. Only the nature of the class of ship in question made it a problem. There were lots of people who would protest, but money was always going to be in short supply to maintain the magnificent vessels of the Russian Navy. Already there was more than one ship which has being overhauled, with no end to the process in sight. The decision to decommission and sell off an anti-surface guided missile destroyer would be controversial. But the nation was still corrupt enough that it wouldn't matter. Besides, the $100 million cash injection would remove any doubts in the minds of the detractors who mattered. Money always counted, even when you believed it shouldn't. V had spent the last few days in the bowels of the Russian bureaucracy for exactly this moment. Bribing and threatening the right people for just this purpose. Moldovan was just the last obstacle that had to be dealt with. In this place, simply throwing money at a problem only meant you had thrown away your money. It was necessary to ensure that the message about the jobs they were expected to do, and the consequences for not doing it. The carrot was fine, but the stick was better. So, he had abused his FSK credentials to waltz around the capital, the shipyard and every place in between, preparing the sluggish system for its tasks, either personally or through some very official phone calls. The leeway his FSK identity gave him was very ridiculously large. Probably her work, but he wasn't complaining. 3 days afterwards, the Sovremeny was officially struck from the Russian Navy and sold to a Russian expatriate W. Ho wished to assist his beloved Navy and remember his days in service of the motherland. $100 million was not a small amount when it officially enters government coffers. Whatever their private bank balances in the Cayman Islands or Switzerland had, paying the government always made the corrupt bureaucrats happy about officially increasing their budgets, especially the ones so concerned with the Navy's lack of funds. V merely went to the yard housing the now privately owned vessel and cast some very powerful spells to make the mechanicals and structure a lot better than they should have been. Unfortunately, it wiped out the last of the reserves that she had given him. Something she probably intended when he thought about it. Still, his job was done for now and he could safely. Why wait for the master to return for Christmas? With his impromptu assists and some creative negotiations, he had acquired for his master the most powerful acquisition yet. He tasked some otherwise less bureaucrats to keep an eye on the 2 ships and went home. After all, Christmas was a time of celebration. Harry winced at the memories with a grimace. He had been taking one of his few breaks when he had been hit with the memory. All he could say was that it was a unique death. The clone had seen the entirety of a really long snake crawling through the hallway where that cat had been attacked. Eden had just seen the large poisonous yellow eyes when he simply lost cohesion. He had literally felt his life cease. What a powerful creature it must be, to disrupt a clone simply through eye-to-eye contact. Harry wished that he didn't have to deal with this, but he had things to do and plans to advance. Dealing with a giant snake was not in his plans. But it seemed like he would have to. Aurora was certainly no help. When he had mentioned the snake, she had just said that he was the one meant to destroy their existence. Them, not it. In other words, there was more than one entity at play. He simply posted more clones around, making sure not to let their sacrifices stop his efforts to develop his seals by Christmas. Dmitry Kavachkin smiled as he drank the vodka. With an enormous crew and large amounts of money, he had succeeded in nearly all his aims. The ship was in excellent condition. The new electronics and several other systems that seemed to have been diverted for this build had astounded the man. Until he heard that an old-school FSK agent had been assigned to get this sale done as fast as possible. It was being sold to some buyer who did not care about anything beyond engineering perfection. Dmitry suspected it was a behind-the-scenes resale to some third-world country who was leaning towards the West, and did not want official trade with Russia. $100 million US was a large sum. The hulls of the Kashin class that were sold to shipbreakers could not raise even $500,000 for comparison. It was no wonder people were falling over Thames Elves to fulfill that customer's every need. He himself had worked fanatically to get the thing ready. In fact, he could not believe just how much work had been done. The sunken cannibalized ship had been missing several components. All thankfully been documented, so replacing them was less difficult than it should have been. Despite the long period underwater, she looked better than new. And the OLD corroded gas turbines had been replaced by new more efficient ones that were far better than the worn and obsolete Cold War units that had graced the ship's engine room. Still, at the end of the day, one could not deny that one fact. She was ready to set sail. The vodka flowed, and there was much rejoicing. Harry was yet again carefully adjusting his seals when it came again, that peculiar feeling of a clone dying in that manner. Meeting the eyes of a very unique giant snake. He hated that he couldn't do anything about it yet and that he didn't know exactly where its lair was. His clones had been dying more frequently. That snake had seemingly adapted quickly to his clones' spying and seemed to relish taking them out first. So far most clones had died by eye contact. 2 had been bitten in 2 and dispersed. That snake had the teeth of a constrictor, save for 2 large fangs that were dripping venom. The thing had monstrous strength, incredible speed, and could apparently dispel clones by looking into their eyes. It could also presumably petrify cats. And if the ghost in that bathroom was to be believed, it had killed a student 50 years ago. This was not one of his usual opponents. Without an idea as to what exactly he had to deal with, he decided to do nothing. He simply had too much to do. V had kept up a regular correspondence full of little allusions that were the actual gist of what he had done. So phrasing like checking up on his cousin's boat, collecting from the Colombian pharmacist, and shopping for a bigger boat would seem innocuous, but were full of meaning to him. And Aurora too, if her giggles were any indication. He was beginning to dread going home for Christmas. On the other hand, he didn't want to be here with that snake if the shit hit the fan. In an ironic twist of fate, the Forbidden Forest was now technically safer for him than the castle. It was a case of the devil you know, because the snake was a devil he didn't. And the spiders were always fun to kill. His puppet Sasori was especially useful here. The only hiccup was that his swords were actually beginning to show signs of wear, meaning that the seals he had used on them weren't as good as he had originally thought. But he had improved their design significantly for the ship's hull and so could use the lessons learnt for his next swords. His work never ended, it seemed. The submarine rose gracefully out of the water, the near black hull invisible in the choppy waters that foretold the coming of a North Sea gale. Even as she settled onto the water surface, the rough seas calmed around her, forming an island of calm amidst a sea that was slowly growing rougher. The vessel was easily identified as a Russian design, Project 877, better known as the Kilo class to the Western world. Experts would tell you that it was a diesel-electric submarine which held a crew of more than 50 men, that it was capable of independent operations for a month and a half, that it had an operational depth of about 250 meters. And they would have been right, except for one small detail. This was no ordinary submarine. It was a Kilo-class submarine only in external shape. Internally, it was a whole lot different. For one thing, it had never touched diesel fuel or batteries. It held no torpedoes or missiles. It did not have limits like 45 days. And it was manned by a mere 20 men. This was the Tsunami Hakumei boat. It was a chunk of metal that could travel to the deepest depths and soar to the highest heights. But today it was doing neither of these things. It just floated on the surface. That was because everything important was happening inside. In a dull-lit control room, faces stared at screens calmly. Set the scanners to seabed penetrating operations. Recalibrate all instruments for current ocean parameters. Compensate for endemic ecological noise. Yes, Captain. Equipment is set. Error is plus or minus 0.05%. Transmit the first report to Kyoto. A minute later, a beep sounded in the silence. We have confirmation. Message is received, sir. Excellent. Dive to 50 meters and begin sweeping the entire channel if we have to. I want if the Spirit Shadow recovered. It's time to find exactly how that ship was destroyed. And just as silently as it rose, the submarine descended into the murky depths. Albus Dumbledore looked over his office with a grimace. He had done it. Fudge was finally free of his bout of insanity. And it had only taken a year. His ridiculous laws may not have had the touch of the experienced politician that was Lucius Malfoy. But it was certainly a product of some mind seeking to profit from the minister's paranoia and irrationality. He suspected that the minister was under some subtle spell, or maybe the Dementor's stationed in the ministry as security had escalated that man's fears beyond simple reason. Whatever the case, he had finally settled down. So Albus was finally free to finally return to his real objectives, in other words, ensuring the permanent demise of Tom Riddle. It was not a pretty picture. Tom was somewhere in the world, plotting and scheming his way back to corporeal form, at which point he would take a mighty effort to return to a semblance of peace. He really was too old for this sort of trouble. As for the other end of the problem, he had no idea what to do about Harry, or rather he did not till now. His distractions had been costly. He had been forced to choose between resolving the sudden outbreak of barely hidden hostility between practically everyone and the fulfillment of prophecy, which would take at least a couple of years. So he had put off thinking about it, but now he could ignore it no longer. The opening of the Chamber of Secrets was an ominous portent. Nobody was petrified yet, in some bizarre display of good luck, yet. The castle was uneasy, and the cat was a very damning piece of evidence. Last year, Tom had been content to stick to his goals, letting the children alone as he chased the elusive stone. But now, it seemed that he was willing to attack the inhabitants of the school itself, and that could not be allowed to continue. However, this was still a very vexing problem. How did the Wraith manage to do this? Who did he possess this time? And why was he back in the school at all? There was nothing special this year that warranted the attention of the self-obsessed wizard. Yet here he was, and wreaking havoc by the looks of it. It only meant one thing. That prophecy, made by Trelawney, was coming to pass. It may not be tomorrow or a year from now, but the events that were foretold by forces beyond his comprehension were coming to pass. So he had to be ready to do his part to secure the future of his world, a world of peace and love, one that would hopefully avoid the formation of full-fledged Dark Lords. Twice within a century was really unfortunate. He examined his options. What he wanted was a handle, a method in which he could insert himself into the life of the boy. From there, he could work at modifying their relationship until the eventual goals were met. And while it sounded and in practice was cold-hearted, he did care for the boy and wished him a better life. But unfortunately, his wishes and the reality he could achieve were entirely different things. He gathered his thoughts, compiling the knowledge that he had at S. own point or the other made a note of as, later. The boy was in Ravenclaw, a consummate researcher who spent a lot of time at the library. He was clever, a bit eccentric, and spent time around the ONL.Y person the Hogwarts grapevine outright called crazy. He had yet to do anything particularly brave, had yet to get a detention, and was a source of frustrated pride for more than one teacher. Minerva considered him to be a boy with a slightly different mentality. Apparently, he was morbid and seemed to be unusually fascinated with sharp objects and living things. That beetle to button, transfigu, ration that produced a miniature metal saw blade was proof enough. Phileas bragged about the boy. He had a good head for charms, but did not seem too interested in the subject. His spells tended to have volatile tendencies if he was absent-minded, as he was prone to being. As a Ravenclaw, his grades were good, and he had not lost any points, even if he seemed unconcerned about gaining them. Pomona was not much help. Harry was not a large concern for her, so she did not pay too much attention. Aurora was worse. Severus was the mystery. One class with the boy and he had done a complete turnaround. He seemed almost afraid of the boy, having abandoned his vitriol for a certain unusual blankness whenever the name Potter was mentioned. The way he acted, one would think the boy's name was his personal dementor. So considering this, how should he proceed? Past, present or future? His past was obviously his life before the night his parents were killed. The present was his education and anything else within the school. The future was the goals he was aiming to achieve. His thoughts turned to the invisibility cloak hidden away in his desk. Yes, that was a good start. The martyred parents seemed like a good place to start when approaching the orphan, if carefully handled. Christmas seemed like the ideal time to make inroads. The Christmas holidays were a very somber affair. Exactly one student had managed to get petrified after that first incident with the cat, a Gryffindor first year who had been wandering around after hours, apparently taking pictures of all things. Which may have been why the otherwise subdued Hogwarts students were extremely eager to leave the castle in their exodus. With the first human casualty, the sense of urgency was increased and the students began to crave the safety they associated with the outside. Harry suspected that a small number would not be coming back after the holidays. Very few stayed, but practically none of the Muggleborn was included in that group. Their fear of the unknown monster had driven them out of the castle. Whatever the intent of the heir, they had managed to whip up the castle into a fearful mob. Actually, even Harry was glad to be out of the place. Even he had a limit to the number of clones that could be allowed to be massacred. The train ride was consequently unusually quiet. With everyone on edge, no one was prepared to set off their usual tiffs. Slytherins and Gryffindors stayed separate, not willing to chance the vicious combat that would occur if anybody sparked anything. The way things were, many kept nay hand on a wand for their own security, and more to the point avoided picking a fight. This meant that Harry was able to pleasantly meditate the journey away. The clones he was using to patrol the immediate area were quite pleased that there were no problems at all. With even Aurora being absent, he had no problems admitting that this was a pleasant journey indeed. At King's Cross, he was accosted immediately by his servant, who whispered into his ear excitedly. He gave a resigned nod and walked outside to a waiting taxi. It seemed that his servant was still stuck in his mission mode and was comfortable in moving large sums of money to get what he wanted. Well, he did want a capable employee. It was not long after that the two were walking around Heathrow Airport. Since 2 weeks was entirely too short a time, they really had no time to waste. So he had taken the trouble of acquiring air-based transportation. In fact, he had decided that having a private jet in their employ was an entirely excellent idea. Harry was a few hundred feet from the plane when he finally realized exactly which one was the butler was guiding him towards. He turned towards his stoic associate and raised an eyebrow. As that, indeed, he motioned at the plane with both his hands. Couldn't you get something smaller? Maybe a Gulfstream or a Learjet? Nyet, this one is more useful. And it did, indeed, look more useful than the average business jet. The mostly light gray Ilyushin IL-76 was not what one could call a luxury aircraft. It was a transport, a Russian mainstay that was not exactly what many would call sexy and beautiful. On the other hand, it carries 50 tons over 4,000 kilometers. Harry smirked. Yes, that D more useful. The crew was unsurprisingly enough, Russian. An Air Force crew who had left the military for the more lucrative private sector. Before this, they had been doing civilian airlifts out of Ukraine. Harry did wonder why all his latest stuff was ex-Russian. It wasn't like he liked that country more than any other. Still, there was something to be said about having a cheap source of equipment. Where else would he get an armed warship? Despite the rough look of the craft, it was not uncomfortable. The noise was not excessive and the glass nose provided quite the view for his above-human norm eyesight. From what V said, it was because this particular aircraft, an Il-76TD to be exact, had just switched engines from Soloviev D-30 to the brand new Aviadvigatel PS-90, which began production and sales earlier that year. V was very conscious about the extra few tons those engines could carry, and extremely insistent on mentioning the upgrades. He chatted with the crew in halting Russian, but they were seemingly intimidated by the person who apparently had authority over somebody like V, so it was a relatively boring flight. Halfway through, he changed into his new armor set so that he would be able to retain his anonymity in Russia proper. Harry's brand new bulletproof, finally, armor was not exactly similar to the old one. He had changed his torso armor to a vest now holding much similarity to a Konoha flak jacket. His helmet had undergone the greatest change. Of course, that was mostly because it was the most visible part of his costume. His scout trooper helmet with visor and mouthpiece had been replaced by an odd-looking RVED creation that rose over his head into a rounded shell. His ears were surrounded by raised sections, their acoustics enabled such that he could hear everything as if his ears were bare to the world. His face was now represented by a mostly flat section amidst which were set thin red-colored lenses that represented his eyes. The angry-looking geometry gave him a menacing air even when the lenses weren't shining with an unholy light. Or it would have, if the lenses weren't muted by default, and his carefully designed helmet wasn't covered in his camo pattern. With the addition of his 3-shade camouflage pattern, he had finally managed to avoid looking like a crazy cosplayer. He didn't realize that he had managed to fashion a credible recreation of an Elder Warlock helmet. He could be forgiven, considering that he hadn't the foggiest idea about the new tabletop game called Warhammer 40K and its far in the future computer game brethren. The Room of Requirement had finally churned out its first solid product under his care. Over the odd-looking plate setup, he wore a custom-made Akatsuki-style cloak, red and black, high collars, zipper and all, not to mention his own arsenal too. UCH of inset plates to offer a bit of extra protection. Even without the helmet, he looked odd. Not that the flight crew would see him in this attire. After all, he had to make some visits personally, and needed the anonymity of dressing quite differently. It was a long flight, but eventually, they reached their destination, a battered-looking runway that looked far too insignificant for an aircraft their size to use. Harry would not have been surprised if they had used the place to operate bombers in the last World War. The crew, though, was extremely comfortable in their work, landing it with no problem whatsoever. After that, it was a 15-minute journey in a small ugly-looking car that Harry was quite irritated with. Still, the destination was worth it, and it took barely 10 minutes. After their first checkpoint to reach the dock which housed the refurbished ship, they spent the next hour carefully examining the ship and in V's case, scanning it magically before deciding to go ahead with their main purpose. This is the chief engineer for the project, Dmitry Kavachkin. Harry looked at the frail, balding 60-year-old man who was inhaling a cigarette with every breath. The man looked very happy to be here. He was grinning widely and he was enthusiastically shaking V's hand. Excellent, excellent. I cannot tell you how thankful I am for the opportunity to work on this ship. It was amazing to be able to work on a project where I managed to finish ahead of schedule. No red tape, no delays, nothing. It was excellent. V managed to calm the man and began to quietly talk with the man. The man quickly gathered up the few men who remained to head for the local watering hole. The ship was at the moment waiting its removal from dry dock, so its yard was currently empty. Its military past meant that the yard it was in was roofed, to prevent being photographed by spy satellites, even if every intelligence agency in the world had an idea of what this ship was and even how many toilets it had. So completely isolating the yard from everyone was not as difficult as it could have been. A few quick wards and the area was secured. V sat down in a chair to see the seal work. Harry moved quickly, assisted by a few dozen clones, quickly crawling around the hull and gluing a number of large tarps at particular places on the hull. Once the outer hull and superstructure was suitably prepared, a large barrel of ink was unsealed and the clones went to work painting the hull with the brushes, linking the tarps and the symbols on them with lines and curves. The new additions were actually quite invisible on the hull, the dull black Russian paint making it all but impossible to see the ink. Only the tan tarps were visible, giving the Slavny the appearance of a patchwork quilt. It took them half an hour before they were satisfied with all the seals. The upper hull especially required some adjustments considering the new electronics suite, which was a minor adjustment. Considering that they were just upgrades to the old systems, and were quite similar in structure. So it was comfortably close to the scale drawings that Boris had provided. A set of seals were drawn directly into the new bridge, giving the occupants control of the extensive seals array. Thankfully, the refurbishing included a lot of new electronics that replaced the extensive series of buttons. A former chart table was now a dedicated seal control board, to manipulate the end product of the sealing exercise. This was Sealing Array 12, the latest successful product, intended to submerge the hull in chakra, giving it a foundation that later, yet to be developed arrays would use to manipulate the hull and its surroundings. At least, that was the plan. He had no idea if the array would actually work on this scale. And this was as much an experiment as it was the culmination of his research. The next part was the more important one. Harry pushed the chakra from 32 shadow clones strategically placed around the ship, sucking them till they popped and priming the seals, much like one would a water pump. The seals began to glow a dull blue, the tribal-looking patterns turning just black vessel into an unearthly specter. Once that happened, he began to pump his chakra into the central node he had drawn up in the bridge. This took an hour before the seals around the ship glowed brightly once before seemingly disappearing. The tarps were quickly removed from the hull and rolled up. Their purpose had been completed. V, call that engineer and tell him to prepare to get the ship into the water tomorrow. We will be sailing it back to Britain for the rest of the modifications. V left to do just that. He had to shake his head though. All those seals and it hadn't even reached the halfway mark. Because all this complicated work was just the preliminary work to get the ship damage-proof and undetectable. He had yet to apply any seals related to propulsion or reducing wear and corrosion. Of the applied array, one important set wasn't a seal at all. Norse runes scattered through the hull were perfectly positioned to create a Notice Me Not ward. That particular set-up was connected to the bridge in a set of controls labeled SEP Field. To the detriment of his ego, Harry was not at it. It had been part of the books Aurora had forced him to devour, and had been specifically requested by her. Seeing as it was her ship with Granger not being around, Harry's real ship would come later, what with it being slightly modified in another location to remove Everett. The Russian Navy was bothered to take from the ship. As she said, this was practice. The next day, Harry woke up from his sleep and left the hotel at 8 in the morning. It was not exactly a luxury suite, but it was arguably better than some places he had slept in. He got to the yard in the same ugly car he had yesterday. It was arguably not the worst day of his life. V had arrived to the yard earlier with a shabby-looking group of sailors that had been hired during his last sojourn to these parts. While the standard operating crew of this vessel was more than 300, considering that all of the armament and most of the electronics were not going to be used, V had deduced that he would be sailing the ship home with 30 men. Of course, the high levels of automation that had been introduced contributed to it. But it was still an impressively short number of people for a ship of that type. Of course, watching the former Navy sailors operate the ship would provide an excellent idea on how to sail a 20th century Russian warship, something he did not doubt would be useful on the Sovereign once he took charge of that boat. Harry would of course be on board to ensure that there were no problems. Of course, all good things must come to an end. Before Harry could plan out his course and his charts, he found that he and his butler were not alone. Standing beside them, having appeared from thin air, was a very much unexpected sight. Aurora was back. Thank you for taking care of the ship. Mistress will be glad. Harry and V glanced at each other. So our end of the transaction is done. Harry's slow and measured words were bracing himself for whatever happened next. And something was assured to happen. The girl, who was wearing a large and much looser version of her Hogwarts uniform, nodded cheerfully. Yep, it's bloody brilliant how you've managed to get it done till now, but I'm afraid that I'm taking it off your hands. I need it now, you see. You can play with your other boat next time. For now, your efforts are appreciated. Bye now. She left as abruptly she arrived, there one moment, gone the next. Harry clenched his fist, the armored glove creaking as the fabric stretched. She is toying with me. V nodded somberly. In the space of less than a minute, the girl had managed to render what amounted to a few months of his work useless. And couldn't she have waited for him to finish his tests? It was amazing how irritated that girl made him feel. She has taken far more of her characteristics than I had believed previously. That girl is dangerous. The two stared into the dock, where of a black Russian ship, only air remained. The wooden sign, pointing to Ye Ol Sacco Gold, was not amusing in the least. Neither was the sign behind it, Rev. Aled by the first one tumbling over saying, I'll get you another ship, honest. The Il-76 left the area soon enough. With no point in remaining, they had left to go back to London. They did not leave empty-handed though. The military-minded V had arranged for a certain amount of surplus ammunition for the weapons already at home to be loaded onto the aircraft, which was surreptitiously sealed away. Also making the trip was a replica of a World War II Yak-9 fighter aircraft, manufactured earlier this year by Yakovlev, to be shipped to Britain. This was a working model that was going to be used for the private airfield that was being constructed over the past few months as V was gallivanting around the world. Apparently, he was quite fond of the idea of having a private airfield and was preparing the very expensive airfield in the large tract of land surrounding the mansion. The fact that the hectares of land surrounding the area easily accommodated the 1,500 meters runway was a very useful fact. The goblins were fans of excess. Of course, since even rich people can't summon up tarmac out of thin air, this time, they were headed back to Heathrow, where the IL-76 could disgorge the replica and return to Ukraine for a few more jobs. Harry did not disapprove. He had by now found the idea of having a stockpile of all sorts of ammunition amusing. And, as V was fond of pointing out, he did need something to do after Hogwarts. In any case, Harry's return to Britain was consequently anticlimactic and did not have much importance in the overall scheme of things. There were times when the black lake of Hogwarts was an impressive sight. On cloudless nights, the unhindered starlight gave rise to a truly magnificent spectacle as it was reflected off the still waters of the lake, a different sort of magic that has ensnared many an astronomy student from their observation of the stars. However, December was far from cloudless, and in the early and lightless morning, there was no illumination for those seeking such. Into this dull darkness of the lake a most unusual shape shimmered into existence. Aurora could feel the ambient magic thrumming as it bent to her will. She may not be as strong as her mistress, but she was capable of minor miracles given sufficient preparation and rest. In that vein, the former warship slowly drifted to a stop with a jerk. Atop a decidedly Russian radar tower, the young-looking girl raised her arms as if in supplication, as she looked towards the castle. And then, with a mighty and completely unnecessary breath, she slammed glowing hands onto the metal beneath her. The intricate patterns that Harry Potter had painstakingly planted upon the ship glowed a bright blue before shifting and rearranging itself. Japanese characters melted into squiggles. ND began to shift and warp in a chaotic display. And then, less than a minute later, the patterns settled into a peculiar pattern of curves and sharp corners that was interspersed with a strange scree. PT that looked like it might as well have been Klingon for all anyone could have understood it. This turned red and then disappeared. Aurora collapsed, exhausted. She fell from her perch, tumbling the small distance that ought have ended her before slamming into the bridge superstructure. She did not get up, but the ship itself rose from the water and began to sail on thin air. It also began to conveniently disappear. At the shore of the lake, Albus Dumbledore stood tall but wary, cautious of whatever disturbed him out of the castle at this hour. Something had just happened, but Merlin knew what. The list of unexplained and ominous occurrences grew longer with his every breath. Not one spell of his had explained the events of the here and now. It was not a good sign. Things were moving forward, but he could not say anything else. It was disturbing. Master, please take a look at this. Harry looked at the papers he had just been handed like it was a poisonous snake. He looked at the butler with a very pointed look, which included twitching eyebrows. It's the paperwork of Akatsuki. The goblins were very accommodating on learning that my master was expanding into organized profit. And yes, that was what the goblins called business. Harry read the whole thing quickly, his mind working furiously to process the information his eyes flew over. Even without a Sharingan, he was still a damn fine ninja. One final look and he signed the required areas. Alexander Gray. Apparently, he was beginning his foray into business by renaming a bankrupt textile concern, a minor company. With no real importance. Of course, other acquisitions were about to follow, but that was something for the butler to manage. And while it was infinitely more complicated than can be represented in a couple of sentences, Harry Potter had just stepped into legitimate commerce. Very well, send me the paperwork once it's done. I'll be going out soon. The butler nodded and left, leaving a thoughtful Harry to sip his tea. He sighed and got up. There was always the outside of the house. Once they were finished, he could coordinate with the clones for his calibration experiments. Harry walked in his combat ensemble, with a genjutsu on top to ensure he blended in. He was simply wandering the city. It took a bit to get to the city by regular methods, especially considering the traffic, so he just ran in a wind-assisted geometrically straight line straight into the city. Not only was it a great workout, but it also made for a far shorter trip than even his XJS could manage. And with the helmet off, it was a great feeling to feel the wind in his hair. Of course, he didn't do that very often. The chances of running into people were too high to risk it, genjutsu or not. His enjoyment was suddenly cut short as he barreled straight into a wall. His helmet saved him from the pain of crushing his nose between his head and the wall, a most unpleasant feeling, never mind the healing, especially the fragile cartilage, that followed. Apparently, there was something invisible in the countryside. A quick knock told him this was Wood. He moved 10 feet to the left and knocked again. A dull thud resounded. His eyebrows rose. It was quite frankly a big piece of wood. A snap decision later, he was walking up the wall. He was about 30 feet in the air when his steps went horizontal. Simply moving over the extremely tall wall had dispelled the invisibility of the structure. And he was shocked. Exactly what was an odd yet definitely Eastern-looking pagoda of all things doing in the middle of England? And why was it invisible? He didn't have to wait long when he was confronted by the sight of a person he really didn't want to see. In front of him, on a small wooden boat that was floating in the air, was Cho Chang. "Hello, Skywalker. What a pleasant surprise. What the fuck are you doing here?" Harry scratched his helmet. This scenario seemed to be vaguely familiar to him. It was not that the action served to do anything, but it did give him the momentary ability to examine his surroundings while everyone else looked at his head scratching. "You know, for once, I was actually mindin' my own business when I smashed into a wall at a running pace." Chang's eyebrow twitched before a ghastly-looking mask seemed to be creeping up her neck from her already intimidating-looking blue robes. Although to be fair, creepy was a far better adjective at this stage of the situation. A steadily increasing whine kept the two focused on the other, each waiting for the instant in which to make a move. If they knew what it was, they would have been more concerned with moving out of the way. Their little altercation in the making promptly dissolved when the pagoda, which was about 200 meters away from the wall, blew up in spectacular fashion. It was something to be said about magic when you walled off a section of English countryside and nobody noticed. The split second of their eruption was something Harry reflexively examined and concluded was not in his best interest to stick around for. His limited magic sensing was overwhelmed by the energy that pagoda had just released. And the blast wave had yet to reach anywhere near them. He stepped back and dropped off the wall, shooting down as wind pushed upwards. His hands blurred into seals. As he reached into the ground, he melted into it without a pause, exercising his lesser earth affinity with urgent ease. The whole effect was as if he had taken a dive into a pool of water. Chang was nowhere near as lucky and was promptly blown away. She was, however, wearing her battle robes, minimizing the damage to lots and lots of bruises and broken bones. That is, after she landed a little while later, completely wrecking her boat. Harry's head popped up about 24 seconds after dropping into the ground. The devastation was surprisingly light, apparently most of the explosion having been magical than physical. But Chang was nowhere to be seen. He rose up and dusted off his armor, the green ensemble now almost a dark brown from his little trip. He had yet to master subconsciously isolating his clothes from the dirt around him. He quickly disappeared when Pops announced the presence of freshly arrived ores. He did create a squad of clones to wait around for discreet investigation. The RAF station commander looked at the Browning pistol in his hand with a mirthless smile. Just minutes ago, he had finally received word that an entire flight of Tornado bombers had disappeared from the air in the skies near London. The planes were supposedly flying a new target exercise as a drill, a quick response to a vaguely unrealistic scenario involving dozens of hostiles and a former Russian electromagnetic pulse weapon in a mildly armored bunker. He didn't know what had happened, but there was no denying it. The exercise was a sham. Frankly, it was surreal just how easily everyone went along with it. For one thing, it appeared that there was an actual enemy at the location, and it seemed that someone had developed targeting data for the area, somebody from above. The aircraft had done exactly what they were supposed to. Flying a standard high-low-high mission, they had swung in at attack altitude, and at less than a mile from the coordinates of their target, they had collectively disappeared from screens. A spy satellite had confirmed an explosion of massive proportions. For whatever reason, the aircraft had crashed with full loads. With the amount of fuel and the bombs they had carried, it would be difficult to identify whatever metal remained. And now, 8 men were dead. 4 Tornado bombers had been destroyed, and whatever had been there, the collective ordnance aboard the aircraft would have atomized it. He sighed and put the pistol down on his desk. Suicide wasn't the answer. Men had died, and it was his job to face the consequences of this disaster. He just wished the world would start to make sense. He shot a longing look back at the pistol before turning back to the paperwork. He paused again. A quick motion and the gun was safe and emptied. Best not to leave a temptation. Draco Malfoy was much smugger than he ought to have been. Tom may not have been the most impressive of tools for an enchanted book, but there was no denying that it was a brilliant strategist. Not only was Tom a decent tutor in the dark arts, but Draco was now positive he had at least some skills that every properly privileged purebloods ought to know, namely the Killing Curse, the Obliviate, and the Imperious. All were willpower-induced tools, driven by a desire to kill and a desire to control. The Cruciatus was an entirely different kettle of fish that the book would not teach him. Apparently, using that spell or being under it from a young age was not exactly helpful with regards to keeping sane. That was all right though. He didn't care much for torture anyway. He didn't need to see the ninja his father was associating with suffer. He just needed them out of the way, preferably permanently. After all, this was why he had decided to imperious that girl Chong when she was asleep into giving up the location of her home. A very harrowing time of interrogating many muggles later, he had found the best way of implicating the ninja of destroying a Chinese outpost. And though Tom had been out of touch with the world for a long time, a bit of Veritaserum, imperious and properly worded questions did wonders to quickly find solutions to his problems. He would have to make a note that apparently these latest Muggle munitions could go through even powerful Chinese wards. When the purebloods took their proper place, it wouldn't do to have Muggles accidentally destroy everything with a careless munition. Inside his head, Tom was also plotting. Things were going well. The fact that he was leeching off a pureblood meant that he was less inclined to jump-start the resurrection process. Add to just whisper and the weak-minded fool would hasten to obey. It was not glamorous, but then, he didn't expect things to be great when the diary was able to act on its own. A Lord Voldemort at the height of his powers automatically suppressed the Abbey to act independently. Simply the fact that he was active was evidence that the worst-case scenario had happened. And conversing with his host had confirmed the fact. Lord Voldemort, he with many hyphenated names, was dead, or at the very least vanquished, an odd choice of word to roll off his metaphysical tongue to be sure. He had been struck by a reflected killing curse of all things by the boy who lived. Although, he really wanted to know how anyone got that set of events from what was left. Monitoring wards. Preposterous. Tom Riddle. He had an unending hatred for being controlled. Being monitored was easily a part of that. Voldemort would have dispelled those with the rest of the local wards before entering the house. Not even sending a message would have warranted that, since such wards did not record, and a Fidelius made a transmitting ward impossible. The most possible ward present at the time was something that would transom it if the Fidelius itself had been dispelled, possibly from the house getting partly destroyed, which had happened. Of course, he wasn't tempted to obsess over the Potter boy either. His earliest thoughts from the enchantment, the sparks that gave life to the Horcrux, were a list of goals that had namely centered around the ninja. The enchantment that guided his resurrection forced him to follow the lead of the host. Not only to avoid suspicious variations in behavior, but also to give the host the belief that they were similar-minded, something that helped subdue any reaction by the host's magic. In any case, this latest adventure of his was very enlightening. Muggles had advanced much more in the last 50 years. Weapons that could go through at least medium-capacity defensive wards, as had been used by the odd-looking building. No wonder Grindelwald had allied with those Nazi fools. Truly the man was a genius. He must have foreseen this, back then when those Muggles were merely charging ahead in the race to destroy the world. If the Muggles were this far ahead, it was always an option to commandeer some of their resources when the time came for him to crush his enemies. Muggles were tools, but ones he would be dealing with carefully. But all that came later. He had to finish up the school year and use the basilisk properly. He wasn't very concerned about Hogwarts closing. When he was young, it would have been a disaster. Now, it would just be the stepping stone to Dumbledore's demise. It would just have to be done carefully. A slowly increasing set of petrifications would panic the students. Panicked students meant panicked families and a panicked public. So what if Dumbledore would suppress everything to maintain order? When everything spilled out, he would be demolished. And at the end of the year, he would kill the brat and take life, automatically absorbing his real self. Hogwarts would close. Dumbledore would be crucified in public. Lord Voldemort would ascend to power. And there was nothing anybody could do to stop it. V didn't know exactly how his young employer would react to the news, but it wasn't something that could be helped. "Master, we have a problem." That was not something Harry wanted to hear. He had enough problems in this holiday that anything else would probably make his head explode. The fact that he was trying to make up all kinds of Plans that would help him work around a giant snake was troublesome enough. What is it now? I have discovered a fundamental problem with your sealing array. Harry looked at his butler, Minion, incredulously. That was a bit like a car mechanic walking up to Kelly Johnson and claiming that the state Route 71 was a piece of junk. You just did not do that. So his next words were slow and ponderous. Tell me you're joking. The man looked grim and apologetic. He held up a foot square of sheet metal that had a variation of the energy sink array that was going to power his ship once he got it. Well, that was the plan until this little hiccup came along. No matter. Once the uneducated fellow's doubts were cleared, all would be back to normal. It doesn't absorb energy at the rate you want it to. The extra area seems to make the array less efficient, and the actual energy going into it seems to only a half more than what you would be getting from a 6-inch square seal. Harry looked shocked. The calculations had been perfect. What had he missed? It was a science he had created from scratch. Where had he gone wrong? But that is still a lot of energy. I use much the same in my armor, and the energy does not seem insufficient. Quote, it's the fact that you are using a ship, Master. A ship has a lot more area and mass to consider. If the rate of energy absorption goes down in the same manner, we won't have enough for the stowed boats, never mind the ship. I regret to say that your original expectations may have been excessive. The fellow looked quite sorry about it too. A clone popped, confirming the bombshell V had dropped. It seemed that in his usage of the chakra-absorbing seals, he had forgotten something. His current extrapolation of the seal onto large surface arrays was based on the seal his armor used. Unfortunately, the armor had something that the ship didn't, namely an underlying chakra system. Apparently, his seal could produce results in the large scale only when it had a chakra system to support the seal-absorbed chakra from the atmosphere. If this quality extended to his other seals as well, he could kiss his chakra-enhanced ship goodbye. Why the hell hadn't he done quantity-based testing anyway? Oh, that's right, Aurora had been distracting him constantly. Blast that girl, she must have known about it. But where the hell was he supposed to find something? Or someone that would help him get the blasted thing up to his specification. Master, it would seem that you will not be able to get it up to specification anytime soon. Harry couldn't think properly. His brain was shedding thoughts like air from a punctured balloon. This was the first time that he had committed a fundamental mistake without being aware of it. It was as if all his work for the past few months had been utterly wasted. Was this the reason why that girl had taken the Slavny from right under his feet? What a ridiculously logical thought. His hands went to his head in a picture of despair. And then he rose with the spark of an idea. You said you had magical training, am I correct? The servant looked confused but nodded. Does that include absorbed enlargement and Jikukan-style magic? The first was a reference to an OWL-level technique of passive magical enlargement. The principle was simple. If you had 2 blocks of steel, you could make one larger by letting the mass of one get absorbed into the other, giving you one block with the total mass of the ones you started with. It needed a certain degree of focus and determination, and was particularly notorious or having being nearly impossible to work it on anything possessing a hint of magical enchantment or charm on it. If you cast even a weight reduction on it, you couldn't make it larger this way. Of course, for hollow spaces, it required a greater degree of visualization and power to ensure the completion of the spell. The reason it was owl level and not newt level or higher was that the creator of the spell, who wanted to build a self-enlarging house, made it as idiot-proof as possible to avoid any catastrophic mess-ups. However, its safety margins and power drain were so large the spell was incapable of working with more than one material at a time, and so was relegated to the realm of academic obscurity. It didn't help that it actually required a modicum of preparation, something that wizards seemed to be chronically allergic to. How they had ever advanced potions as much as they had was something of a miracle. The fact that the result wasn't really something you could easily reverse was also a consideration. The latter was quite obvious. The use of space-expanding charms was one of the more prominent things that wizards tended to lord over their lowers, muggles. The ability to turn a box into an impressive thing. They were wizards after all, and the ability or claim to be able to do this, at least by proxy, was one of the ways that wizards said, "Muggles can't catch up to us." No matter what Electa Kitty and Techno-Foggy they used. It was one of the things that people somehow refused to see. The magical world operated on the principle of reality manipulation in a rather broken manner. But the problem was that they used only that. It was like someone had discovered how to make very strong glass, and then decided to make cities out of the stuff, never mind if it was useful or appropriate. Power tended to make people blind. No one was immune to this, because much like the Chidori, using power gave you tunnel vision, and the behavioral tendency to solve all your problems by stabbing it. Now, this is going to seem crazy, but I want you to think carefully on this. It was at this point that V did look at him like he was crazy, proving, once and for all that, even if the man was ready to die for him, it still wasn't enough to stop the butler's speculations about his sanity. I want you to bring the size of the ship up. The Sovereign is right now at about 160 meters in length. I want you to get it up to 220 or 230, with everything else proportional to it. V looked at him with outright disbelief. Master, I am no engineer, but even I can tell you that it does not exactly work that way. Harry was on a roll though. See, it's a beautiful plan. I'll make a set of armor that'll pump magic into you. This will let you get the power needed to get the ship up to the dimensions I need. But master, kidnap a shipbuilder if you have to. Redesign the interior to fit regular size rooms. Then we'll use expansion charms once everything is done using the rune anchors that girl had mentioned. V was beginning to wish he had not said anything. But like all good minions, he knew the ability to listen was a most vital skill. After all, that was what separated the line between minion and devoted servant. And right now, he was definitely a minion. He consoled himself with the knowledge that this was still better than whatever she would have cooked up. And well, it would make the ship bigger. Which would be interesting. Yes, I'll have me my floating fortress in the Antarctic and no overpowered girl is going to ruin my peace of mind. Muhahaha. Ellipsis. Ahaha. It took another 2 hours before the somewhat unhinged Harry Potter was returned to his normal sanity and his clones were dispersed, all of them. V also managed to convince him that it would be entirely ridiculous to restructure a ship in that manner and that if they were going to be ridiculous, they might as well buy one of those mothballed Second World War era battleships or cruisers that, in defiance of all common sense, still existed. He later reflected that his life was getting more ridiculous by the minute. He blamed Granger, and the tendency of all masterminds to unravel when things go wrong. For a holiday, things were very much busy for a lot of people. Unfortunately, the same could not be said of the valiant and determined ninja of Hakume who were billeted in London like so many sheep. The pseudo-war which had turned a lot of magical firepower into wasted offal had reduced their importance for the time being in the grand scheme of things to nearly nothing. It may have seemed odd, but the possible presence of a world-ending disaster was nothing compared to the definite skirmishes that made up a minor war. At least as far as the logistics division was concerned. However, not all members of this seemingly idle unit of trained killers were prepared to let things remain calm. Sendo, it's nearly time. The two men in the storage room, surrounded by wards of a nature that WOU.LD have baffled the wizards that walked the alley nearby, stood hidden by shadow. The man closer to the door, Sendo, was an unusually ordinary 20-something male with a round face. His companion was a gaunt 30-year-old. They were members of the group that had escaped the Spirit Shadow on her last and ill-fated voyage. I understand, Yura. Have you picked a time and place? Not yet. There's still the matter of making sure that Tetsuya's mission is not compromised. Sendo shifted in place. Taka will take care of it. The dragon tears will keep the boy up past his limits. And Takeda has not slacked off yet. Do not forget that they are all men. Any of them can be killed at the most inopportune moment. It will not work if there is a sufficient mess to call for backup. The war is over, remember. The two men shared a grimace. The sub had been investigating the wreck of the ship, but they were tight-lipped about their findings. Not that they expected it to make a difference. The PCE of the world demanded the status quo be maintained, and even if the Chinese ambassador were rape and kill in broad daylight the favored daughter of one of a minor noble, there would be no consequences to the Chinese. It was sickening. That was why they would act while their brothers could not. No peace would keep them from showing their true colors. It was long past time for the Chinese to learn the folly of their arrogance. A man ran past the door, in a hurry too, by the footsteps. What is the matter? The next man through paused at the voice. Yura, you're wanted in the main room. Kai. Nice pagoda in the country was destroyed, at least 70 dead. We don't know who or why, but it wasn't one of ours. And he was off without a pause. Kaji maybe. He is the one with the exploding fetish after all. He would not care about a silly thing like a war ending. The other shook his head. Kaji never made it out of the spirit shadow. I checked the causality report. The two men in the storeroom exchanged a glance. It looked like you didn't need an inopportune death to have your plans become derailed. The ship moved slowly over the sandy terrain. Aurora woke up with a gasp. Enhanced magical creature or not, there were issues with large amounts of magic being expended within a short period of time. The ship was still not finished with its transformation, but that was okay. The Slavin, why was a Cold War-era missile destroyer that was long past its heyday? As a water vessel, she was capable of incredible things for the time her class was introduced, and gave American naval personnel the throbbing vein on the forehead. But today, that was not exactly very useful. She was outdated, her components were fresh but useless. And worst of all, she stood out like a sore thumb. But the Slavny was slowly changing. The pure chaos magic that now ran through her steel was not exactly something meant to preserve her as she was. First changes were already happening. The hull of the ship was slowly growing up, even as the bottom of the hull was slowly flattening. The very shape of the ship was changing into something that nobody in this world had even conceived of. Not for a few years at least. At frequent points, the ship dipped into the earth, absorbing mass that was useful to it. Aurora had direction, she had purpose, but most of all, she had her orders. And they were all pointed to this one thing. It took hours for the changes to manifest themselves. Aurora wondered what Harry would have done if he knew that she didn't need this ship in particular at all. Sure, the mass of T. His ship was perfect for the amount of energy she could expend upon it, and the use of semi-energized arrays meant that she could use less magic than planned, but really, any ship would have done. In fact, she could have begun the process with a wrecked motorcycle and it would still have worked. It merely would have taken much longer, and Aurora needed to be on the ship as it changed. The HULL began to split first into 4 prongs before rearranging themselves further, bulging and contorting, while the rear began to sprout 2 growths sideways and then began to compact again. It was like a giant hand was squeezing Lego blocks like modeling clay. It was growing less streamlined as time passed, impeding its formerly smooth progress. The silent behemoth continued its quiet up the occasional pile of metal in its progress, shedding a trail of crushed organic matter and pure sand. But nobody would notice it, because there would never be sightseers here, in the midnight abyss of the North Sea. Even for something that would eventually be half a kilometer in length. People returned from the holidays to much dread. In some ways, Harry was confused as to why they still returned to the school if there was an unknown monster capable of at least petrifying students. He hated this atmosphere. He had enough to worry about without the constant depression that hovered over the castle. More depression, and he would not be surprised to find a whirling storm cloud literally floating over the castle. He still stepped wearily. The depression was not unjustified, of course, and he was yet reckless or powerful enough to ignore its cause. He had made no progress on destroying a basilisk. And with his holiday distractions, he was not sure he was going to bother. It was crushing. He had power, but without knowing what to use it for, it was useless. And the magical world seemed to be so hidden and mysterious he might not have bothered to learn about its existence at all. Here were too many factions in the arena, and there were too many people working towards too many goals for him to be comfortable with this state of things. Which was partly why he liked the idea of a large ship that he could use to disappear from the rest of the world. For now, he was content to let all this happen without too much of his participation. He had a feeling that when the time came, he would be swept along whether he wanted to or not. And it was not a positive feeling. It was an all-encompassing certainty that he was going to be carried along by the raging torrents of fate, that he was a pawn in some greater game played by lesser men, who were nonetheless as much to him as he was to mortal men. And the sad fact of it all was that until he achieved something in terms of real intelligence upon the various factions, he might as well be working blind. And then there was Granger. She was enough to give him an aneurysm all on her own. Something was off, of course. While he wasn't a fan of Lovecraft or actually read any of his books, the concept of whatever she would probably fit right at home in his works. It was not a comforting thought by any means. And the other thing was that ship that Aurora had swiped. Sure, he had bought the thing because she had prompted him. Sure, he was not exactly a miser. Still, was there any reason she was practically stealing the thing from him? He gripped his knives occasionally, letting their presence soothe his worries. He was a ninja, and with a knife, he was anything and everything he could become. He let his worries drain away and moved from class to class, letting his professors infuse chaotic normality into his universe. Tom Riddle, currently blonde and pure-blooded, looked around the Chamber of Secrets with a grin. No matter how many times he came back here, he could not avoid his near-childish fascination with the place. It was his dream to find something of his own, a legacy of his past that proved that his lineage held more worth than his peers gleefully attributed. Even after he was resolved to bend the world to his whims, it could not change that here was where he was really born. Here was where the half-blood Tom Marvolo Riddle was cast. Aside in the Dark Lord Voldemort, blood of Slytherin was born. At least that was what he firmly believed in. He looked around at the damp and frankly wet confines of the main chamber. A rather nostalgic location for sure. It was ironic in a way. He had not intended to go this way originally, but there was no help for it now. Draco Malfoy was just too useful a patsy to eliminate altogether. And being as he was a teenage Tom Riddle and not a very much older Voldemort, he was very much interested in retaining the resources that being a Malfoy could bring, not the least was the sheer amount of gold that Lucius had accumulated. Consequently, he had shelved his initial plans to resurrect himself and had settled for assimilating the boy instead. The world would be fine without a Draco Malfoy in Draco Malfoy's body. Well, he would find a use for these delightful little assassins, once he had established himself, of course. Maybe he should become an Auror. Being the Dark L. Ord meant that he would not have any pesky little tattoos that would preclude his employment. A thought for later. He hissed at the face of his ancestor, a simple release of air, and then began jabbing the hawthorn wand of his host in the air, the prelude to a ritual that he never thought he would take. Unfortunate circumstances, to be sure, but he was more Tom Riddle than Voldemort and the absorptee. On of the Malfoy brat's soul would negate any negative effects of having once been a Horcrux. It was ironic, but in a way, the first piece of Voldemort's soul would now be entirely free. Back in London, two former comrades, in the loosest terms, were collaborating on the seemingly unnecessary task of purchasing obsolete naval vessels for the use of an odd man for unknown purposes that only the insane mind of Harry Potter could dream of. V himself could not comprehend what use a ninja had for a 20th century naval vessel. He looked at the list and cringed. They were, quite frankly, ships that needed to be scrapped. It all lay in the simple fact that most ships afloat are obsolete. The reality of today was that having the biggest gun did not matter. It was having the most effective missile. In World War II, nearly 100 men made possible a turret on a battleship that could fire a shell a dozen or 2 miles that may or may not hit a target. Today, an officer on a ship pressed a BUTTON and an automated system launched a missile that could destroy a specifically selected target from hundreds, even 1,000 miles away. There was no help for it, but the big gun naval vessel was obsolete. At least in the Muggle world. On the other hand, if one considered that naval vessels rarely end up fighting the battles they were meant to fight in a war, exactly how obsolete were modern guided missile destroyers anyway? Harry Potter had a dream. Well, he had a new dream once his dreams of making a chakra-powered assassin-like ship were completely ruined. He wanted to get a few ships or whatever purpose he had originally wanted, except he wanted a few more. It probably had something to do with how ninja usually didn't fight on the open ocean. So he turned to magic. With the right pieces of magic, a Muggle ship could be wizardified into something more. It was a technique that had originally been invented by the Dutch. The idea was to make a full-size merchantman invisible, a ward to make it unplottable, a ward to make a ship slip through water easier and faster, a ward to make the hull 7 times more durable to the ravages of the sea. And most of all, a ward to make the ship unnoticeable. However, these was far less useful in an age where you couldn't look at a screen, point out your exact location and destroy you from 100 miles away. Not to mention the initial requirements included, among other things, a dry dock capable of fitting the ship, a few liters of, at the time, expensive dye for the runes, and of course, the greatest cost of all, a requirement that the captain bleed over the ship's wheel to bond it. The Dutch East India Company used exactly one ship in the ritual. However, the vessel's first voyage ended when the crew decided that they were invincible and took up piracy. The Flying Dutchman spent 2 months in a grand and fruitless tour of the 7 seas before they tried to take on a British Navy third-rate ship of the line. The ward's mean to prevent it from being plotted or noticed didn't do a good job when the Dutch captain himself was attracting notice by attacking. And a few broadsides reduced the repurposed merchantman to kindling. So the greatest advance in seagoing since tacking was quickly covered up and forgotten about, lest the few magically inclined eastward-looking businessmen everything to paranoid oars. However, it made for an extremely useful modification to a ship, especially with the additions that having a metal hull meant. All of this was in the future though. The extensive nature of this ritual mean that they would need to avoid missiles and stick as much as possible with guns. Of course, crewing this was going to be a little more difficult, but that was what defense contractors and paramilitary organizations were for. Not to mention house elves. Boris hesitantly pointed at a ship that was in the file, CA-134. This may be what you are looking for, but getting this out one will test even you, Tavarish. V grinned. It will have to do. At least until his commissioned battleship was completed. Who knew there were goblin-owned shipyards? The year passed by without anything major happening. For all the excitement of the wizarding world, things were remarkably calm. There were no more petrifications. The students continued to scurry about in a paranoid manner. The teachers were wary yet relaxed. For once, disaster had come and gone without major upsets. The petrified students were awoken to much fanfare. Everyone finally relaxed. Of course, that didn't mean things were slowing down. Lador was warily bouncing between ministry personnel, trying to keep things calm and Fudge's paranoia down. He was harried and wearing down. But he could not and would not stop or falter. Far more were thy people than him were depending on him. Draco Malfoy was settling into becoming Draco Malfoy, basking and analyzing emotions that he had not experienced in too long a while. There was a certain joy in taking joy, if that made sense. The basilisk was dead. It was a liability that could instantly be taken out of his control, and while Tom Riddle was arrogantly reckless, Draco Malfoy was far more realistic and cautious. He had to be. Cho Chang went from popular to insular, acting moody and depressed, lashing out at friends and enemies alike. Everyone she honestly cared for was dead, and she didn't care for much of anything else. And she searched her memory, trying to get through the skilled obliviation that no doubt held the answer to the one who did this. Aurora floated in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a puppet body left behind to maintain the charade that Hermione Granger still existed. She lay within a metal coffin, invisible yet enormous, giving many an aneurysm to NATO submarine detection units. An untold amount of minerals and metal that had been lost at sea was reclaimed harshly, leaving behind pale white sand that nobody would see. Alternate universes provided a lot of ideas when one is willing to look. V spent his few months of enforced separation from his master in a furious display of competence, hijacking a naval ship from the U.S. Navy Reserve Fleet and then successfully getting away with it. A plan involving a mock terrorist attack, a bribed computer hacker and lots of Imperio-used muggles had spirited away a multi-billion-dollar warship that would otherwise be destined for scrap. On the plus side, he had managed to hand over a few dozen cutthroats and sickening individuals to the Americans with a fantastic tale regarding treasure and a capsized ship. Cons. Either that decommissioned ships that were being towed to be scrapped had an unfortunate tendency to sink, they were believed. Harry behaved, if that was the word. He spent his time doing very little to push himself in class. He spent a long time in the library, reading quietly in the company of Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley, watching them warily for any sign of anything to make his life difficult. He read up on magical combat and basilisks. He also watched what his minion was doing, establishing Akatsuki as a defense contractor. He also wondered at the niggling feeling that he was trapped. His clones were working on fighting magic users, focusing on dodging, reaction to spells, use of wind chakra to simplify his main bag of tricks. But most of all, he tried to avoid thinking negative. Why about exactly how many unknown parties there were in the world who would eventually, or already want his head. Thus, Harry Potter was not a happy boy. Contact. Unidentified structure. The duty officer swung around the scope, looking at the miniature hologram that had a 3D topographical view of the seabed in false color. Real Kilo-class boats didn't have them, of course. Sorcery had its perks. He nodded at the sonar technician. It is about 1/2 kilometer in length, somewhat pointed looking, and was not there last time we swept through the area. Suspicious. Agreed. Mark the location and launch a communication drone. It may yet be RSS class at work. Sir, structure creation has been recorded previously, but not something to this size or geometrical exactness. I would hesitate to label it as such. I expect that they are changing with the times, as much as we are. A modern twist for a modern world. We will communicate what we do have with headquarters. If it is the SS class, we may not be able to deliver it in person. A new voice has intruded into the conversation. It was the captain of the boat, and he had a fair bit of calmness to his words. Yes, sir. And then the submarine adjusted its course so that it would slowly circle the giant something on the ocean floor. And that is it. It's been so long since I started this story that I can't remember why I started it. Or at least it seems that way. It's been over a year since my last chapter, and I've hit the ultimate roadblock since then. I have lost any and all motivation to continue this. The last time I tried to read it again to remind myself of the plot, I was unable to get to the double-digit chapters. The feeling of, I wrote this, was too much. If you have noticed, my writing style and the focus of my story varies as I progress, and it's not something I would like to continue. I'll keep this loaded here, but I will personally not be writing any more of this. If I did, I'd have to write another 600k words just to justify all the extras and OCs. If any of you feel up to the challenge of continuing this or even rewriting this based on the premise, kudos to you. Send me a link and I'll glorify your courage at taking up the challenge on this story itself. The other HP crossover I had written, Mask of War, was also something I want to continue, but I'm finding it difficult to put words to inspiration, as it were. Which is why the one story I want to write also languishes. My job is hell on my sleep, and I have dropped what little social life I had. It's painful to say it, but I am stopping any writing with the intention of posting. I'll still be reading, and I'm finding that the creative writing board on Space Battles is all kinds of awesome, but for now I'm done. Sorry guys, I'm just not up to it for now. Regretfully yours, Wongi.